Can everyone hear me? Hello? Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. There's a lot of complications in getting this set up because we're trying to stream it to like 5 different platforms at once. So, not 5, like I don't know, 3. And now chat is frozen. Okay, hold on. Okay, is this a good voice volume? Yeah, I know there's no video yet. I'm working on it. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the game a bit. Now let me get Andrew in here. Dave is running a little bit late, but that's okay. Dave is always late.
We don't need Dave.
Yeah. Alright, can you guys hear Andrew okay? Okay, Andrew, say some stuff, so make sure. Yeah, you guys can hear him? Okay.
This one too.
Here, I'll turn him up a little bit. Oh, is Dave there? Hey, Dave.
Is that my Bluetooth? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh my
actually.
God.
It's not
Sounds
great,
terrible.
but...
Yeah, no, it's on the Bluetooth in my car. Let me turn it and put it on my my headset.
Okay. You're running a bit late, right?
Yeah, I'm very late. I'm by LAX. I get back to downtown, but it's fine. We can shoot the shit. How am I now? Better?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's much better. I'll turn you up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean I'm gonna be driving soon. Are we live on anything yet?
Yes,
Yes.
we are live on... Well, I'm not sure about Steam. If someone could check Steam to see if that's actually working,
Because
that'd be good.
that'd be cool if we can get it going on the Steam page.
Yeah, I tried. It's... I don't know, it's like showing up, but then it's not... What?
Ugh, traffic, Hawaii.
Let's see. Hold on, there's loading something on Steam.
Yeah, it's just doing that continuous loading thing for me.
Yeah, it's same here. I don't think it's actually doing anything.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that, honestly.
Bear with us, people.
Yeah, sorry that...
We're
Does
trying to-
anybody know? Also, how bad am I with the car noise?
It's not good.
Yeah, not good. Alright, I'll have to mute myself.
This is just as organized as the development process was. So
Yeah,
we're
essentially.
getting
Alright, where's... How do I adjust OBS keyframe interval? Let's see. Output. Settings. Output.
Oh, I'm like a half hour away from getting back to my.
Oh,
place.
jeez.
LA traffic. So is everything else on the stream working good? How many people we got watching?
I guess the only thing that's not working is the store page stream, which I'm not exactly sure what to do about that.
I mean, honestly, it's probably just whatever.
Twitch has 220. I think we're 50 or 60 something on the other one.
What, on Facebook? I mean, on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 250 people watching right now, which is not bad.
Really? Wow, that's
Yeah.
a bunch.
So,
Why do people care?
yeah. So,
Dusk is
since...
macaroni.
They're all
Yeah,
asking
it's
why you're
macaroni.
in the car.
I'm in my car because I'm in LA and I'm in traffic and I'm trying to get a million things done at once. as usual.
So, Dave, should we just
To
start,
get from
or
Santa Monica to downtown.
turn up guest volume?
yeah.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, they'll turn me down. I might just mute myself, but I definitely.
Here,
Do
does
you have a
that...
push to talk function on your phone?
What is happening? Why do I hear an ad?
I have absolutely no idea.
Where is that coming from?
How's the balance sound now, chat?
Who is talking about Sonic the Hedgehog? I'm very confused.
Not me.
Oh my god, you're making the stream so easy, Dave.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
It was your echoing feedback of the stream.
Okay, well, I think we're just gonna start with,
Yeah.
because the announcements are out and everything. So,
Yeah, let's see.
oh,
Where
wrong
do we
image.
start?
Oops.
We're shooting this- don't put porn on the screen.
Yeah. There we go.
What
All
was
right.
it? Was it hentai?
No, it was that that like girl licking her lips image that I always
from
post
Sonic.
everywhere.
Indie dev thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no ski.
Yeah. All right, so, yeah, should we just start through the campaign, Dave, or do you want me to waste time until?
I mean, if you waste time, I need about a half hour if you want to waste time. I don't know if you want to waste that much time.
I don't know
I'd
if I
like
want to
to-
waste that much
I'd
time.
like, yeah, I'd like to talk about the campaign, but how, like, do I even sound like, can people hear me, or am I just sounding
Yeah,
like-
it sounds okay on my end, at least.
How about
Yeah.
there in chat? You guys hear me okay?
Oh, they say
Yes,
they can
no.
hear you. Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, fuck it.
Okay.
I'll drive with one hand, shift gears with the other hand, and talk with this is such a terrible idea.
Yeah.
And in
Well.
LA traffic. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If
Yeah.
I die doing this stream, I will die doing what I love, shit posting.
Yep. All right. So let's start in. We're just gonna go through. I am not playing on CM or Duskmare. I'm gonna play on I Can Take It, and there are a few reasons for that.
Real
The
quick,
That's
Dave.
difficult.
Turn yourself down a little bit, Dave. You're getting an
Me?
echo of Dave on you.
Mute
Oh,
myself.
Dave.
Yeah, like push to talk.
Me turn myself down?
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute myself. Hang on.
yeah.
So the reason I'm playing on I Can Take It is, first of all, I haven't actually played this game in like months. Second of all, I'm going to be streaming and talking, and I'm very bad at concentrating on two things at once, and I don't think you guys want to see me die over and over again. I know you think you do, but no, you don't. Third reason
Play with
is...
God mode on.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Third reason is that episode 2 and 3 were actually balanced for I Can Take It. Episode 1 was balanced for CM, but, and the fourth reason is that I suck at video games, even my own.
Look
So
at
this
the
is what we're
entire
doing.
chat. Unworthy.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay
love
being
it.
unworthy.
The. Ooh, we've got no audio from the. Oh wait. I just don't hear it because of this.
Want me to turn it up? How's the audio sound, guys?
Kill the intruder.
All
No,
right.
you got audio. Okay, you're good. You're good.
So I'll do this. We didn't really expect people to know to do this with the melee items. So you know, we give you like automatically a whole bunch of health and stuff at the beginning if you want to just slash them to death.
Yeah, I think the idea was originally, I guess I forget when I came up with the idea originally to do the like, let's just drop them in and have a bunch of guys running.
It was
before the pre-alpha.
It was Prince of Persia. Was it Warrior Within or something? There's some art you linked to me. You're like, we should do this, and I'm like,
my God,
okay.
it's been so long.
Yeah. So
and everybody was I remember everybody was really concerned, like, oh my God, is that too much too soon? I'm like, no, it's fucking perfect. It's the best tutorial. We just drop them in, and then I remember when we put out the pre-alpha, everyone was like, oh, this is perfect, Dusk. It just throws you right away, and everybody wrote about it. And we're like, cool, that works. But
sort of the
people
Shadow
were
Warrior
dying,
thing.
so. Yeah, I think what we did was we made it so as soon as you drop, you get a hallowed health. You can actually hear the noise. But that's
unless
the way
I changed
we
that, I can't
it.
remember. Originally,
I'm pretty sure you still hear. As soon as you start, you still hear the bonk from the hallowed health.
Yeah. And actually, originally, here, let me go back. Originally, the idea I had, like, very originally, I did this whole, like, story treatment thing. Is chat frozen, or are people just not talking?
No, you're good.
Okay, just making sure. I did this whole, like, story treatment thing that Dave wanted me to do, like, way in the beginning. He's like, we need, like, a game design doc, which is hilarious in hindsight. And so I just sort of wrote out this, like, okay, I guess here's the reason you're here, blah, blah, blah.
I never asked for a
No,
GDD.
you did. You did.
I would never ask for a GDD. The only thing I hate more than GGDs is... I don't know what I hate more than GDDs. Being on time. That's the only thing I hate more than GDDs.
I might still have it somewhere. Anyway, the original idea was actually just that I'm like, oh, screw it, you're like exploring a house up there, and you fall through the floor, and there's just a bunch of guys, and then they attack you. And then I put this sort of setup behind the player, just as set dressing, and when Dave played the demo, he's like, oh yeah, you're falling off the meat hooks. I'm like, that is a way better idea, actually. We're gonna do that instead. Because, you know, just falling through the floor is kind of lame.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then I think it was somebody in Discord, back when the Discord was really young, was like, oh, are the sickles like the meat hooks that you fall off of? And we're sure.
Oh, yeah. Which makes zero sense, but sure, why not?
Yeah, but like, yeah, sure, but I don't think we ever actually implemented that.
No.
The meat hooks are definitely still there when you turn around.
Yeah, it's whatever. Maybe they grew back.
Somebody just asked, how did you guys meet?
Oh, well, I, as probably a lot of people watching know, am a big fan of janky, weird games. So I was actually a huge fan of the Rise of the Triad reboot that Dave produced. So I was working on Dusk.
And somebody did Butt Rock for.
Yeah, that Andrew also did music for. But so I was working on Dusk, and here I'll use this. And just on a whim, I'm like, oh hey, Dave Osh, he worked on that game. I'm just gonna send this to him and see if maybe he'll tweet about it or something. So I sent it to him, and he was like, who's making this? I'm like, I am making this. He's like, do you want it published? I'm like, I don't know, maybe. So that's how that happened. And then
you didn't believe me.
I didn't.
Because you were like, what are you, one of those, like, you thought because, like, Johnny had worked with one of those, like, Steam shovelware publishers?
Yeah, with, oh shoot, what was their name? They're infamously terrible. And we'd worked with them
like
on
one of those that just,
Sumo.
Like, puts out, like, I'm like, no, I'm like a real person.
Not Digital Home.
No, not that bad.
No, they're, shoot, I can't even remember. I'm not even sure if they're still around, but they were, like, known for kind of fleasing indie devs, and we just worked with them. And then
I had to write David this super long email explaining that I'm like, no, I'm like a legit person that wants to publish your game and stuff, and like I was like, okay, well, because Aaron was really into it. I was like, dude, does this game feel as awesome as I think it does? He's like, yeah, you got to get that boy a contract. So I like actually sat down and wrote David a whole thing, and then I flew you to QuakeCon, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Just making a...
What is it with you and stacking things?
I don't know.
Every time I've ever seen you play Dusk, you stack things.
It's just a goofy thing to do. But yeah, and then I was originally going to do the music like myself, and then Dave was like, "Here, we gotta do this." There.
Clutch the soap.
And then Dave was like, "Well, do you want Andrew to do music? You know, you did the Rise of the Triad music." I'm like, nah, I'm good. And then Dave's like, "But seriously though, do you want?" I'm like, maybe, I don't know. And then eventually I'm like, "Yeah, actually, we'll just have Andrew do the music. It's good music." It's,
It came out okay. It took a second for us to kind of for me to get like the hang of the direction that you wanted, because you were in a very like David Lynch kind of area, David Lynch stalker area.
Yeah.
And I had to kind of figure that out for myself a little bit. I was like, what,
Yeah.
wait, this is a shooter. It needs to be fast. And I was like, no. You're like, it just needs atmosphere. It needs more atmosphere and tone than anything else. And like, you taught me a lot through that.
Well, it turned out super well too. Like I think the Dusk soundtrack is just like a masterpiece. It's just so varied. There's so much to it, and there's so much of it and stuff. Yeah, I'm extremely happy with how that went. Even though I was like, at first I'm like, I literally have spent like tens of thousands of dollars getting a degree to compose music. I'm gonna compose some music for my own game. But this is the secret no one ever finds. Like, almost any time I watch someone secret hunting in this level. Whoop! I guess I'm out of ammo for that. That's the one that they miss.
Hey, Richard.
Oops.
Richard made all of the trailers.
Yeah, and the intro videos.
Yeah, the infamous trailer that I think had the big flip that everybody freaked out about. He did that one too, I believe, right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I actually had that concept for the like having that sort of flip in the trailer before New Blood was even like the New Blood contract was even a thing.
Fun fact: Richard almost probably murdered me right at the initial release of Dusk. Whenever we were going through footage, and I just had this idea in my head was like, what if we did it like this? And there's a bunch of footage that we used for the release footage that I went and capped myself, which one of them is the flip. That flip is that E2M5? Where you're just going backwards?
Oh, that's like the best shot in the trailer too.
Because I remember Cam just going like, how the fuck did you do that? And like, no one could replicate that. And I was like, I can't remember, honestly.
That's my favorite shot in the whole trailer. But like, that's the one where it's just like, holy crap, what is this game?
Don't piss off your trailer guy.
No.
That's the things that I learned then. Sorry, Rich.
So, as I think I've shared before, pretty much all the levels in Dusk were done mostly in order. There are some exceptions. Like, I think I worked on a couple of areas that ended up in episode 2 before I started on the episode 1 level. But for the most part, everything was done in order. So yeah, we're gonna just cook this. Hello. I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh. What is? There we go.
Oh.
There.
Yeah, like.
So this was essentially the second full level. Well, third if we count the pre-alpha. I did some. Like, there are some levels that didn't end up making it into the game that just were bad. So I redid. Oh, there goes the dog. I have a terrible dog, so that might happen a lot during the stream. Hold on one sec, I'm gonna close my door.
Are you on M2 now or still on M1? Because I can't watch, so I don't know.
He's on M2.
Okay. We didn't do any commentary about all this stuff in M1 with the secrets and stuff. I was gonna say,
okay,
we started doing... I thought you were still on M1, because did you go upstairs and get, like, the shotgun? Remember, that was, like, we had that big debate about should we have flavor text?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And that, because I wanted, you get the first shotgun and it goes groovy, right?
Yeah.
And I was like we didn't, at that point, we didn't know how much how much flavor text there was gonna be, how often, like, do we actually want the player to be thinking stuff, or do we want Dusk Dude to actually be having stuff on screen? We went back and forth a lot. I think there was a time where there was gonna be a lot more, and then we decided to scale it back because we found it was just a bit too obtrusive.
Yeah. I think we argued about that a lot.
Yeah, we did a bit. I liked it when I love the first one, right? Because everybody gets that groovy, and it's really obvious. I like the one in E3 M1, Bad Dog. Just like the little one, like and we have one for Chomper too, like one fish, two fish, red fish, dead fish.
Yeah, that's like the
some
dumbest
dumb
one.
shit that
It's
I
great.
came up with.
Yeah.
It works when you do it occasionally, but I feel like if we had it popping up all the time, it definitely would have taken away from the experience.
Yeah.
So someone asked, what's the story behind the soap? It's not actually a very good story, because it's just a random thing I did. So I had the soap. I had this soap object for putting in showers and stuff. And Sonder, actually, was been a friend since before Dusk. He was like, you should give it a bubble particle system. I'm like, okay, sure, I did. And I just made it, like, world space so that the bubbles hang in the air just for fun, basically. And because it kind of looked now special and interesting, I'm like, well, let's do something, goofy. And so just on a whim, I'm like, what if it just does, like, a bajillion damage and will kill literally anything in the game in one hit? Like, that's a fun secret thing no one will ever find. That's the story. And then I'm like, well, since it does something special, I need to put one in every level, yeah, that's all there is. Oh, I wanted to show something here, because there's actually a few really stupid systems in Dusk. One of them is the fact that water the fire system, for instance, I'm not sure I'm really going to be able to show it in this level, but the fire system in the game is stupidly complex for what it actually does. Like, it'll spread between objects, it'll be put out by water, stuff like that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I
like you
forgot
can,
about
if
that.
you have something that's on fire, I wonder if, I forget the burn rate of toilet paper. Let me go see if I can catch it on fire.
You remember whenever I was
Don't we all?
Yeah.
like with the
Does
well,
it
so I was
not
like,
catch
hey,
fire?
if the enemy is on fire and then they run into each other, what if they caught each other on fire?
Yo, you also had the idea for the fire barrels.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if I can do this before
Yeah, I
the
remember
chair.
Andrew was like,
There.
wouldn't it be cool, like, if you set a barrel on fire and you
Oh,
threw
that
it
is
into
cool.
a thing
Yeah.
and then
I
they
didn't
caught
know
on
that you could
fire?
do that.
Yeah, you can,
Yeah,
like,
that's
toilet
how I
water
remember
will
you're
put...
like, oh,
Dave, did you know that you could take like a chair, set it on fire, and then run over to a toilet, put it in the toilet, and it'll put the object out?
Yeah, toilet water will put
Really?
objects out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
I
I
forget
didn't
if
know that. You
sync
just
will
did
or
that.
not.
I didn't know that. Yeah, you know why? Because
Yeah.
Dusk is the most immersive
It's-
simulation.
It's half immersive sim,
Dishonored.
yeah.
It
And the
really
other
is
thing...
so much of an immersive sim. Even though
Yeah.
we can't call it that, sales will just drop off a cliff. Immediately, sales just go to zero. It's like, oh god, it's an immersive sim. Nobody buys those.
Yeah, the company will automatically implode if we call it an immersive sim. But,
You just gain
and the
a bunch of
shower
depth.
actually will also. And the other thing about the shower, and I doubt anyone has ever noticed this, because it didn't end, there's only like 3 of these in the game, that these particles actually have, like, water physics to them. So, like, if I put this, see? They actually, like, flow over
What?
dynamic objects.
I didn't know
Because
David, why are you hiding all these things?
well, because there was a period during Dusk's development at the beginning where I was just adding in systems. Like, I was just like, oh, this would be, this is why I say, like, Dusk is like half or more immersive sim. Because there's just these stupid things like this that I added in because I thought they'd be cool and have, like, very little to do with the actual game.
You fucking put water physics, real-time water
Yeah.
physics in the macaroni art shooter.
Yeah. And then you can destroy that, and you can... Yeah, it's
Amazing.
just...
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, because, why do things
not?
have to be practical and, like...
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, this
cool
is
as shit.
but I was talking about how I did the levels in order. And this area was one of the this house as a whole was one of the most complex things that I did up to this point, because you've got like these holes in the roof, and I said this on Twitter, and I just want to say it again because it makes me look better than it should, which is that Dusk was made with Pro Builder. Excuse me. I'm fighting a bit of a cold, so, bear with me here. Dusk was made using Pro Builder, so there was no Boolean operations. Everything you see in this game was meshes that I edited, which means in something like, well, I'm not sure if I think Trench Broom has subtractive operations, right? In most Boolean editors now, what you have is you can like just make this brush that'll just cut a hole in the floor, and that's all you have to worry about. So you could do this really easily. You could do this in like 10 minutes. In Pro Builder, or at least in the version of Pro Builder that I was using for most of Dusk, that was not the case. All of this, I had to just do like loop cuts throughout this whole house and model out all of these holes. So this whole thing took like hours to do. And this is why there aren't very many windows in Dusk, because every window like this, that is now you having to either subdivide like this face and, get the topology all right and stuff, or do loop cuts or things like that. And honestly, the topology of most of the stuff in Dusk sucks because of this, because you just get to a point where it's like, well, I'm not going to try and make this good, I'm just going to try and get it done, And so that's, I don't, like, it's not really Pro Builder's fault, because Pro Builder is ultimately it is a mesh tool. Like, I know Unity's integrated it as their level design tool now, but it really is more like a mesh tool. It's for, like, details and things like that, not really for level geometry. So now, with the New Blood games we're working on now, we're actually using a combination of real-time CSG, which is a level design tool and has all of those nice Boolean operations and stuff, and Pro Builder for details. Anyway, just a little random thing. And I added... here's a... Yay! Macaroni art. I added in these little, like, ivy things. I'm like, oh, I'll make it look like ivy's growing up the house. I don't know how successful they actually look, but, they're a thing. Oh, we should go to...
for the era.
Yeah. What was that, Andrew?
Looks correct for the era.
Yeah. And that's the other thing about Dusk, is a lot of this stuff is like, well, so maybe it's because of my inexperience as a level... Whoops. You know what?
Oh,
maybe it's, some stuff is like, maybe it's my inexperience as a level designer and modeler and things, but also it's kind of appropriate to this era where a lot of developers were inexperienced with that stuff.
So what he just did, kids, using the prop to just bypass a whole section of the level, was one of the things that intrigued me the most whenever we started going through the actual levels that were going to be used for this. Because, like, you just, I don't know, it's something about understanding that, hey, I just want to have some fun, and it, there needs to be a flow to it as well, but you understood that really, really well.
Thank you.
And that was what was super interesting to me, is I was like, it's not just, it doesn't feel like someone's, first try at building a map or something like that. There's actually a really good flow here, and it's really smart, especially where secrets are hidden, and you're using all your stuff. You're using your physics to get to it, and you have to outwit certain parts, and it's puzzles. So it's light puzzles, but they're there.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I appreciated the most about your level design. I thought that was really neat.
Thank you. Someone asked the significance of using Francis Bacon's figure with meat in the game. Nothing other than I think it's a cool painting, and I think it fit well. I wanted to have something that was not Saturn devouring his child, which is what is in every single horror game ever made. And so I just did this, and I said, hopefully... oh, hi. Hopefully there's some...
Oh,
hopefully that me pixelizing it and messing with the palette and stuff is enough for it to fall under fair use YOLO.
Oh, tell them about the secret that you went into.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do that. Oh, and with what Andrew was saying, there's actually an example in the next level that I'll show you of like, where early on I was trying to have it be like there a little bit of Deus Ex-ness to the game, where you could you know, go through areas in different ways. That vanished a little bit as the episodes went on. But yeah, that value was always there with like, you know, okay, well the player can get out of the level in this area, but it's cool, and it's, you know, it's another way they can do it if they want. So we'll just keep that. This is Rachel's.
There was a good amount of debate about like, should we let people like prop jump out of the levels and get out all the time, and every once in a while we get a person who would be like, oh, I can't believe they let you do this, look at this, and we left it like that on purpose, because as a producer, what I realized is 99% of people play the game the intended way. They don't box jump, they don't try to bunny hop out of the invisible walls, they don't try to get out of the level, and they play it fine. But for that 1% of people who really like breaking games, who gives a shit? Leave it in, it's fun. And we put... Thanks, Google. And we... You know, what we found was not only that people love doing that, but when you put all those funny messages out here, how many times, you know, everybody thought they discovered it for the first time. They're like, oh my god, did you see this message that said you're not supposed to be here in Dusk?
Yeah.
You know? So it was definitely the right decision.
They don't
Yeah,
understand
I think
that that's
so
a
too.
level lord reference, I think.
What'd you say?
I don't think they understand that that's a level lord reference.
Oh,
At least some of them did.
so I actually have a confession to make. That was not deliberately a level lord reference.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm interested.
Yeah, no, that was literally just me being like, put something here that's funny that will make them know that, haha, I know you can
There
get
are
out of
so
here.
many. There are so many references to things in Dusk that David has not seen. David has never
Like
seen Event Horizon, but he
Yeah.
made the Event Horizon fucking blade room. Like, there's so many things. There's like Lovecraft references that we never read that David like made levels. And I was like, what? It's really weird. But one day we'll like get into it. But some of it's like really creepy.
Yeah.
Dude.
So
Dude,
this is sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Like that. It's funny that it's not a level lord reference, because Richard, last time I saw him, he was just like, yeah, that Dusk game, that's got a reference from it. And it's like, yeah.
It's so weird how that works. There are a couple of those where I'm like, that actually was not a reference, but
Yeah.
this is,
Okay.
by the way, this is Rachel's secret area. Rachel's my wife. In several, not all of my games, but several of my games, I put a secret for her. Just because it's cute, basically. So there's a we're just gonna do this.
Helicopter.
Yeah, there's one later on for my daughter Lavender that's a bit less overpowered than Rachel's secret area, but you know. These things, by the way, very early addition to Dusk. They literally only exist because I like Stalker. These are basically just anomalies from Shadow of Chernobyl.
Oh, you should have had one that like they rip you apart, like just one random one
Yeah,
in the game.
like that
Takes you
does
up in the air
the
and spins you around.
yeah. All right, let's go through.
Ideas for Dusk 2.
Yeah, I've actually gotten a few ideas for Dusk 2, mostly from playing Prey, like the original Prey. Like, ooh, gravity
There's a lot of
switching.
there's a lot of really cool shit.
We talking about Dusk too? I already wrote the whole script. I
Oh, Lord.
storyboarded it and everything. Oh man, you guys like Azathoth? Oh, you're going to get lots of Azathoth.
As a thought.
Oh, okay. I guess I won't pick up that barrel.
Andrew is kicked out of the stream.
Right
okay,
before
so-
full release. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
This section brings back memories. I remember this was the first action track that
Yep.
we actually made.
First one in the full game. There's of course the threw together
yeah,
the
there's-
one for pre-alpha.
Yeah, in which we actually did we ever put that out?
I don't
Is that
think
in the
so,
goodies
actually.
Folder? should
No,
update that
yeah.
folder. But I remember when we first came up with this part, there was originally a track that was like more horror based for this part of the game. So you came up to it through those woods, and the second that you ran under that big tree that was broken down, it would start. But it was creepy horror music with like bigger drums, and I mean it worked
I think
okay.
I remember that, yeah.
But the second that like I kind of went back and we revised it and we were like, let's go full on, industrial music with this. It fits so well.
I remember because that's like the first big combat sequence, and it was in the episode 1 demo. 'Cause before that, it's the first 2 levels. It's kind of slow and simmy, and we introduce you to basically everything. But that's like the first time where it's like, here's 20 enemies at once and a bunch of props you can throw. And I think for that section, my favorite thing was just how many things could blow up.
Yeah.
And I was like, David, add more trees, more explosive barrels.
More explosive barrels, yeah.
All the physics.
More things that can blow up.
And actually, right before release, I halved the health of the tree prefab in the game, specifically
so
for this
you get more
section.
explosions,
So you get more trees blowing up and stuff.
Oh yeah, that was I remember we have the health of the trees, and then doubled the amount of gibs of the scarecrows and stuff.
Oh
'Cause,
yeah,
when they would explode, it would be like poof, like a few. I was like, they need to explode into like giant bursts of like hay, and then you just times it by 10. I'm like, yes, amazing.
Yeah, I just made it insane. This part, by the way, I spent a lot of time trying to fix this light mapping, and it just wouldn't fix. That's a story, by the way, for a lot of things, a lot of light map errors in Dusk. I'm not going to rag too hard on Enlighten, but I'm also never probably going to do a game with baked lighting again. Well, no, that's hyperbole. I probably will. But, man, light mapping in Dusk was a miserable experience. Like, for all the issues that ended up in the game as far as light maps go, there were like probably half a dozen more that I had to spend time fixing. It was not fun. I got a random rat ambush. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I gotta go to the secret level. Where is the secret level again? Let's see. Down through here. Alright. I would say this level is probably the closest one in the game to the feel and atmosphere that very originally, way at the beginning, I was going for with Dusk. Now, that changed. That changed by the end. Like, this was not the goal of the whole game, but this is more like how I was intending the game to feel when I originally started it.
Yeah, this was super unique. I remember when you wanted a piece of music for this, and it was real minimal. It was very minimalistic.
Yeah,
and
I wanted it to be really ambient.
Yeah, and I totally understood why the second I played it. I was like, oh yeah, this is neat environmental stuff going on.
Yeah, it's just a cool glowy swamp, basically. I think the idea for this, if I remember, oh yeah, I've got a little waterfall. I think the idea for this originally was it's like a swamp and a sewer combined. Because I kind of like doing that thing of just take two things and combine them. That was actually much later on when we get to Crypt of the Flesh. Originally the idea, I don't have that yet. I should go get that. Originally the idea for that level was actually flesh swamp, basically. It was just gonna be this swamp made out of flesh and bone and stuff with all this dirty swamp water and stuff. But I couldn't get it working, so it just turned into Flesh Crypt instead.
Delicious.
It's it is a crypt, and also it's a horrifying body horror flesh place, and also a torture chamber. It's
hey, go back and pick up that candle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of dynamic lighting in the game. Like this.
Oh.
I if you know anyone who's played the, I don't think it does like any damage. Anyways, anyone who's played the pre-alpha probably remember the light switches. You could turn light switches on and off in that house, which didn't end up making it into the final game for a variety of reasons. Excuse me. The main one was that. Oh wait, hold on. There. There we go.
60 OF.
Yeah. This was a controversial control scheme.
Make me sick controls.
Yeah. But the main reason that it changed, or the main reason I took that out was that it wasn't very performant, and it also didn't look quite right. I did want Dusk to look as much like a 90s game as possible. Now there is stuff like the flashlight that is, you know, the projection on the flashlight isn't authentic, stuff like that. But yeah, this, I've always liked how this looked. I'm happy with like the lighting colors and stuff here. You got the nice peeper noise everywhere. Yeah, this I think was my favorite episode 1 level, just because of the whole, you know, how the feel of everything. Once again, I want to toot my own horn. This is all like level mesh stuff, you know, loop cuts and stuff. Now, nowadays I could do that, you know, in like 5 minutes with subtractive operations. So we'll go around here. This is a bit weird. This is the shortcut jump pad to get back here after you've gotten the key. In hindsight, probably not the best level design choice, because what happens is players come around here and they're like, ooh, jump pad, that means I have to go this way, and they end up doing this, and now they're back on this side, and like, what was the point of that? Would have been better if somehow you got the key first before getting to the shortcut
and then the
jump
jump
pad.
pad shows up later somehow.
Or or maybe just have this be a door instead of having the jump pad. I don't know why it didn't do that. I do like this though. I guess it's kind of contrary to how some people would like the levels to be designed, but I did like making this level a bit slower paced and having it be like, oh, there's where I need to get. I'm just gonna have to go backtrack and explore and figure out where to go there.
Classic level design stuff.
Yeah. There's a...
Alright guys, I'm gonna park. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay,
with a real
cool.
connection.
Okay,
Cool.
sounds good. Got all these...
Oh
these
no,
all drop
I'm not.
things.
I'm not Dusk Dude. That's David. That's David doing the hups.
Yeah. Yeah, I did all the Dusk Dude voices, which is like the Hup voice and the Death voice, basically.
Yeah, yeah. I'm Jacob.
Yeah.
That's me.
Here with this. There's the soap.
I also like that how in here, just even in the secret level, it's a little bit of a foreshadowing of what else you're about to walk into.
Like
in the other levels.
As far as
Yeah,
like the pipes with the
like
blowing
the
steam
aesthetic
and stuff.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember this. I think what's coming up here is the most. Yeah, this was the most argued part of episode 1, because I just had this hallway, and originally this was a shortcut back to can't even remember where. It's a shortcut back to somewhere in the level, and for flow reasons it ended up changing. And just, it was a constant, like, Dave being like, this doesn't make sense, and me being like, well, to make this little change, does it make sense now? And being like, and finally we just ended up shipping it like that, and we're like, oh, whatever.
Oh my god. Yes, Chungus, big Chungus. I don't have the right equipment to do that. I'll try. Chungus, big Chungus. There you go. You can clip that.
And this is another case of that, where like this gate puzzle is, it's a bit of a player hang up, but for this level I was I kind of like it because it's just sort of a explory low key level.
Yeah.
This whole area is very Half-Life inspired, by the way.
It's very much so. Whenever you get out of the what's it called? Oh my god. sound like fucking non-fan right now.
What's that one?
The part where the head crab, the zombie, comes up from the floor in the sewers.
Yeah.
Like, and you see it behind the grating.
Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of.
Yeah, that's what it was
second you
based
showed
on.
me. Yeah, it's really good.
Here we are inside a place. All of these, now, I probably should have made these actual windows, like with bars on them for things, so you could look out and see where this is in relation to the rest of the level. Because I'm a very big believer in... Oh, I also should have put a goodie in there. Oh, well. I'm a big believer in the idea of level design. One of the main things you want to do with level design is give the player a good idea of the 3D space they inhabit. And when you're up in here, you don't actually really know where this is in relation to the rest of the level. You can kind of see through here, like, oh, that's that building. But it would have been better if I'd made those actual windows. But, you know, again, this is, you know, I made these in order. This is a very early level that I did, so as with everything in Episode 1, there are some big mistakes that I made. Especially in terms of detailing. Like, this level's fairly well detailed for the most part. I mean, Dusk textures are a bit bad to work with because I kind of just did them all randomly. I didn't make, like, texture sets or anything. But some of the ones later on lack in details they probably should have had. There we go. Get the blue key. Gate raises, and there's our shortcut back.
Raises. Yeah.
Credit where credit is due. Those were Dave's idea to make sure to have like messages that told you what all the buttons and keys and stuff did.
Yeah.
Which was a very good idea.
Yeah. Really good call.
Yeah. Oh, and I just the lighting in this level I like also. The ambient light. Oh, yeah, honestly, I should be doing where's that? Here. Retro palette. Every level in Episode 1 was meant to have this palette on. And then every level in Episode 2 and 3 was made without it. So there is actually no right answer about which way you're supposed to play Dusk, but for this level, this is how it was supposed to look. You know,
look, like that. Look at that fog. That's perfect.
Yeah. You've got this really, you know, it's just like the idea was the filter is kind of does that rotten meat thing, where you start to get that rainbow look of like rotten meat.
Yeah.
And now you can kind of see how the lighting is a little more dramatic with this filter on. You know, you've got more contrast between like the green, you know, desaturated green light coming off of these pools and the really low ambient light and stuff. That's how that was supposed to look.
Looks more like chemicals in the air.
Yeah.
Like low-lying chemicals.
Yeah, it's just supposed to look nasty. And honestly, the filter that I used for it, like the way I accomplished that effect, was really inelegant. We're doing a similar thing with Gloomwood. The Gloomwood has a similar filter, but it's much more sophisticated and like well integrated into the look, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll play all of Episode 1 with this filter on, and then we'll turn it off afterward. There's supposed to be a oh, there he is. You can hear
Leather
nice...
boy.
That's one of the sounds that I did. The sound work was a combination of Andrew and I. Some of the sounds are me, some are Andrew's, some are both Andrew and I.
It's like about 60-40, 60 you, 40 me, yeah.
Where's the switch for this? I think it's over
I
here,
never
right?
could figure that out.
Yeah, there we go.
I shouldn't say that on stream. Oh, there it is!
Yeah.
Okay. you sly devil.
Yeah. And I think this doesn't count as a secret. Yeah, that doesn't count as a secret. That, for some reason, Dave had an issue with that counting as a secret. I don't know why, but so it's not a secret. There are a couple things like that where it's just like Dave had opinions about the thing, so we just changed it. Like, whatever.
Now that I think about it, it's probably closer to like 70-30. Like, I did a lot of atmosphere stuff, but I didn't really do very many sound effects.
I think most of the atmospheric sounds ended up being your work. There are a few that are mine. Almost all of the action, the sound effects for things were me.
Yeah.
Oh,
like at one point they did need to be cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, the weapon sounds were the main one where you helped clean them up.
there was, I mean, other than that, it's mainly a Szymanski show.
Yeah, well, I consider the sound work half and half, honestly,
Okay.
because like it's not really down to the number of things. It's really down
It's-
to like
it's
the
what
impact
it
they
combines
have.
to, yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
and I would say like some of the atmospheric sound work you did has an immense impact, even though like the total. I think in total number I did more sound effects, but number
Ooh,
doesn't really matter as
E1M3.
much. Yeah, so this one, again, you can see with the limited palette on, now you get the nice, like,
Yeah.
pitch black silhouettes of the tree limbs. That was really important for me in this level. I wanted it to be, like, a very Halloween-y looking thing.
Yeah.
There's
Hello?
a couple chat questions.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. You're
Is this
okay.
better? I don't have, I'm on my laptop. I don't have, like, a headset.
You're okay.
Okay. I'll speak very closely into the thing.
No. Please speak far away.
Yeah. So
where
let me
do
answer. We're in
where do I
E1M3 now. Let me answer a few chat questions. Why was a sewer part needed? I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool. I mean,
Sewer level, that's why.
yeah, sewer level. Someone said, "Does the sword have an origin?" Just thought it'd be cool. I think that.
How do I
the
watch the stream?
Twitch maybe.
Yeah, but then it'll be delayed, right?
Yeah, I think Andrew's delayed also.
Yeah, I'm delayed. I'm watching it.
Yeah,
all
it's
good.
not
watch
too
on-
much of a delay.
You just
Yeah,
watch it
just
on
Um,
Twitch?
I just have the volume down. Yeah.
So the sword, if I remember correctly, I'm gonna have to dig into my old files. I have a bin of them. I'm gonna have to dig into those and see how many DUSK design documents are in there. Because DUSK, in case anyone doesn't know, was a game that I was planning since I was like 14. And I think one of the original weapons was a sword, and that was just because I was like, Gothic game, sword. So, there's a sword. Just thought it was cool. It's made to look a little bit like Boromir's sword in Lord of the Rings, but not completely.
I keep seeing some things about the music here.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. I'm
Da-
just
Da-
gonna-
David actually had most of the direction for this track.
Did
he
I?
actually gave. Yeah. You remember you were like you gave me a specific scale. I can't remember what it was. It was like. Can't remember if you were like used whole tones or something like it wasn't that. But
Oh,
like,
a lot
you
of
were
open
like,
fifths. I'll
Yeah,
bet.
you were like,
Yeah.
hey, use a bunch of open fifths. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
And it just kind of spiraled into this thing where I like. David said, hey, this is supposed to be. He's like, it's probably not going to be like this, but this is supposed to be the last time that you see daylight. Like it's daylight setting, so just give them something like it's like your last glimpse of the sun before the shit hits the fan.
Yeah, which of
And-
course didn't end up being true in the full game, but
No, but I feel like it still served its purpose pretty well.
yeah,
Like because you didn't see it for a while, and it still felt like you were doing a gloomy crawl the entire time.
yeah,
But this track in particular, a lot of people like, and I really like the way it came out too.
yeah, me too.
But it wouldn't have come out that way had you not given that direction with it. That's for sure.
I didn't remember that at all. That's
Yeah, that was-
I think
that was a-
overall we worked together very well on the music
Yeah,
because
I'd say so
there was a lot of back and forth, and I don't think either of us felt like we had anything to prove, even though we're both composers. There wasn't like I'm gonna tell him to do this to show that I'm the better composer or whatever.
Yeah,
It's just
we weren't comparing dick sizes.
Yeah. So
Hey,
this
let's make cool.
yeah. This level isn't a. Yeah. there's the particle effects for the scarecrow. This level is one where I kind of wanted to do the Deus Ex thing. Of there's a few ways you can bypass different things, basically just for fun. Like one is here, where you can use a box to crouch jump up into the church if you want to. There's not necessarily an advantage. It's just another way you can do. It makes I think it makes the experience a little bit richer just to have that feeling of, well, the world is, the world has rules and stuff that govern it, and you can use those to get outside of the one path. Another example would be.
I think-
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I remember when the first time, because you don't originally, like I said, like I was saying before, most people just go through the front door, right?
Yeah.
I remember the first time, I think it was Cam or something, he was just like, he just threw the box through the window and jumped through the window, and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess you can do that. It's one of those things with Dusk where you just figure out that you can do stuff like that, and but it's not immediately apparent. Which is kind of the point. That's what makes it more immersive. You think anytime a player goes, "What if I did this? Would that work?" And then it does. It gives you that kind of that aha, like, "Oh, I feel so smart."
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that really makes it special. This was, oh my god! Remember the water controls and how fucked this was, like, originally?
Yeah. Yeah. So as you can see, I'm going actually through this area backwards because I crouch jumped over the gate. That was intentional. Like that was intentionally left in.
I remember we went back and forth so much on this water thing because it makes no sense. Like the water tunnel, it makes no physical sense that this works like this.
No, and a lot of for episode 1 especially, I struggled a lot with like how realistic should the level design be and how abstract. Because one thing I did want to do is capture the whole like abstract level design thing that Doom did. And so that's why some areas in episode 1 are a bit odd, where they're like semi-realistic and kind of not, because it was like, there was this conflict.
My whole thing was that everything should be plausible, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Why? And I remember the moment that we had
do this if you want.
where in E1M2, what are you doing? What are you doing with that gas can?
Oh, I'll show you. This is.
Hank says if we don't look at his gravestone, he's never testing.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we need to. So this is the other way. You can go. You can just rocket jump over the gate if you want. So again, and there's no like advantage to this. You're just going through the level backwards because why not? It's cool. I'll go. Yeah, we'll go find Hank's gravestone.
Before you go over to that gravestone real quick, can I just say that the second that I saw PC Gamer use that block to bust out the window and jump through the first time, I hadn't seen that done yet, and I was like, oh shit. Like, for a second I was like, oh my god. And then I was like, oh no, that's actually really cool.
Yep. Yeah. It was intended.
Yeah, because blocks destroy trees.
Yep.
He's gonna go to the grave, Hank. But like I was saying, so in E1M2, remember there's behind the house, there's a demon goat.
Yep. Here we go. Hank, I'll tell the story behind this in a second.
Yeah. Here lies Hank. He was too good for endless mode. There he is. And I was like, why is there a goat back there? You're like, I don't know. I wanted to put a goat back there. I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe put like a little rope and a peg so it looks like he like escaped from his like leash or something. And you're like, sure, I guess. And then some streamer was playing it, and they went back there, and they're like, "Oh, there's a goat back here. Oh, look, he got off his chain." I was like, "Aha!" See?
It was really annoying to me at first, but now I'm like, yeah, no, Dave was totally right about that.
It's the little bits of everything. It's not hard. That's like one of the things where I made you start every level where the last one ended.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to, and I hate when games don't do that, especially because we're telling a story here, and it's not hard to just kind of make the area you leave from and the area you start at the next one connected somehow. And some of them are pretty like whatever, but some of them work really well. And I think in the end it was definitely worth it and added toward the environmental storytelling, whereas a lot of games are just like new level, new level, new level, and there's no cohesion to them.
Yeah. So the story behind the gravestone is Hank, who is one of our QA guys now. He was just a fan of the game, and Hank is crazy. And he is a massive Serious Sam fan. He's basically a fan of anything where you can just go fast and kill a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, also, real quick, do we have like the VOD settings on for this so it saves the stream?
I think it should save it automatically. It saved.
No, you have to like enable that, dude.
Well,
It saved him automatically before for me.
Yeah,
it saved my last one.
Did it save your postal one or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Pretty assuredly. Someone tell me if I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, chat. Is this gonna save?
Yeah.
Do our job for us.
Popular clips, unfiltered Chungus.
VOD is on.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh my god, this Twitch interfaces. Yeah, your postal stream was like what, 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, save that. That's
You
good.
have to highlight
Okay.
the entire stream
Um,
to make sure
Postal,
archive.
Postal 4 has no box art on Twitch.
No, it
Mike,
doesn't.
Mike, get your shit together. Vince, come on.
Look at this terrible prop placement here. So Hank's a crazy guy, and he was obsessed with Dusk Endless mode. He's just like, I think at one, he was just obsessed with it, and he messaged me and was like, if I can get to, I think it was 10,000 points in Endless mode. Now this is pre-alpha Endless mode. This is a one where the scoring was a lot different. And 10,000 points was an insane, number of points at that time. I think now it's much easier to do that, but he's like, if I can get to 10,000 points or whatever, will you put a secret for me in the game? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So he played for, I think, 7 hours straight, and the game crashed right before he got to 10,000. I'm like, well, the secret's going in anyway. And then we hired him also. Because it's like, this man is insane, and I need him to test Endless mode at the very least. So that's how Hank got a QA job. Oh, I need to go in here. Alright, and we have this tutorial prompt again. Make sure... No... Do I even need this? Hold on, I got a message from the wife. Let's see. Is she telling me that she's leaving me? Maybe? Let's see. Oh, no, just that shopping with our daughter was terrible because our daughter is in a mood today. Okay. Having a toddler is an interesting experience, let me tell you that. It's sort of like having a YouTube comment section with legs and a voice.
That's an interesting analogy.
Yeah, except that it's adorable. Alright, so this
And
part,
toxic. Yeah.
before I do this,
The rats.
The rats part.
I think what was it originally before? I'm like, just add because I wanted a place to introduce the machine gun, right?
Yeah. I don't
and
even remember what it
was.
was originally. What I remember is that through several iterations, several crit sessions, I would add more rats, and you were like, add more rats. And I'm just finally, I was just like, screw this, fine. And so I filled like every available empty space behind that door with rats. Just like, screw it, this is enough rats now. And then we did the build, and Dave's like, this is enough rats.
Yeah.
So here is
Yeah,
enough rats. We'll see if they all come through, because I alerted
originally,
some
I think
earlier.
he gave- Originally, I think it was a shotgun over there, but yeah, you could do this real quick. Because the whole point eventually was to, this is the first time we actually give you the machine gun, and then, the trick with introducing weapons is you introduce the weapon, and then you show the person how to use the weapon. You give them
Right.
something to use it on, right? So we give you the machine gun, and then, well, what would a machine gun be good for? I'm like, I don't know, how about 50 rats that you just have to shoot at? And it
Also,
works really
foreshadowing
well, and then-
for things later.
Oh, yeah. And then I, whatchamacallit, again, with the plausibility, I'm like, well, why would there be a machine gun there? You're like, I don't know. I'm like, we'll add a bed and a dead soldier or something, and you're like, sure, fine.
Yeah. Dead soldiers ended up being the
Dead
solution for a
soldier
lot
ended
of
up being
things.
such a thing. We're like, why would the key be here? I don't know, put a dead soldier. That
Yeah.
looks like it fell off a dead soldier. Put a dead soldier there.
And again, this is just, it's supposed to look somewhat era appropriate. Like, it's not supposed to look that, like, you can tell this is just a flat texture with trees on it. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
I
That was
remember-
it's supposed to look like that.
Yeah, originally it was just mostly black, and this
Yeah.
was another time where I was like, more plausible, make it look like the countryside.
Yeah,
Like,
well, no,
they-
originally it was actually just looking down into the void.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's another light mapping issue. Again, tried to fix them when I could. Okay, now we have, do we have the red key? No, not yet. Red
Happy
key.
little trees.
If you destroy these, they all have skulls in them. Just because, Oh, one has a bone, I guess. You'll notice there's a lot of red light in Dusk. A lot of red and yellow light. I think I learned during the making of Dusk that I have a weird thing for red and yellow light. Because there's a lot of it. A lot of...
Ah.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, any questions that I missed? Let's see. Doesn't look like it, I don't think. Alright. Out we go. We now have the red key.
Are
So
you
now
watching on YouTube too, Andrew? I guess we should monitor YouTube. Is anybody monitoring YouTube?
Yes, I have chat up.
Okay. Oh,
If
I
you
have
jump
Twitch
off the
chat
cliff,
up,
there
okay.
is an Easter egg, yeah. Alright, now we go through the red door. Oh no, it actually collapsed under us. Ah, now we're in Doom.
Oh yeah.
I will fully admit that the Doom this place in Doom looks better than the place in Dusk. It looks a
Oh
lot.
wow, the YouTube stream is way behind the Twitch one.
Oh, is it? Okay. That's
yeah,
okay.
You're still. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. This is a very obvious reference that I think that everybody got. Like, I feel like this was always my most fun thing. Remember when like the jump pad wouldn't work in here?
Wasn't it the one? It was the one in episode 3 that wouldn't work, wasn't it?
No, this one. Remember we had problems with this one. When you would go back down, it wouldn't bounce you all the way back
Oh
up.
yeah,
Oh.
I remember that.
There.
So this.
Um,
Oh, sorry.
Vomit.
Yeah. So this lighting is. It's very deliberately like that to get the banding effect, because then you get a visual reference for the speed you're going.
Yeah.
If it were just all, you know, lit the same, it wouldn't be quite as striking. These are things that I thought while designing, I thought would work out. Whenever I'm designing levels or things, I'm always just like, this seems like it should work. Let's do it.
Yeah, oh, and see now you can see how the scarecrow just blow up into
Yeah,
flames.
it's much more
This is
satisfying.
also
that way.
one of the first level. A lot of people would get lost on this level a lot,
Yeah.
and we went back and forth with the cave under the church a lot.
Yeah.
It was hard for people to see, so we added more boards, and then I think I had you add some emissive lights under.
Yep.
I'm like, people are still, and that's one of the things you should really do when designing games is watch people play your game.
Yeah.
Take it to shows, give it to random people, and don't say anything. Don't tell them how to play it. Don't tell them where to go. Just watch and see where they get lost and where they get stuck. And if it happens to a lot of people, fucking fix it.
Uh-huh.
We
I
added-
totally thought that was
so
a
much-
Quake reference there.
We added so much lore here. Yeah, you
Yeah.
thought this was a Quake reference. I'm like, I think it's just a room, bro.
Which
I
which
don't-
one?
The bridge. For some
Oh.
reason, I kept thinking that was some kind of Quake reference.
It does
or-
look a little quaky. It's
It does look
yeah,
kinda
just a
quakey.
room.
Yeah.
Like I said,
And
a
then
lot of
the-
episode 1, and I was just like, I don't know. I'm just trying my best to compare to old level design. Just make cool shapes, make it look cool with lighting. Like, just hopefully it'll work.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we have little bits
going
of-
back and doing the lore pass. We added all this writing on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
It's E1M2 in Quake. That's exactly what I was thinking of. That's a good call in chat.
That's another thing where
Yeah, you're right.
Where David just makes references to things accidentally.
Yeah. Someone asked a couple questions actually. Is the goat enemy inspired by the witch? Yes, directly. You seem to have a great ability in building atmosphere in all your games. Thank you. What would you say you think is the key element in building it? Lighting, or ambient? Context. This is what I rag on about constantly, is that I don't believe that anything can work on its own. It only works in relation to what comes before and what comes after. There are actually a bunch of cases in Dusk where I tried to utilize this. I'll try and point them out as they happen. Is there any really going on in this level that I can... Maybe not so much. It's more later on I started doing that with things like, having big changes in, like, the space, for instance, like going from enclosed spaces to not enclosed spaces, which to make the not enclosed spaces impact you more. I think always keeping that in mind is key in designing not just atmosphere, but just levels in general. Like if you have somewhere that's just dark and gloomy all the time, it'll be atmospheric at first, but eventually the player's just going to get jaded to it. Dark and gloominess, it feels maximum dark and gloomy when you know that sunlight also exists.
Maximum dark and gloomy. That's
Yeah.
the name of Dusk and Maximum Action put together.
Yeah. So, here's our first boss fight, the Intoxicator. He has...
Yeah,
let's
we
see
can
if you
talk
can...
about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can see it. He has like, what are those called? Like moonshine jugs on his back, piping into his brain. They don't come through quite as well in the final model, but, why is he the intoxicator? I don't know, I just thought it was funny.
My pet. You'll pay.
Of course, we have... He's got all these bottles littered around, and we'll have to look at the... There's Son of Intoxicator. His little baby Intoxicator.
Yeah, so we could talk about that
Yeah.
a bit. So
Oh, can we
remember-
talk about this stupid thing? This
Hang
button?
Oh my god, yeah, we'll talk
Yeah.
about that in a second. Hang on, I'm tweeting.
Okay.
Obviously.
Oh yeah, the button.
Oh my god, the
my
button. Speaking
God.
of having people watch your game.
I hate this thing. I hate it so much.
So, hang on, I lost the stream. Well, so first of all, Intoxicator, I remember originally he was like way less. He didn't have a lot going on. I had to keep telling you, like, you know, he needs more splish splosh. He needs to, like,
Yeah.
you know, he needs to be heavier. When he walks around, you're like, Dave, I don't know what the fuck you mean more splish splosh when
Yeah.
he jumps. I was like, listen to me. And eventually he just, you know, was like, he needs to turn faster and like really feel like a boss. But he was always kind of dumb. And then we added Son of Intoxicator, which is the cutest. That was like a really late addition.
That's
That was
great.
like when we were finishing the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
But
very
always
late.
think so. The reason there's that button there, and you can't just go to, the doors because so we wanted you, you know, because then you'd just be able to skip it, right?
Yeah, and you
and
can
we
still
wanted-
skip it, but it
Yeah,
had to
but
be a
the
little
door,
hard.
the door lowers slowly.
Yeah.
But we didn't want it to be too easy. But the problem is, and we watch people play this game, and it still happens, is after you do that, the switch on the wall used to be on the other side of that pillar,
Yeah,
right?
it was over here.
Nobody found it. They beat Intoxicator and then go all the way back through the level being like, where do I go? How do I
Yeah.
get to the end of the level? And the switch, so we put it on the other side. Go look at the other side where it is now. See, you don't even see it. Turn your flashlight off, though. Probably help.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
where it is now.
So it was over there, and it was one of those flippy switches, and nobody saw it. So
Uh-huh.
then David's like, okay, let's add a button switch with the big green thing. And nobody saw it. So then we added the button switch, and David put a blue light on it, and it looks like it does now, and people still miss the goddamn
Yeah.
button. That
And then I
button
gave
right
up.
there. Yeah, I know we gave up. People still miss it all the time.
Yeah.
And then they miss the exit, which I agree with. So to get out of it, once the door lowers, you have to go through that little tunnel to the left.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, and I was like, well, if anything, add some more light coming out of it so you can see it. But yeah, people struggle with the exit to this level still to this day. And if we
Yeah.
had to do it, we'd probably change something about it.
Yeah, so there's E1M3. Another one of my favorite levels in episode 1, actually. That might be my second favorite.
Everybody loves it. I mean, the atmosphere is really great. Like, you know, you load it up. It's got the sunset. The leaves are falling off the trees. It's got that really great atmospheric track. Dun, 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 dun. It's really one of those. It reminds me a lot of Blasphemous, where we don't
Yeah.
bombard you with anything, and we just kind of let you see this space and explore the space first. And the space doesn't really interact with you until you interact with it. Unlike Steamworks, which I feel like people don't love as much.
This is probably the weakest level in episode
Yeah.
1, in my opinion.
Yeah, sewer
Um,
maze level.
Yeah,
It added some cool stuff to it. Though.
I'll walk through some of what I was trying to do here that didn't quite pan out. First thing is, it doesn't feel quite how it was supposed. I have like these pipes along the wall and everything like that, because it's supposed to feel like you're in sort of like this underground back, you know, maintenance room sort of place.
Also,
of
I
some
love that we called it Steamworks.
Yeah.
That's
Because
really
it's a
good.
clusterfuck.
Yeah,
It's like,
fair enough.
Steamworks.
Yeah,
Sorry
accurate.
if
ain't
anyone
it?
from Valve is watching.
Yeah. Here's a color contrast thing, I guess. Like, you know, it's like green in there, it's blue in here. There's a bunch of things like that that I do. Just, I don't know if all of them work or not. Okay, here's the first thing. I thought it would be really cool if you go into here and you got something. You get the shotgun, which is what you get there, and a yellow key. And then
Monster.
and then you're just like, okay, now what do I do? and you
Yeah,
go
we
back,
We redid this a lot.
and it's changed. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
there's stairs now. No one notices
Yeah.
that. They
And this is another
Yeah.
thing that really confused people, especially. So what I had you do, because it was another thing where we watched people play, was remember that you used to be able to go back out that way.
You
Remember?
can now. There's this hidden switch.
Yeah,
But
so
we
there's
hid
a hidden
it.
switch, but it
Yeah.
used to be you'd go back around, and because of that, people would go that way, and nobody would go back and find the new staircase. Because why would you do that?
Yeah.
So what we did is we closed that off unless you find that hidden switch, and now people tend to find it a lot easier.
It works a
because
bit better. It's still a bit of a
Yeah.
whiffed, thing.
Yeah, I think.
but
Well, I think
whatever.
as we went along, I think after watching people play the game and seeing how they navigated the levels, the design, definitely played into
Yeah.
that. In episode 2 and 3, you never see people getting lost or not figuring out how to get out of the level.
Yeah. Well, again, I was learning as I went, really.
Yeah.
Like, I really didn't do any sort of what you call level design before this point. The closest would be with Pit, probably, which, that's just sort of a Wolfenstein-y looking game. And all, like, the horror games I did were just... You wouldn't call that level design in the same way. That's more just making an area. So there was a bunch that I had to learn, and on the fly. I kind of like this area. I like the brutalist shapes. Right now I'm playing, Dave, by the way, I'm playing with the limited palette on, because visually Episode 1 was designed to
made
have
for that. Yeah,
Yeah, but when we get to 2 and 3, we'll turn it off.
sure.
Because they were not designed to have it on. Alright. I think there was...
This was another big combat encounter
Yeah.
where Andrew did a dank track for, which I can't hear because it's playing with screen music.
Oh, should I turn...
I had extended that track.
Should I turn the game audio up?
Oh no, I haven't muted.
Oh, okay.
I can
Yeah, it's a good track.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, I just hear myself like this. That's pretty sweet.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's good, right? That's good. Yeah. Talk back.
Oh, God. Ugh. The worst.
All
Double
this
me.
smoke.
Double the me. Who's talking here? It's Dave. It's 3 of us. So David is playing the game, and then me, Dave, and then Andrew. Say hi, Andrew.
Hello.
Yeah, and this is one level where I feel like it could have probably benefited from me. I was nervous about, like, again, trying to make stuff that had the whole Doom abstract level design thing. Here, let me stop the music first.
Yeah, this part is very Doom.
Yeah, well, I was trying to get that, Doom and Quake abstract level design, but also trying to make areas that were kind of based in the real world, and I think this level is a good example of where that didn't exactly pan out, because, this area feels very abstract and not really grounded in what the level is supposed to be, which is, that, like, maintenance, steamy, pipe, backroom sort of feel. And then you get into this area, and it's like, I've got this random fancy curved staircase going on, which doesn't fit the theme at all. I just thought it looked cool. I've got this, which is, an interesting shape, but again, doesn't fit the theme. Stuff like that. This is neat looking, but again, doesn't fit the... there's just a bit of a conflict of ideas going on. I think it does work in the sense that it is at least interesting, and it is kind of era appropriate to do this, but maybe not quite as effective as it could have been. Just in hindsight. I like this area. I think it looks really nice to have the orange, radiating up from here, contrasting with the blue and the green.
Yeah, that was really cool whenever I first saw it. I thought that this area in particular was really neat.
Yeah, this is a cool area.
Oh, holy shit, so we got at New Blood. We got the Twitter account. The Twitter guys did it.
Oh,
We're
awesome.
not the New Bloods anymore. They didn't tell me that. They just told me they put in the request, so now it's just at New Blood.
Here's a bit of this. This was added with the final story pass,
Yeah.
having a little bit of like, okay, some guy was probably, ignore the weird collision, but some guy was working on this machine and dropped his key or something. Push this to open these doors. Well, I'll go through the secret. Well, let me take care of these guys first.
Also, the text on the wall stuff was
Yeah.
added in a little later, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
As story.
With the
I think
Jacob-
there was a a bit of a difference of opinion as far as story went in how much of it should be in Dusk, because I had come... I remember this clearly, that I'd come off of doing, 4 very heavily story-driven, like, walking sim horror games. Oh, there'll be an interesting story about this also. And so I went into... Dusk was like me being burnt out by that and just being like, I just want to do a retro FPS. I just want to do something really gameplay-focused and etc., etc. Now, Dave was coming off of doing Rise of the Triad, which was that, and he was like, I remember you specifically telling me, Dave, you're like, I don't want to do an FPS without a story again. So, throughout development, there was this sort of unspoken disagreement of me not really caring to add that much story, and Dave wanting to add in lore.
Yeah,
and so,
I liked it being, it's abstract enough, and there's enough of it where, and I think obviously we've seen now, and also we made it up as we went along.
Oh yeah,
and,
totally.
And the fans
and that's actually
totally, we've kind of just went with fan theories as it went along, and we'll talk about that later. But most of it didn't come together till the very end, especially in episode 1. We were just kind of making levels. But then as 2 and 3 episodes came along, we really started to figure out what we were doing. And obviously the parallels are really obvious, Half-Life and stuff like that. We do a lot of the obvious things. Hey, there's a dope fish.
Yeah.
But we wanted to have this nice mix of, okay, there's a story here. There's enough of it to keep you going, right? To be like, I want to know, who is this voice that's talking to me? What's going on? Who is this cult? Why is the military here? And then putting those... the Doom style episode ending screens at the end, which I love those. It just be like, okay, I want to, keep going. It's the kind of game where, it's not just like you're playing levels to play them. You keep going. And I think a lot of people I've seen with Dusk, especially since you could blow through it in about, 4 to 6 to 8 hours, is they want to keep going. They at least, I've never seen anybody not play through a whole episode when they play the game.
Yeah.
It's not one of those games where you just play a few levels and put it down because it's just, playing it for catharsis. You play it because it has a story. But then we've got endless mode and shit like that for people who just want to bounce around and shoot stuff.
Yeah. So a couple of things in here. So speaking of story, I had an entirely different story written for Dusk that almost all of which is not in the game. The only remnant of that, or one of the only remnants of that, is you picking up treasure for morale. And that's because originally there was this big, sort of alternate reality thing of this being this whole place you're in being something kind of similar to the Zone in Stalker. This text right here is another remnant of that, because originally the idea was the big main bad guy that you face at the end is actually sort of a the space of Dusk, the town and everything like that, is actually a living entity. All these levels you're going through are just sort of this abstract living entity, and at the end you face that somehow. This is the only remnant of that. Of course, that didn't end up being the case at all.
What do they call that? The turtle? What is that?
Oh, you mean the turtle with the world on its back?
Yeah.
Sort of that. It was more like riffing on the idea that is also kind of in Stalker of the Zone itself being a living thing.
Yeah.
It was kind of going to be that, but we didn't end up going in that direction. I also wanted to point out that again, this color scheme here works a lot better with limited palette on, because then you're getting these little bits of purple here when you go from orange to blue. You get that really nice, deeply saturated contrast between the orange and the blue, stuff like that. What I'm saying is, if you've never played Dusk with limited palette on, at least try episode 1 with limited palette on to see.
Yep.
Okay, I have the blue key now, so right, more combat again.
More combat? Yeah, we haven't kicked out in multiplayer yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on! Put me in multiplayer, do it now!
Oh, there was a question. Hold on, there were a couple. How does the lore tie into the comic? The comic is canon.
Yeah, so the comics basically it's based on the game. So
Yeah.
we were sending Jacob stuff as early as possible, and he's still working on it to finish like off the rest of the game within
Yeah.
the comics. So we're just gonna update it for free, and eventually we're gonna print it in like in a real like graphic novel like book.
Yeah.
Which will
And
be
someone-
really cool
Sorry.
when we finally do a big box version.
Yeah, which I can't wait for. Someone also asked, how did the rotating weapons thing come about? Dave
always in
actually, inadvertently, because I thought that since you're not reloading in Dusk, but people are going to be pressing R automatically, I was like, it should do something cool.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it do something kind of like in the Rise of the Triad remake, this game that I like,
Yeah.
where weapons,
Oh, God,
you know,
but I forced them to do it in that game. Too.
Yeah.
If any game where you have infinite ammo, you should be able to reload just because it's stupid and fun.
Now,
People
Dave,
still
if I
think-
remember correctly, wasn't the story... Oh, by the way, you can destroy all these boxes for no reason. Wasn't the story behind that you did have reloading originally in there, but it sucked? And so you guys took it out, but just...
Yeah, well, in whatchamacallit, so the original doesn't, obviously, right?
No,
And
yeah.
then with the pistol, you always had infinite ammo for pistols and your MP40. But like people hit R anyway, and we're like, why not just make reload animations? And I loved, and two of the coolest reload animations, and people still talk about them, which I think is cool. The dual pistol animation. Which
Oh,
we
it's so
based
good,
on-
yeah.
We based on I remember that shot in the original Rise of the Triad trailer, which is just me jumping over a pit of spikes.
And it's one of the
reloading.
best shots!
And
It's
because
so
we didn't have
good!
any enemies then. And we
Yeah.
didn't have, we made so much shit in that trailer. Me and Fred made it like the night before QuakeCon in our hotel room. And we had no enemies, there was no AI, so I just had to like, what's cool? I was like, let me jump over that pit of spikes and do the reload. And everybody saw that, they're like, oh, that's so sick.
It's stuck in my mind, like,
Yeah.
seeing that. I was, by the way, I was a big Rise of the Triad 13 fanboy.
Yeah,
Even though it's a super janky game and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. I think Civi said it the best. Like, it's janky as fuck, but its heart's in the right place.
Yeah.
You know, it was the first game we ever made. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We just make mods before. Like, we'll just build this like a giant mod. It'll run fine, whatever. 7,000 draw calls in one scene. The performance will be fine. Right, Unreal Engine 3.
Narrator, it was not.
Whatever. Well, maybe one day we'll go back and fix it. Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yaniv did that reload animation, didn't it? Who was it?
No, it was the Russian kid, Daniil.
Oh yeah, Daniil. That's
Yeah,
right.
Daniil.
Okay.
We seal of approval. All the animations in Rise of the Triad were done by a 16-year-old Russian kid.
Wow,
named
really?
Daniil, which is he's pretty good. And it was all hand keyed too. And I remember it was that, and then the MP40 one, because we didn't do a traditional MP40. It's like flipped sideways.
Uh-huh.
And we're like, how do we reload this? And somebody had the idea, it might have been me, to have two magazines taped together. And I was like, well, let's do it where if you reload it the first time, you flip them, and then the second time you just throw it away, and a new one just pops out magically.
Yeah.
And they did it. And like in hindsight, I'm like, wow, that is the feature creepiest, produceriest bullshit that you can ask for. Oh
It's
my
so
God.
cool, though. It
I
was,
know,
it was worth
like,
it.
I should have been asking to like make the game run better. Also, I wasn't the producer of the game. I was like the marketing guy who just happened to
Oh,
be,
really?
like,
I thought you were a producer.
No, I was investor and marketing PR dude.
Yeah.
But also because I was like the main investor, obviously I had a lot of say, and it kind of just turned out being like this the direction, which is why it's so all over the place, was like a mix between me, Fred, and Terry, and then like Hijazi and some of the level guys and Leon, obviously. There was everybody. That's one of those projects where like everyone was a lead. Which
Yikes.
is why it's such a mishmash of ideas, but
Yeah.
you know.
All the
fact
best
that
ones
game
were yours,
came
of
out
course,
is a
right?
miracle. Huh?
All the best ones were
What'd you say?
yours, of course, right?
Yeah, turn on the machine. I was gonna tell you to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little bits of this is you know, I think the interactive parts of Dusk kind of went by the wayside once
Oh, it's so immersive. I'm so
Yeah.
immersed.
once we got into the later episodes, but
Oh, careful with that.
there's
That's
you know,
where
still
Dave
little
does
bits
it.
of, and this will hurt you.
Hey!
This will technically hurt enemies too. Hold on, a couple questions here.
Hey.
Why every gun has its purpose, so why are the pistols underpowered? Because it's a retro FPS.
Yeah, the pistols are great.
Light probes. No, I did not use light probes. Someone asked if all the lighting is baked, did you use light probes? No, I hacked together the jankiest lighting solution for dynamic things ever, which essentially just every object in Dusk uses, or every dynamic object uses Unity's standard shader, and I basically just had a system where these, this array of light points and distances was made, and any dynamic object would find the closest one and adopt its light setting. Because I tried light probes and they sucked. I think they were kind of even broken at that point in that version of Unity. And they also didn't really look that authentic to me. And so I was like, I'll just do this thing, I guess. What is... Oh, and also, speaking of light mapping, I talked about it on Twitter with the whole screenshot thread, but there was this one light mapping issue I ran into that was a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And it turned out to it turned out to have to do with putting stuff in the level at like really extreme coordinates, and I was an idiot and would just do that. And so I think I ended up fixing those issues in every other level except this one. And there's one part at the end I'll point out where there's still the light mapping artifacts in this level, and that kind of... They look like you can kind of pretend that they're just supposed to be, you know, burn marks or something like that, and it's okay, but they don't look that great. So, were there other questions? Why is the soap the best weapon in the game? I talked about that earlier. It's basically just because I thought it was funny to do.
Are you looking at the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat?
Both.
Okay. Yeah,
I
saw
guess
some
there's...
questions in...
Yeah, let me know if there are any I missed in Twitch chat.
Someone said, "Who are you guys?" You know, we're the developers of the game or something. We should put like our little pictures on the screen or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you came to the stream, you should know who's here. But I mean, maybe it's just on the front page or some shit.
Yeah, I am the main developer.
Guys? What have you done with Dusk developers?
Yeah, I'm the main developer. Dave was the co-designer / producer. Andrew was the sound guy / music guy / other things.
I remember we redid this lunch because this
VO,
was
yeah.
kind of empty originally, and I was just like, and then the crystals came later, and I was like, let's throw some crystals in here. And that was another one of those things where I was like, more barrels, more enemies.
Yeah.
More floating barrels, more trees. Someone said any movies that inspired Dusk. I mean, obviously, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep, that's the main one.
Yeah.
It's my favorite horror movie of all time.
There's a lot of parallels to Mandy, which actually came out, I think, after we were done with Dusk.
Yeah.
And in my headcanon, Mandy is the prequel to Dusk. Hey, no, it's the penis. It's the penis.
Yeah. So, okay, a couple of things in here. There's the light mapping artifacts. No. Hold on. Here, let me turn off the filter for a second. You can see them. There's the light mapping artifacts. Now imagine that happening on entire levels, and that was what was going on. It sucked. In this case, it's like you can kind of pretend it's something else, I guess. Now this machine, this is a real machine. This is a real machine in Oil City, Pennsylvania, I think I found, and I photo sourced it badly and put it in the game. And then Dave was like, "David, that's a penis." I'm like, well,
that's such a penis. It's the most penis-y looking thing I've ever seen. More than a penis.
These no trespassing signs, by the way, are.
We're working on the Switch port. It's our next thing after the SDK and stuff. Like it runs on Switch fine. We just haven't had time to actually like work on it because we've been working on all this other stuff, plus Maximum Action and Medieval, all our other games. But yeah, so like now once the SDK is out, which is really soon, hopefully next week, like we're gonna get the Switch port ready. We'll have it at PAX East again. But then yeah, sometime next year, and then we gotta work with Nintendo. We might have to change some of the levels to make them easier to get through with you know, with Switch controller and stuff, you know, maybe like widen some hallways and stuff, but it won't take us too long once Scott and Cam actually start working on it.
I forgot to mention that on this soundtrack, I really wanted violin because it's sort of like a rustic.
Oh, it's got the scratchy like.
Yeah.
It's actually David playing.
Yeah, it's me playing violin, because violin is my instrument. That's
Nerd.
what I have my... Yeah, I know. That's what I have my degree
Play
in.
guitar, bass, or drums like a real Chad.
Nah, not
Oh
not
my
a real
God.
Chad. So yeah, that's me
Yeah.
playing violin in the soundtrack here. Just a...
Yeah. I forgot about
I'll go
that.
do
Yeah.
this
She was like, "Can I
area.
put something on here?" I was like, "Yeah, just go for it, dude."
Are all three of us going to be at PAX East? I think David
No.
not.
No. I have a kid coming.
Number 2, maybe?
Yeah.
David can't stop having babies. He's so virile. He just does
Yeah.
babies every time. Him and
Apparently.
Rachel go to bed. Boom, new baby.
Yep,
So
basically.
that's 2 babies.
Yeah.
Has Doug Bowser played Dusk? I don't think so, but everybody else at Nintendo really liked it. So they're like, hey, they ask us about the Switch version as you guys do. We're like, we're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next level is from Thief actually. So
Yep.
it's actually based on
Do
Thief.
that right. Hold on.
At any point were we frustrated choosing Unity against another engine? I don't think so.
Not necessarily.
I mean,
I would
Unity's
say
just
there were
frustrating
many,
in
many
general,
points where
but-
we were frustrated at Unity. I don't
Yeah.
know that there was a point where I was like, I wish I'd used a different engine.
Yeah, I feel like
Because I know
man,
Unity is the thing.
Yeah, imagine if we used Unreal and all the floors were just like really shiny.
Well, no, well, I think probably Dusk would have worked out fine. Well, for one thing, you wouldn't get mod support if it were in
Yeah,
Unreal.
that's true.
So,
It would have looked like Nightmare Reaper.
yeah,
this is
for
the
another
only
thing, I don't know Unreal. I've only done a tiny bit of work in Unreal, and whereas I knew Unity, so Dusk would have taken even longer if we'd have done it in Unreal, because it was an engine I'd have to, learn the engine as
Plus,
well.
it wouldn't have been moddable. We wouldn't have been able to have all these options. I don't think. I mean,
Probably could have. I don't know. Usually, I mean, people like to pretend that there are more differences between engines than there really are.
You
Honestly,
can do anything if you try hard enough.
pretty
I mean,
much. Like the stigma with Unity is that it's not as powerful as Unreal, but
Yeah,
you
which
can
makes
make
no
some
sense.
damn
Yeah,
good-looking
isn't
Unity
G-
games.
Isn't GTFO on Unity? Have you seen that game? Looks awesome.
Is it on Unity? I mean, I could believe it. Like,
Yeah, because
and
it was
engine's a-
nominated for a Unity award, so I hope so.
yeah, an engine's a tool, and some
Yeah.
tools do things better than others, but ultimately what matters most is how you use it.
Yeah.
Now in this case, the way I used it was to bash it over the head and make it look as bad as possible. But
Oh, don't forget, are we gonna get to the ghost? I'll
Yep.
never forget, like when you got
Ghost!
the first time we saw the ghost, and I was like, "What the fuck?
Spooky!
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen." It's
I know,
hilarious.
it's great.
It's
so great.
And yeah, this level is directly inspired by the oh shoot.
The cutting mines from.
No,
the.
I can't remember the prison. Everyone's gonna get mad at me.
Oh,
Dylan
yeah,
is
no,
gonna
somebody
kill
said the
me.
name of the prison.
It's
Um,
the prison
Cuddy-
level in
Cuddy-
Thief. This is-
Cuddy prison.
No, Cuddy's the character that you're rescuing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
the top 5 track. Let's see some more questions. Yeah, I like this level, and I think when we were going through, one of the things I wanted to make sure you did was that if we had a really claustrophobic level, the next level should be big and open.
yeah.
So we weren't, so the player wasn't like, oh my god, and then they get, because if you don't have that, then the player's like, I'm bored, I don't like doing this maze stuff. Because the cutting
Yeah.
mine's fine when it's back-ended by the next, what's the next one? Day of the Night of the Dead, Night of the Dusk?
Dead of
Dusk,
the Night.
Dead of the Night.
Yeah.
We've renamed that level so many times for
Yeah.
multiplayer.
Oh, we also redid that level so many times in single
so many
player.
times. Oh yeah, we could talk about that.
Yeah, once we
Oh,
get
yeah.
there.
We did a lot with this one too, but for the most part, I didn't have a ton of crits on this level, other than
It's pretty straightforward. I mean,
I think originally there was only like 1 or 2 secrets, and I was like, I wanted to
Yeah.
to
there's
make
like
sure
3 now.
you put at least like 3, 4, 5, 6 secrets in every level, just so there was stuff to
Yeah.
find. And you added some cool ones, and you like secrets within secrets. That's your
Yeah,
thing. Like you
it's
find
a Doom
secret,
thing,
and there's
yeah.
another door, there's another door, and it's like you had 0 out of 3 secrets, and all of a sudden you have like 4.
Right.
Which I don't mind. I like secrets within secrets.
The speedrunners hate this level, by the way,
Yeah.
for obvious
Oh,
reasons.
Because you can't hop, really.
'Cause,
There's no
yeah,
bunny
trying to
hop.
bunny hop
Yeah.
through it is. Oh yeah, yellow
I
key.
pref-
Fake
What's
outdoor.
the story of the ghost? Yeah, it's just dumb.
It's just dumb and funny.
Yeah. Oh, and that I had you add. I was like, story pass. I was like, add an evil laugh there. I think I said that so many times. Like, add that evil laugh. Add an evil
Yeah.
laugh. So it's like Because originally we didn't know who was talking to you. We didn't come up with the idea of Jacob and the cult leader until I saw my own picture.
Yeah, which is in the next level, I think.
No, I don't think. Oh yeah, it's in the next level.
Yeah.
And people think like I didn't ask David to put any of
No.
that. Like my face as the cult leader or on Big John was just David literally like taking pictures off my Facebook and being like, I'll use Dave's face for this.
Yeah. No, the Jacob as a character started just because I thought it would be funny to put one of Dave's high school pictures in the game.
Yeah.
It's a aggressive developer to publisher.
Yeah. Also, are those off by default now? The subtitles?
I can't remember.
Yeah, they should be.
I
The
think they're off
music in
by
that
default.
one was a bowed bass. I get asked about what synth
Oh,
that
really?
was. a lot. It's actually a
Craig's
bowed
Clip
bass.
prison. That's the name of it.
Thank you.
Craig's Clip. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fake immersive sim fan confirmed.
Yeah. Other than old school design, was there any reason to not have hands and weapon animations? Yes. Making
Yes.
hands is hard.
Because they're hard. And
Also,
this
will
is-
have hands, however, because it's immersive as fuck.
yes. Yeah, because hands are hard, and as well as learning level design, this is also like the first like rigging or proper weapon animations I'd ever done too. So yeah, Dusk Dude has no
Are you
hands.
guys aware of the typo in Steam where single player is misspelled on the launch options?
Really?
Scott. Apparently it's the Mac version. Oh boy. One of the 5 Mac gamers. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for buying one of the like 2 copies of Dusk on Mac that we've sold.
Can we get a Jacob laugh in chat?
Let me drink this coffee real quick.
Oh yeah, that's good for your voice.
Let me see if I can do it.
Well, because you had to pitch it down and
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
there it is. That was good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good. Yeah, let's just get rid of
Sometimes I have
this.
to pitch it down just a little bit more.
You finally right.
Than that.
Come
You
get
have to go
some.
back to the clip.
Yeah. My
And-
favorite thing is people thinking, and I love the fact, I remember when they first realized that, like, you made only some scarecrows come to life. And people, like, the first time they play through, I love just watching them, like, run up to the scarecrows and be like, oh, and then it does it. I think it was Jim Sterling the first time he played Dusk. I think the only time
The
he
only
played
time he's played
Oh, no, he
Dusk.
played the free alpha. I don't know if I think he played episode 1 too.
Did he?
He said he asked me for a Switch code. I'm like, it's not out yet. And he ran up to the scarecrow and it came to life. He's like, that's a scarecrow with a shotgun. Oh my shit, fucking oh.
Right.
And I was like, that's great. We made Jim Sterling poop himself.
Yeah. Oh, a couple stories about the pictures in here.
Oh, and then we can talk about the crossbow introduction, which
Yes.
we worked on.
Okay, first of all, this is a completely Texas Chainsaw Massacre kitchen. There's our figure with meat. That's just a random picture I drew a few years ago for, I don't know. That's my cat, Zamboni, who has a deformed face, and he is hilarious, and he's a demonic creature. And this is a deer corpse I found while walking in the woods one day.
Right on.
It's just like, I should take a picture of that for reasons.
I should take a picture of this corpse.
That head, that's, that part of the picture is also the episode 3 loading screen.
It is.
But this is how I make games. I guess it's, you could call it found object game development, where it's just like, I just make stuff out of this, what resources I can find, and then get told that I'm a terrible texture artist. But that's fine, I kind of am, so.
Yeah, well, wait till they see Gloomwood. It's got good textures. Is
Yeah.
it possible to beat the game without shooting a single bullet like Doom 1? Yes.
Yes.
You can tap the fist the entire game, even the final boss.
There's a second shower.
When you made the Duskiversary Steam post, and this house was in the pre-alpha.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
Show Dave that. I don't think he's seen it.
Oh,
Okay,
did you?
so-
Yeah, Dusk has water physics.
What?
Yeah, I didn't know that's
No, it's ridiculous. Somebody said when we did start off the post for the SDK, realized first chapter of Half-Life. Yeah, I mean, so you'll be able to, with the first iteration of SDK, you'll be able to load up a lot of levels from stuff like Quake and Half-Life, and you'll be able to play through them with any enemy stuff. Will that be on Steam Workshop? Yeah, I mean, we'll upload like the first level or whatever, and then people can do whatever the hell they want. But yeah, you'll be able to, essentially you could play through the entire Half-Life 1 campaign in Dusk. if you want to. But someone's got to go in there and put all the enemies and triggers and sound files and all that shit. I'll actually talk to Valve and see if we can get like official like crossover for that, because that would be really cool if Valve
Yeah.
like, put up a front like, you can play Dusk in Half-Life, and people will be like, what the fuck is Dusk? Wow, you're going way too fast.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. First of all, that's because of how difficult this house was to deal with as far as a model. It just there's a thing there. Oh well. Second of all, this is a good place to kind of show the different types of dusk textures there are. Because there are a couple of different workflows I used for making dusk textures. One was just hand drawing them. These boards are hand drawn, and then put through a palette limiter. I actually indexed them to the Quake palette in GIMP, but then made modifications after that, so they're not really the Quake palette. That was just a way to make them kind of look accurate. This right here is a photograph of a barn that I took, and then took that texture into Krita, made it seamless, and did some hand editing on it. This window is a window from a abandoned house near me that I, just photo sourced. This floor right here is, I think, is this the one that, yeah, I think this is, the photo was from an old spring house that's now burnt down. I took a picture of the floor. And this wallpaper was hand-drawn, partially with texture from a in-construction house I visited behind the drawn part. So that's a bit of a little taste of how dusk textures were. You've got like photographs, and you've got some hand drawing, and that's why they're a little messy, because I also didn't really know to do texture sets. I just kind of made textures. And the problem is then there are a lot of them that don't necessarily visually go together, and that became a problem with texturing things, finding textures that would actually visually go together. This one is, I forget, that's a basement somewhere. I forget where. I think at least, or is that one a house? I don't remember. There's a lot of, if I were to ever to take someone and drive them around the area I live, I can point out a bunch of like, oh, look at that texture is that's this.
Well, I'm coming to visit next week. So.
Yeah, I'll have to show you some of them.
Yeah.
Oh, and this level is the first one.
Did you get to the crossbow part yet?
Oh, sorry, I'll do that.
Yeah.
This level was one that went through a whole bunch of iterations because I couldn't get it to be fun. And then I actually talked to Dylan, who's the Gloomwood developer, and who did a little bit of work on some later stuff in Dusk. And I was like, I can't get this level to be fun. What do I do? And he's like, whenever I have trouble with a level, I just add verticality. So I'm like, okay, add silos, add jump pads. And it turned out to be really fun, actually. I think this is one of the most fun combat encounters at this point in the game. Because you're just bouncing around and, like, you know.
Yeah, I remember originally that we tried a thing where it was going to be, like, you just have an enemy count, and you just have to kill, like, 100 enemies, and then the door progress.
Yeah, which happened later in the game.
Yeah, so, and then we tried to introduce the crossbow here, and then I was like, okay, then we have to show you how the crossbow works. So I'm like, just put like 10 mages in a row.
Yeah.
And let you shoot through them.
Yeah. That was another one that irritated me, but ended up being a good decision.
Yeah, it's like, we need to show you how the weapons work. And in Dusk, you can get away with them shit like that. As soon as we, like made it like, okay, enemies can teleport in. I love the fact that, projectiles bounce off those jump pads.
Yeah. Oh, and someone asked, how did I make the enemy textures? Just drew them.
Macaroni.
So, some of them are okay, some of them aren't so okay. Yeah.
Someone asked if you're a PA native.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am.
Game needs finished. Car
Yes.
needs watched.
Exactly. And there's way too much ammo in episode 1, honestly. I tried to make it a bit better in the episodes afterward, but... And if you guys notice, I don't actually bunny hop much while I'm playing Dusk. like, for the most part, I kind of designed combat to be more of like a use slide as your fast option. But bunny hop is so fun, most people use that, which is fine. That did make it very difficult to balance combat in later episodes, though.
Hey, there's a young Austria around the corner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
hang
and
on.
this is the
Have you
picture.
guys shot any real guns, and did they affect any design sound? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think Andrew and I actually have a bit of a disagreement about how to do gun sounds. Because yeah, there's your way you got into the level right there.
Yeah. I'm turning back now.
I make them clip a little bit at the beginning. I think I did it a bit too much in Dusk. But yeah, that was one of the back and forth things we did with gun sounds. Is like they originally clipped way too much, and Andrew's like, "This is no good," and so he changed them. And then I'm like, "But now they don't clip enough," and so I changed them. And
Yeah, I like some people like really realistic gun sounds. I just like whatever sounds big and boomy.
well, realistic gun sounds don't end up sounding right in game because
Yeah.
realistically
Unless
firing a
unless
gun.
it's like
is-
Battlefield or Arma or whatever.
Yeah,
Anyway,
It's the
so there's my
feel
high
that
school
you get
yearbook.
from it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Dave's high school yearbook photo that he posted on Facebook, and I'm like, ha ha ha, I'm going to take that and put it in the game. And
Yeah,
then
that's my high school. That's my senior year high school.
Yeah.
high school photo appears, and I remember I saw that, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I took a picture, and it's become such a thing, and that's kind of how Jacob came along, and that's obviously a reference to
Silence of the
Lambs.
Lambs. Another great horror movie.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, as far as gun sounds go, if you make them sound realistic, they're actually not going to sound realistic. Because firing a gun in real life has a lot more, like, eardrum impact than the sounds in a video game can reproduce. That's why a lot of games tend to make them way bassier than they actually are in real life. Because
Yeah.
that helps them.
But it feels good to shoot them.
Yeah, that's what's most important, possibly.
Boom.
This area of the game was, or this
This was also in the pre-alpha, wasn't
This
it?
was in this was in the E3 demo that never got
that's-
used.
Oh my, yeah, oh god, demos.
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
in the
this
goodies
area-
folder, by the way, if you ever want to check that out.
There's a lot of stuff in the goodies folder.
Yeah,
New Blood Occult. I don't know. Depends who you ask. Buy stuff.
yeah.
And then we get to the Duke Brothers, which were also in that demo, right? Or were they in the pre-alpha? They were in the pre-alpha.
They were in the pre-alpha. Now I gotta ask Dave, what was the Duke brothers referencing?
Nothing. Well, Duke's a Hazard.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, because I was like, well, what's the name of some, you know, like, what would the names of some backwood redneck brothers be? And I was like, the Duke Boys.
So,
it's the
because
Duke
I've-
Brothers.
I thought it was a Duke Nukem reference, and we
That's what I
have this
thought, too.
running argument about whether the mages are KKK members or not.
Yeah, no,
and-
yeah, no, yeah. Then someone was like, is that about David Duke? And
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
Like, oh,
I'm like-
whoops,
Yeah, yeah.
no.
I was like, is it, Dave?
Yeah, I
Did
mean,
you
obviously they're supposed to look like Clan, but no, they're not actually. But then no, it had nothing to do with David Duke. No, for me it was the Dukes of Hazzard brothers, the Duke boys.
That's sort of what I thought, but
Yeah, no, and then someone was like, oh, it's Duke Nukem. I'm like, how does this have anything to do with Duke Nukem?
well, I thought it was
The
Duke
first time
Nukem
he
because
added homing fireballs.
Yeah.
Which would later be the attack of the Red Mages, which were like the, you know, I wanted to have upgraded, you know, so how in Doom and stuff you've got like the, you know, the shotgunners and the chain gunners and stuff. You know, it's just kind of, I love the idea of having just like a recolored enemy that's a little bigger with a different attack because it's
Yeah.
so, like retro.
it's also a good way to reuse assets.
Yeah, add
We should-
variety.
We
Oh,
should have had him say a Duke Nukem line. Jacob say a Duke Nukem line after you kill him.
I wanted him to say, you don't know, I wanted, don't
Blow
you?
it out your ass.
I know, I wanted him to say, before you fought him, I wanted him to go, let's rock. And you were like, no, that's too corny, I don't like that. I was like, no,
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, I do remember
Then
that.
he does that little soliloquy like, oh, you finally arrived. And I wanted the camera to pan to him and he turns around and it's the only time you see his mouth move and he would have gone, let's rock. And then the fucking fight starts popping up. And you're like, no, that's so stupid. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. And I was like, fine.
So this code here, this is the first button code from Duke Nukem 3D. That's
right, yeah.
that's yeah. Another thing is here we go back to me struggling to between abstract or realistic design. Made this room, put the Duke brothers in it. Close to releasing the game, Dave was suddenly like, hold on a second. This is the Sanctum of the Worthy. Why is the Sanctum of the Worthy a crappy garage? I'm like, I don't know. And so I have somewhere, probably still on Trello, just like, make Sanctum of the Worthy look less like a crappy garage. But I never did it. I was just like, I don't care. I just want this game out.
The Sanctum of the Worthy looks like a shitty garage.
I'm like, I don't know. That's a good point, but
Oh, the teleporter's right before you leave.
yeah, the
those are all there so you
teleporter.
can go backtrack
Oh,
if you want to.
I should have gotten some of the secrets. Oh well,
Yeah.
that's fine. All right, through the gate. This is another one that's I know.
Oh, this level, man. This
Yes.
level kind of sort of still sucks.
I think it's okay, but yeah, it's not the best one in the
Originally, there was
episode
so
for sure.
much, like, and basically we made half the level optional because it was just, you know,
Yeah.
big, the backtracking and the navigation, and it became it's such a big level.
Yeah. This area here, I think, Dave, you wanted me to pretty it up, but I really like it like this because it looks like E2M2 or yeah, E2M2. What's the hand picking one do? Again, Slough of Despair, I think, right?
Oh. Jeez. I feel bad.
Yeah,
For
I'm
me,
bad at
for
remembering
me,
level
for this
names.
whole area's got a very like Dark Forces type feel. Like,
Oh,
it
that
is,
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
That's what I was thinking.
I like
and
the atmosphere it has. I know that it's.
because it was so empty, and I was like, add
Yeah.
rocks and farm equipment. Now I'm like Mr. Everybody knows I'm like crazy OCD.
Slow
I'm
despair.
big
Yeah.
on-
Yeah.
I'm big on set dressing, so like whenever I see like an empty area, I'm like, put stuff.
Yeah. And
Throw
I know
some
this area
farm
is still
equipment.
fairly empty looking, but I do like
Yeah.
the feel it has. It feels very era authentic to me. That feeling of just like
Yeah.
barren openness, which I like. I don't know if maybe Terra Fusion doesn't agree. I don't know. I don't really check what they say. All right. I'm struggling to remember how to do that. I think I have to go get the red key down here, right? Oh, pro tip. Ah, did I get him? Yes. Fire is
this
deadly against scarecrows.
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah.
Thanks you guys for the great game. Kept me entertained. Yeah, we get lost. We're not lost. This whole area with the pagoda or whatever.
Weird
was-
abstract building. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
and then it
making
was like
shapes.
originally the key was supposed to be here. Then there was a whole thing, and like it was backtracking. And eventually we just made this like an optional combat encounter with the sword hidden.
Yeah.
Down there. Is that the first time you can get the sword?
No, you can get it in Rachel's secret, but
Oh yeah. Well, Rachel's secret doesn't count. 'Cause you can
No,
get
it
anything.
doesn't count.
Secret. That's like super secret.
this is
So I
the
think
first
it's the
official
time we actually like give you the sword and a pretty straight
I had
sword.
I had fun set dressing this area before release actually, because I just did like, you know, make it look like guys had gotten eaten by the goats. And
Yeah.
this one over here I especially liked, where it's like
You did
this
that,
guy
you
had,
did that pretty late in the.
yeah,
in
it was right before
iteration.
release. I made it so it's like he was crawling to the health pack and didn't make
Oh,
it.
it's the Barney in Half-Life
Yeah.
that gets cut by the laser.
Yep.
Spoilers.
It's in like the first like 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
That's right. That's optional if I get the yellow key. And here again, this there was a lot
This
of
also, you can speedrun this level. I've seen people speedrun this whole level in like 17 seconds, which is nuts. You know,
Oh,
like
really?
jump over the wall and everything.
oh yeah. There you can see a little bit of the building we're gonna go into.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I wasn't quite as good as secret back there. Wasn't quite as good as making you understand the 3D space. I think this is this is one where I just warped behind the red door there. You can just skip it and you automatically telefrag the farm wife or fork maiden, sorry. Back there. Go up in here. Garage filled with barriers.
There's the soap.
Yeah.
there.
Duke Nukem reference. Because why not? Just use up all my rifle ammo. I can take it in episode 1 is a very easy difficulty. I believe, yeah, I do need to flick that for that. I don't know, this level changed so many times. In this area, I did try to make a little more realistic as like sort of an industrial place. I love industrial places, as anyone who knows me knows. Part of the reason that I love Stalker so much. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess let's just keep going.
I still wanted you to redo those switch textures. You'll do it.
I did redo them, didn't I?
Didn't redo them enough.
I like them though. They're nice. Then they're okay. I don't know. I'll redo them and have them be like triple the resolution of everything else in the game.
Yeah. 4K
Yeah.
switch textures.
Oh my god.
So here we have, this is another thing where it's like I'm just trying to be a little stalkery, you know, having the industrial waste surrounded by, you know, anomalies.
I already said on the Discord, but Dusk was the first PC shooter that my girlfriend did from front to back. You guys rock. That's right. If you play Dusk, you will become the ultimate Chad and get the ladies. Like Grizzly, who just got engaged because he's the ultimate Dusk fan. So like, if you want,
Congratulations.
He is the ultimate Dusk
if you want to get a sweet gamer girlfriend who will play Dusk, you gotta play Dusk. It's just the rules. As an actual question, I think
soldiers.
it was a letdown where in different difficulties, it didn't increase the enemy count. Why? What was the reason
Yes,
for not doing
there is
that?
a reason behind them. That's
Like we
because
did in mid-one stuff.
I thought it was very important to make sure that you could change difficulty mid-game. Because that drives me nuts when I start a game and it's like, this difficulty is intended for X players, and then you play it and it's like, nope, this is not the right difficulty. I guess I'm just screwed.
Yeah,
But that was at the expense of any mid-level changes like items or enemy placements, unfortunately. Now, with Gloomwood, we are not going to allow that, because with Gloomwood we have to be able to vary resources and stuff like that based on difficulty.
I think this is cool because you know how I was like, because we were gonna do that once again. I was like, Dead Soldier, but then we were like, actually no, we should do Dead Welder when we came back and did a story pass on this, because this was actually the first time you see a welder, because you don't see them until E2M1. So I was like, oh, if we put a welder here, it'll be a good bit of foreshadowing with the new enemy that you don't even see yet. And obviously, it makes sense for a welder to be here because, you know, giant wall.
Yeah. I have a story behind this guy, too. When I first put him in, I just placed a welder corpse. And then QA, or maybe I noticed, or QA noticed, they're like, where's the corpse? And I'm like, what? I put a corpse in there. Where'd he go? And then I was like, wait a second. I forgot that welder corpses explode. So what was happening was, as soon as the player started the level, the corpse just exploded. Yeah. Here's our giant door.
That door.
Also. Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever you open it up, it used to just.
Yeah.
The sound effect that was in there.
Yeah, it was a crappy one. That was one that I made, and then it was not good.
It was also like. I kind of liked it, like how it was, but I was like, no, you need something else.
Yeah.
It was the door sound that's like the standard door sound that you hear in Dusk, except
but pitched down. Yeah.
This is where we introduce the
I like this light here, by the way.
The grenade launcher for the first time. And normally, I think you've gotten it before, but normally you get a prompt that shows you how to right-click.
Yeah.
And people for the life of them cannot remember that you can detonate grenades early.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's put the 3 guys down there so you can bounce it down the hallway and get them. And then here I was like, gate control, let's, you was like, you don't hear the gate, make sure you add a loud noise.
Yep, it's a really good sound. It has sirens. I love sirens.
Yeah.
It's a good sound effect. And now we get to Pandemonium.
Mind sharing the Trello to public? Absolutely not.
No.
Let me see this. I wasn't a Chad until I got my New Blood Interactive hat. On sale in the New Blood store now. How's that for marketing? Very good. My girlfriend got me Dusk. Wow, she's a Chad. Is Andrew Hulshaw a Chad or a virgin? Well, he has a pit bull and a girlfriend, so he's like maximum Chad.
But we have no confirmation of not being a virgin, though.
That's true. David is definitely not a virgin because David has a baby and another baby on the way.
No, yeah. Unless, I mean, my wife could be unfaithful. You never know.
I'll just
One
forever
of the
be virgin, I
remember
guess.
so when we added auto aim amounts. Do you remember? And the auto aim
Yes.
would make so
It would just make you shoot
guys
like
in
right
the
here.
tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this area
Should be
we worked
fixed.
on a lot.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted this area to be some great environmental storytelling, and we used it in the trailer. And originally it was just like a bunch of guys, and I'm like, they have to be infighting.
Now,
Let's
story-wise,
see,
it doesn't necessarily make sense, but it's fine. It's whatever.
Yeah, and I remember I was like, because the sign was originally like farther. The sign was behind the fence, I think, originally. And
Yes.
I was like, bring the sign up. I want people to be like, you know, this lowers. There's a ton of infighting. The music kicks in. We give you a bunch of grenades, and like, okay, you're like, oh shit, this is the town of Dusk, and you see the soldiers fighting with the cult.
Yeah.
And you get you
can see Dusk in the distance there.
Is that like, oh, like the military came here, they walled off the town, everything's gone to shit, and you're just like busting in the middle of it. And it's we worked on it a lot, but I think it's really,
Turned out
really
pretty
well.
good. It's the best part of this level, I think. This is still a bit jank out there, but you know, that's okay. Just don't worry about it. By the way, doing this sort of thing where it's like outside of level areas the player can't get to, and detailing that is weirdly difficult. Like getting it so that it looks okay. All right, let's. Like, ow, phone. Phone is in my way. Hold on, let me clear off my mouse. I've got a whole bunch of stuff on my mouse pad.
This place is doomed.
Yes, this place is doomed. Haha, memes.
Haha, memes.
All right. Now we get on to Ghost Town. By the way, interesting tidbit I forgot to mention. Cuddy Mine was another one that was not done in order. That was done after most of the other levels, or at least roughed out.
I just want to throw this out there.
Yes.
This level, like the music in this level, was what I took for the rest of development to figure out exactly how the direction was going to go and the tone for the rest of the game.
In that you used this as a reference, or it took you that?
Like once I was able to fully build like a track that I was like, that is exactly what I'm looking for, which was the ambient and the action track for this level.
Oh, okay.
Then I was like, yeah, this is where we're going. It was this one.
Oh,
I
that's
really
cool.
wanted
I
us to
didn't
use
know
it for
that.
the trailer. If you remember, I was like, no, we gotta use this. And they was like, no, more double bass because Mike Portnoy. And I was like, all right.
This is a little sneak part. I did experiment actually with having something resembling a stealth system in Dusk. Not something where it'd be like, well, you can play this game stealthy, but something where it was like, if you were a very skilled player and know that level, you could technically stealth through areas. That didn't pan out because it was starting to mess with actual casual play, adjusting enemy reaction times and stuff like that. So
Casuals.
yeah. So the remnants of that are
The best thing about this
just
level is the fact that you can stealth it.
yeah. You can
for a
stealth
lot
that
of it.
beginning section.
Yeah, it's fun.
And that's, you know, it's just a fun little thing.
My
This
main
is
tricks for this level were like I wanted lots of secrets.
Yeah.
I wanted you to be able to really explore this
there are
town.
10 of them.
Yeah, originally there weren't that many, but
No.
I was like, add tons of secrets, like, and eventually we did. It's cool. Now it really feels like a ghost town. Even when you
Yeah.
kill everything, you can just run around and explore, and it reminds me of, you know, a lot of the old games like that. Like for some reason, Tech War is coming to mind. Never referenced Tech War.
No. Yeah, I like this level. This is, I think, one of the better ones.
It's got a
in the
bit of
first
it's got a bit
episode.
of Kingpin too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that urban
Big-
decay vibe, of course.
Yeah.
Which we'll see much more of getting or we'll see a much more realized version of that in episode 3.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say much more of Kingpin. I'm like, Jesus, don't leak that.
No, I wasn't gonna say that, Dave.
Okay, good.
Thanks,
Glad nobody
Dave.
said
No. Why
Hey, it has
can't
nothing to do with
I?
us.
But yeah, we don't care. Yeah, this level is like urban decay attempt number 1 because another one. Anyone who knows me, I love Condemned: Criminal Origins.
Yeah,
I
they really
love
like
that game.
them. So all
And-
the rest of the New Blood guys do too.
Yeah,
They
it's
really
sort of our-
like, Jace,
our-
if you're watching, let us make a new Condemned.
Yeah, let us do. We could make a very good Condemned level, but or a good
Why is
condemned
the
game.
ceiling
But,
so low? Yeah, why is the goddamn skybox so low?
I'm trying to remember. I think it had to do with over here. I think it had to do with if you got up too high, you could see into the rest of the level, and it was like a little too janky. Like, I know Dusk is janky, but in that case it was like, I thought it was a bit too much. I think that was the reason. Oh, I just got the go away achievement. Huh, that's weird.
Yeah, this one was the people were always hopping out of the map and stuff.
Yeah.
We had that bug for a while in this map.
Yeah. Well, you still can.
Yeah.
You just go through here. I'm not gonna do that though, because I'm gonna play
Don't
the.
do it.
Whoops! Accidentally did it. Hold
What
on.
are your favorite shooting games of all time?
Uh,
Yeah, Condemned was an American dev. It was Monolith.
Yeah. Yeah, this was my attempt number 1 at like a Urban Decay Condemned vibe. Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, somebody
Favorite
asked what are our
shooters.
favorite shooting games of all time. I don't know. Do we have any favorites? I mean, obviously, I have a special Rise of the Triads, a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
I don't know. Favorite of all time. Do I have any actual like real favorites? Nah. They're all. I like them all.
For me, I'll list some, and I'm probably gonna miss some of them, but I'd say like, Doom. I do like Quake. I like Doom a bit more, actually.
Yeah, same. I'd say I like Doom. I love Doom 1. I famously dislike Doom 2 and
Right.
the Super Shotgun, and everyone thinks I'm like, what?
Right.
I never liked it. I'm a Doom episode 1 to 3 single shotgun guy, and I think I always will be.
Doom 1, Blood, Fear, Serious Sam, The First Encounter, Stalker, Cryostasis, depends on whether we count things like System Shock 2 and Deus Ex as first-person shooters or immersive sims, I guess.
FPS RPG is what I called them.
Right. I like a lot of FPSs. Those are like kind of the timeless ones, I think.
H-Dusk when? I don't know.
uh,
H-Dream guy's got to make it. He's actually
Yeah.
working on some other stuff for us eventually, so who knows?
I think my list would be pretty much David's as well.
Yeah, there's a lot that I like. Half-Life would be on there, I guess.
Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Best Wolfenstein game, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's certainly not the new one.
Well, bad take time. I don't like any of the new ones. To be
Oh, man.
honest.
The old
Old
Blood?
Blood?
No, well, it's not that I hate it. I just find it
Not
kind of
even Old
boring.
Oh man, I thought the first Wolf reboot I thought was awesome. I just love what they've done with BJ.
I mean, that is cool. Yeah, I mean the story and stuff is cool. I just don't find.
Oh no, the
playing
story
it kinda
was
boring.
cool. I don't know. Wolfenstein 2 kind of jumped the shark back.
Well, I didn't play that,
The
yeah.
shark.
Random story. This right here, this building that I'm going in, this is based on a real life abandoned incinerator in the town near me that we explored. It is a creepy place. It goes down like 3 levels like this, and it just
You
gets.
explored it?
Yeah, it's really cool. And it
Did
just
you get
gets
like a flashlight and literally like just go
Yeah.
down the end of the thing?
yeah.
Oh man, I'm flying out there and we're gonna go do that again.
Yeah, I think it's still open. Like, it's honestly, like, it's
I'll
not
be there
locked
next
or
week.
anything. so-
Come visit. We're going to check out the new office space.
Yeah.
Someone said, how long
Oh,
is the
I
stream
didn't
gonna go? Till we beat the game, so probably for another 4-ish hours.
Till we beat the game until my voice gives out.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
like,
Yeah. I mean, if we have to, we can finish a different day too, but I think we can get through the game.
How do you feel about the executions and enemies dropping resources in Doom 2016? I think that makes the game a bit boring.
I have
Doom
opinions,
2016 just fucking mash through everything. It's great. They do a lot more of that in Eternal, where you've got to do a different thing to get a different
Where am I
resource.
going?
It's a lot more management stuff. So we'll see how that goes. Eternal's got like so much going on. We'll have to see how that goes. I'm
Yeah.
glad they're taking their time with it because I don't have time to play that shit right now.
Yeah, I know, right?
And hopefully there'll be some Dusk Easter eggs in Doom Eternal because we've got a bunch
That'd
of
be
friends that for it.
Yeah. Here's another room where it's just like, try to make cool looking shapes, hope it goes well.
Whoa, that guy is going fast. You see
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Hey, how's it going? I really want to die.
Here's some. I like this purple color down in
Yeah,
here, even
that's
though it's
neat.
kind of random. It's
Yeah.
just, it looks cool.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's the thing when you kind of can do whatever you want with the lo-fi aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
If we went like higher poly or just more, cohesion on some of this stuff, it wouldn't have made sense. So I like that we can just do silly shit.
Yeah.
Somebody's, whatchamacallit, if the stream will be archived and the VOD will be up, so like if you have to go to sleep, go to sleep. You can watch it later.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We're not making any crazy announcements or anything like that. The SDK is coming really soon. Dusk 2 is coming in 5-10 years. So you think you got to stay up.
Yeah. Someone asked, are we ever going to do a serious Sam like? I don't know. I don't think that I have the skill set for doing that because my interest in games is.
People will be able to do that in Dusk.
Well, yeah, that too.
Levels that are just like hundreds of enemies and like big open maps.
Yeah.
That's the best part about trying to make Dusk as open and moddable as possible. Like we're just gonna let you guys do whatever the fuck.
Yeah. And also, like, if you'll notice, my real passion and focus in things is a lot more like the world and level design. The enemy designs in Dusk, I think, can be a little weak as far as their behavior goes. And the thing with something like Serious Sam is that Serious Sam is entirely carried by how good its interplay between enemy behaviors and your abilities are. I'm not sure I'm really cut out to do that, and honestly, I'm not sure that's something that I even really want to do in favor of other things. Like, I love Serious Sam. I think the first encounter is one of the best first-person shooters ever made. But, yeah, I don't know that it's something that I'd really want to develop or be good at developing, personally. Now, if that were a New Blood project that I assisted on, that would probably be a different thing, but it's not something that I'd probably head up as the next David Szymanski game or whatever.
No, look, Mandalore's in here. Hi, Mandalore.
Oh, hey. I was just watching your videos yesterday.
Don't tell him
Fear
to
2. Boy, Fear 2, huh? That's a game that exists.
That's a game.
Such a disappointment as a Fear game.
How much time does it take to balance all the levels for Intruder? Well, I think the point is the fact that once we realized we wanted to balance the game, and this is a thing that I do as a producer, I only play our games on medium and Intruder mode or warrior mode or whatever, so axe start, pistol start, or whatever. And that's how I go through and do crits for difficulty, and I consider anything harder or easier up to the player. But I want if we balance the game, what I found is if we balance the game around, medium and intruder or pistol start mode, the rest of the difficulties tend to just balance themselves out. The players can make it as hard or as easy as they want.
Yeah,
some people think Dusk, hard is too easy. Some think medium is too hard. And when you have people that think that, where it's like, oh, it's too easy, oh, it's too hard, that means you're usually about right. You've kind of gotten it in the middle.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
All the levels were designed by, like, all the ammo placements and stuff were done for intruder mode. That's actually why there ends up being too much ammo in episode 1, because I didn't really know quite the right here, I'll go get that. I didn't know quite the right balance to do between like making it, so yeah, that's how it was balanced for intruder mode. That's literally how the levels were made.
Intruder mode wasn't a thing until we were like way into development, right?
I don't even remember. I'd always intended for it to be a thing.
Yeah.
Did I hear you right, Dave? Did you say that you go through each map with like just the pistol or the axe?
No. Start with that. So pistol start or axe start.
Okay.
Mode is. And that's the way I did both Dusk and Medieval, and I would do any retro FPS because it helps to. I think it balances difficulty for everything else.
Well, I think a Medieval also has a better difficulty balance than Dusk.
Yeah, and a Medieval also has enemies and all kinds of stuff like that.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the difference between Dusk and a Medieval. A Medieval is created by two guys who know what they're doing. Dusk is created by... Dusk's development process was essentially just... I like to describe it as that Futurama cut where it goes from the ship crashing to just like... or the ship to just like... Bender and Fry running around screaming with their hands in the air, not knowing what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what Dusk development was. Just like,
Forgot about the Thief reboot? Yeah, everybody else did too.
yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah. What should we I did a panel with Warren Spector once where I said someone should really reboot Thief. This was after the reboot came out.
Oh,
Well, he didn't care. He didn't have anything to do with it.
yeah.
There was another question. What's your favorite Bioshock game? System Shock 2.
My favorite Bioshock game is or Prey 2017. I don't like
I still
Bioshock.
gotta play New Prey. I think
It's a mess.
Me and like a lot of people were turned off by the fact that it had nothing to do with Prey, even though it looks
Right.
really cool. It's like just name it something else.
Prey 2017 is a complete mess, but it is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Like-
Will the SDK allow custom maps and multiplayer?
Yes.
Eventually.
That's
Yes, I'll make my own FPS with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. This, by the way, I think this is the prettiest vista, or the prettiest room in episode 1.
Yeah, I had you work on this a bunch, and then originally the switch was the switch always we changed up how the switch was, right? It wasn't always like down that little hallway.
I think it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't remember.
I've honestly never gone down there.
I tweaked the lighting in here a bunch, so it's like I think all the colors work really well together.
Oh yeah,
Which-
and we added the there's a VO here from Jacob, right? He says something.
You said I forget.
Welcome
Are you
to die.
prepared for what's to come or something?
world
Oh, and
is
this
a
is
front.
the second button puzzle in Duke Nukem.
One hello!
What'd you say?
It was funny watching people like interact with those that
Uh-huh.
you know didn't play Duke. You know, like they're young enough to where they haven't put their hands on 3D, and they're
Uh-huh.
like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh
you
my
just keep
god.
pressing them all.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's the idea. Is you're supposed to just do it by trial and error, which
yeah.
I guess technically that's not the best game design, but it was
Oh,
from
no, they
Duke,
got
and I
it,
wanted
though.
to do it.
Yeah, like they, but it still translates. That's the thing that I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I can't believe that still translates in like modern today gaming.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Here we have. I'm gonna save just
So-
in case.
Yeah. So this is so when we went back into the past, originally there weren't scientists there because the scientists didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
And there wasn't that green Nargle energy. Back
Yeah.
and trying to make the game cohesive, we're like, this is a really good place to introduce enemies again that you don't see yet. It would make a lot of sense to have scientists here once we had scientists. And then I was like, add some of that green Nargle energy to really make it cohesive. And that's, if anyone's
Yeah.
developing games, one of the things that I highly recommend you do is because when you're done with the game, go back and look at the first things you did and try to bring them in line with the last things you did. Because
Yeah,
the end
I
of the
agree.
game, by the end of the game, you've got your shit figured out, and everything at the end of the game is always better. But you want to put your first foot forward, so always go back and be like, okay, let me try to polish up the start of the game to kind of fall in line. And
Yeah.
I'd like,
Which
we
we
did the
did.
same in Medieval, trying to just make the whole thing cohesive. Like, all right, now that we know the story and we know what happens, how can we make episodes 1 and 2 flow into 3 really well so it feels like one complete thing, and we're foreshadowing things that happen in episodes 2 and 3 and episodes 1 and 2. And it worked well. And then I remember the first time, so Firehorse, you see him in the first trailer, he just
Yeah.
kind of does that, remember? That like scream, people are
roar
like, what
thing,
the fuck
yeah.
is that? And this is, oh man, I remember the first time I saw this. You can go
Yeah.
and do it.
It's the experiment! Ah! Originally in development, it was named Friendship. But then I was like, nah, we're not doing that.
Friendship Firehorse.
Yeah.
And originally the name of this song was Nulf, No One Lives Forever.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I don't know.
Lawsuit Simulator 2018.
Yeah. But now what's it called?
Departure to Destruction.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the Dusk's OST names, honestly. I've just
we call this game lots of double bass drums.
Yeah.
And then this,
And
I
so
love
here,
the-
yeah, so there's
the first
this
time
is
everyone experiences this is the best. I
Yeah.
remember the first time I started
It's hilarious.
cracking up.
It's so
so
this is
fun.
this is an example of what I mean by context. This right here is the intent is this is set up by both button puzzles that come before in the game, because you have that first button puzzle back in Dead of the Night, where if you're like guessing on it, and it can be a little tedious. And then you have this one that ramps it up. There are 4 buttons now, and you're like
Whoa.
guessing on it. You know, if you don't know that it's Duke Nukem, you're just guessing. It's like, okay, finally got that. And then you come in here, you fought the boss, you think you're done, and you see 6. So the player reaction is like, oh, for like, now I have to do with 6 of these? Okay, fine, let's start. Boom! Second boss! So it's like...
And, and the best part was, and the best part is that you start the music up again, and it's like in the song, and it's just, I love watching streamers and stuff play
Oh, it's
this.
hilarious, yeah.
The first time you get it, you're like, what the fuck? It was so, I remember like hysterically laughing and messaging these.
Yeah. And these jibs are
Whatever.
like 2 of these are the size
yeah.
of the boss or something. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Was third experiment always in there? Or
Failed
yeah,
experiment? No, I think
Yeah.
I think it was a secret, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Or,
those
or like
still-
an added thing. I don't
So
remember.
people still don't find this, which is great. Like, what the hell?
And of course he
Oh,
uses the
look at
same
that.
jibs.
You've never seen Baby Lord?
Yeah, the failed experiment. Oh, and there's some hay in there for them to eat. You see?
Of course there is.
It's just dumb. I love that I could do dumb stuff like this in Dusk after making 4, you know, like super serious horror games. Just being able to be silly was.
Oh, you got completion. It's not bad. Very good.
Yeah.
And that's episode 1 of
Yeah.
Dusk. And we
I'm
did
gonna-
that in about an hour, 2.5 hours. Well,
Yeah. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna get some more water and
yeah, same. We'll take a short commercial break.
short break.
And then we'll continue with chapter 2. So
Yep.
let's take 5 to 10.
Yep.
Yes.
Just let the menu screen roll for a bit. We'll be back, and then we'll do some more social media. Let you guys know we're coming back. David, you want to show? I'll just mute the chat. Should we just leave the call or get on? Let's mute the call. Okay, now that those guys are gone, I'm
they haven't come back yet. Maybe I'll just play you guys some music. Let me see if I can hook my synth up here. I'm not playing Wonderwall.
Hello, I am back. So, yeah, what should I play on here instead of Dusk? Play Medieval instead of Dusk?
What's happening? Wait.
It's just minimized for a second. But
Okay.
are you back?
Oh,
Apparently,
they're back.
Don't show any porn.
I don't have any.
You're
porn
kicked
now.
off Twitch.
I'm trying to figure out how to. Apparently, chat for Twitch was not updating for me.
Really? Oh, it's updating for me.
Yeah,
maybe
well, I
it's-
had it up in OBS, not in
That's fine. We could just. I've been reading out the questions.
Okay, that'd be great if you could do that. I do
let me
have
do some-
YouTube up. I do have YouTube chat up. Maybe I can.
Yeah,
Is there a
I
way to
haven't
get?
been looking at YouTube.
Okay, maybe there's. Is there a way to like? Wait, claps? No. Is there a way to do a pop-out chat window?
I mean, worst comes to worst, you can probably pull it up on your phone too.
That's true.
Yeah. You know what sounds
Just-
good right now? Some tacos. Oh no, let's go get some tacos.
Tacos do sound good.
I'm gonna order
Here,
some.
I'll just I'll just put it like I don't know. I'll put it right there. There. Okay. Let's get back to the game.
Yee.
So.
Alright, let me do some. Let me media some socials first.
Okay. Cool. How many people do we have watching?
245 on the.
Yeah, 245, and then how many on YouTube and stuff?
I'm not sure how many on YouTube. Oh, Sexbad is in chat. Sexbad did the first ever Let's Play of one of my games and hated it. That was the first ever Let's Play I'd gotten, though, of a game, so I appreciate that. Because I just messaged him out of the blue and was just like, dude, play my game, please. And he did. And he didn't like it, which was fair, but I appreciate that he was like, oh, this random guy who messaged me, sure, I'll play his game. What was I doing? Yeah. Okay. New episode. Facilitums.
People still can't figure out how to start new episodes.
Oh, really?
Like,
Oh, yeah, of course.
still like, how do I start? I go to the world map and there. It's like there's a button that says new episode. Kill me.
Yeah. Play Hoonie Pop. I don't even own Hoonie Pop.
Yeah, okay.
I do own, what is that? What is that game?
Hentai Sniper?
No, I don't own that either. It's some like,
Oh my lord.
is it Criminal Girls, maybe, that I own? Jab gifted it to me.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so episode 1, like I said, was a whole bunch of just guesswork. Just like trying to, like, well, I don't know, maybe this'll work. Episode 2, we had episode 1 out to people, so we could adapt a little bit based on episode 1 feedback. I'd also gotten quite a bit more now experience in mapping things, so I was a little more confident in how I wanted to make the maps and what they should look like and stuff. And I think I've had some people say they think episode 2 is the weakest one in the game, which surprises me, because I think there's a fairly large jump in quality between episode 1 and episode 2, and everything except maybe atmosphere.
Yeah. And this I love, because originally you just had the guys and stuff, and you had the guys out there, and I was like, what if there's welders there.
Yeah,
and they're
shooting at you.
fireballs at you, and they, and it's like a hail of fireballs that come out and you have to dodge them as you're getting closer and closer to the facility.
Yeah.
And I think it adds so much, like having all the fireballs coming at you from the distance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, limited palette.
Yeah,
off.
turn that off, because now this episode was all the lighting and stuff was not designed for that, because like I said, the method I used for it was a little bit janky, which means it actually changed the brightness a little bit. So if you have limited palette on in these episodes, they'll be a bit darker than they're supposed to be. The colors also won't be quite right, like Neobabble, for instance, looks more yellow than it's supposed to. You know what, though? It's way preferable to turning on Bloom in Dusk.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're playing this, you can do whatever you want. You're an adult or whatever, but please don't turn on Bloom in Dusk. just please don't do it.
Yeah, I think one of the best things we ever did was hide those options in a few sub-menus.
Yeah.
And just like, please play the game the intended way.
Yeah. I actually like this.
Mess with all the stuff, but like,
tea
there's
delivery.
a way it's supposed to look.
Hold on 1 sec. I'm getting tea delivered. Thank
Ooh.
you. Oh,
David, how do you get over the blank page when making a new map? Do you just think of a setting like a rundown warehouse and then build around that?
Oh gosh, if you can figure out if someone can figure out a 100% of the time solution to that, let me know. I don't know. I mean, all the Dusk maps were done. They were through designed, because that's how Romero did it in Doom, and I'm like, so that's how I'll do it in Dusk. It also fits with how I make stuff. I'm fairly iterative about game development, but yeah, that I don't think starting the map or starting the whatever is ever going to be not one of the hardest parts of making a map.
It's like the first 4 bars of a song,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, one of the advantages I find in being sort of a, I guess, jack of all trades, master of none in things is that you start to see a lot of similarities between different things. Like, you see similarities between like writing music and designing levels and writing stories and stuff like that.
I saw a lot of that during the development cycle that I brought up to you, where it was like, yeah, this is very much like writing music with a band.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, they're like those common things about, and which is really cool to see, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is now Stalker, basically. That right there, that's based on a granary in... Shoot, where is that?
And also, we know we spelled granary wrong, but we don't...
No, it's a legitimate spelling. I looked it up. Granary doesn't look right. So granary. This is a huge granary, and I can't even remember where it
What
is.
else are we streaming to? Just it's YouTube and Twitch and anything else, or is that it?
Oh well, we tried to stream to Steam, but I don't think it's working. Let me check.
Mark, huh? So it's just those two.
Those are the main ones. Let me check Steam to see. I don't think it's working. Let's see. Yeah, it's just doing that. Oh wait. Maybe.
Hit go live?
Go live? What?
Oh no, that means okay, never mind.
I don't know. It's being funky.
It says broadcasting, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried my best to get it figured out. That's okay,
no,
though.
I see you on the Steam page.
Oh, can you see it streaming?
I see you streaming. I see you messing with the Steam page on the Steam page.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
Inception.
Oh, you see me back in game now?
Yeah, you're playing. On the Steam
Okay,
page.
good. Good, it's working now.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sweet.
This beginning part, this is one that all three of us kind of contributed to. Andrew, although he's quote, just the sound guy, he actually contributed to design in some areas also.
Thank you.
This is one area that we all sort of did stuff in. I know one thing Andrew had suggested that I never got around to doing, and I probably should have, was putting like light posts here to kind of break up the monotony. But I think you suggested things like the warning sign and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Dave,
and like the whole
sorry.
thing with the dust winds that you get there.
Yeah.
That, like show up every like 20 seconds. That was the coolest thing with this level. It's so small, but I love it. 'Cause it's
yeah,
just,
I
if you're just hanging
almost
out there, it looks alive.
Yeah, I almost see that was there was the difference between how Dave and I saw this level going, because for Dave this was like you're starting the episode, this is like, you know, shit's just got real, this is a gauntlet you're going through, fighting your way over to the granary. For me, when I was making this, I really wanted this to be more of an atmospheric set piece, to really it be more like you're basking in sort of the openness and emptiness of everything, and so you have that wind effect. Here, let's see if we can see it. Yeah, there it goes. See, it just like blows dust by.
Yeah.
I almost
like,
didn't
sounds
want
with
music,
and everything.
you know, I just wanted it to be kind of empty. But in the end yeah. But in the end it's sort of a mid-ground between those. It still has those little atmospheric bits and stuff. The music is, you know, driving, but it's not. I was vehement about not wanting it to be as driving as when you get in there, because again, context. So yeah, we all kind of contributed to what that ended up being.
And this is when we introduced the welder for the first time.
Yeah.
Which I really liked because it took a while. So originally the welders you shot them and they fell over, and I was like, what? No.
Yeah.
They have flamethrowers, and any enemy in a video game that has a flamethrower has a gas tank on his back, and you can shoot them and then they explode, right? That's just like a video game thing. So I'm like, let's do that. Let's make it. I'm like, can you make it so when they die, they go backwards and explode after a second, then they kind of become human grenades, and in the dance of death of the combat, you can kind of prioritize them and use them to blow up other enemies when they die, and it's a lot of fun when that
Which is a
happens.
brilliant suggestion. It's so much fun now.
And I wanted to make sure we introduced them on your own, and one runs at you by himself, so you learn what they do, and there's like, boom, you're like, okay, that guy, he's got a flamethrower, you shoot him, he explodes, there'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great.
Like
It's. Sorry, go ahead.
I like that they die pretty easily too with certain weapons, especially
The hunting
one-shotting
rifle.
them with the hunting rifle, and
It's
then
so
that
fun.
fly back is just so much fun. It feels so good.
That was also the enemy that we were talking earlier about, like having to go back and kind of like retool some of the sounds a little bit.
Yeah.
If you had like, I think it was like 3 or 4 welders in an area, which is very prevalent. I think it's the next level, or maybe it's.
It's
I mean,
prevalent
this one
throughout
does a
the
lot.
episode for sure.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. This one does too. But like the second that you
Playing
start
on
like
intruder
mode.
mode?
On what?
Intruder mode?
No,
Not.
I could, I suppose. I didn't think
Nah,
people would
don't
want
know.
to see me dying or having to not
Yeah.
talk because I'm concentrating or anything like that.
Oh wow, you can't hit the rats. What a surprise.
On stairs, they're easy enemies. Come on. Anyway, you were saying, Andrew?
The second that you had like 3 or 4 of them in a spot like kind of like this, and let's say that one of them blew up next to each other. That
infighting.
awesome. The second that like a couple of them blew up next to each other, there was like a 80 to 100 hertz like clip that would happen where I don't know what it was doing to Unity's audio engine, but it was just like all the sounds would stop for a second, like just for a split hair. And it was real weird. So we went in and retooled.
It was something to do with their death sound, was it? I can't remember.
It was the explosion. It was the explosion sound itself.
Okay.
Yeah. Like where if you had a bunch of it all at once, then it was just like.
Yeah,
like chaos for a second.
I did learn on this project to be much more choosy and deliberate about where I allowed for like sounds to be grungy and where I before it just kind of happened as a result of how I make sounds. Working on this helped teach me a little bit more about how to pick and choose rather than it just being the default, which is I think is good.
Yeah.
This, by the way, I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think this combat arena is really fun.
Oh, it's great. It's one of my favorites. We use it in the
Yeah.
trailers a bunch. And it's just, and especially, and we'll get to talking about the godforsaken climbing
Oh
tower.
lord, yeah.
Which took us like months to figure out.
Still
I was
doesn't
like,
work
"Make it like
perfectly."
Titanfall. You're like, I never played Titanfall. I'm like, that's not my problem. Did you just take the shotguns from Terminator or something else? I mean, yeah, it was inspired by Terminator 2.
It was directly from Terminator. That was Andrew's suggestion.
That was Andrew's suggestion because
Yeah.
Andrew loved that scene. I mean,
I actually had the
Andrew
pump action
did all the
shotgun
sound
in.
for that scene on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took that entire chase scene and redid all the audio and the music for it
Yeah.
just for shits and giggles.
I had the pump action shotgun in, and this was early in development before I realized how many things I would be redoing. And Andrew was like, "What if it's one of those flip shotguns like from Terminator?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to redo the shotgun. I've already done it." But then I thought about it, I'm like, "But it's too cool not to do. I have to do it." And then I think Dave was the one who was like, "Well, then obviously you have to dual wield them." I'm like, "Okay, let me just go recode the entire weapon inventory system." There was a lot of iteration in Dusk, which I think is a good
Why
thing.
does enemy AI get weird around stairs but not slopes? I think that's just a game dev thing in general.
Do they get weird around stairs?
Oh.
I haven't noticed that.
No, I don't. I don't think because they see stairs as slopes. They get weird. They get weird around certain like view heights, which might be what you're seeing. All right, here's the climbing power up. Hold walk to climb anything. This thing still does not function 100% well, but anyway, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, we made it so it's like a catch and release thing, and it works pretty well. Now, originally it was like so it's like you'd walk and it wouldn't work. And
Well, there are still some bugs like that.
It works, but like
turn
the
around
idea for it to be like, especially in this level, it's just like running and climbing and Spider-Manning around on stuff. And it's fun when you mess around with it, but we never used it in that many places.
Yeah.
I remember originally, I wanted to, like, in episode 3, we were gonna do, like running on pyramids upside down, like, Egyptian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that just didn't make it in. I think I experimented with it a bit, but then...
Yeah. And this is fun, because you get a lot of infighting, but so, like, the power-up ended up working pretty well, but we never really made enough areas to use it in.
Well, it's finicky. It's still really finicky.
Yeah, the secret level, which is the speedrunning thing.
Oh yeah, the best music in the game.
Level,
yeah.
Which I think that's the level I've actually played the least. I think it's like my least favorite level.
Really? I like that level a lot.
It lets you use the climbing power up a lot.
No, I love that level. I love the track in that level. Like, we'll get to it though. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh yeah, door. Right, I forgot I put explosive barrels there before launch.
Does the cult have a name? No, it's just the cult.
No, it's the cult, yeah. Oh, fun thing about... I actually think fighting soldiers with a pistol is pretty fun, too. Maybe I'll be able to show a bit of that.
You do that. I'm like, single pistol, ooh. And this is the first
You can kind
time
of John Wick it, where you switch between targets using flinching, which I think is really fun.
This is the first time we actually give you the Riveter.
Yeah.
And then we had the little death from above message, and then we used this in the trailers. And I was just like, I think I told David, I'm like, just put a ton of guys down there so you can just jump down and just blow them all to hell.
Yeah, it's really fun. I have the original. That's one of my favorite pages from the comic. I have the original on my wall right now because I'm like, can you send me that? I love that picture.
It's really it's one of the coolest panels in the comic.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. Now we grab the red key. I noticed this one there. Oh, sorry, God.
We reused this combat arena, what, 3 times in the level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a good arena, you know?
Yeah, it's good. That's how it's called, looping, reusing level design.
Yeah. Dusk does get a little bit more arena-y as it goes on. Although some people... I think the reason some people don't like this episode is because it's a bit enclosed at points. I don't know. Oh, one time someone asked me, was my design process behind the sky just to make the most stalker-ass looking sky possible? Yes, 100%. That was exactly what I was thinking making the sky. I just wanted to make it look like Stalker.
What's the deal with all the secret yellow keys in this level?
What? All the secret yellow keys?
Are
there a bunch of them?
I don't know.
Oh, secret blue keys. Oh, hold on. We'll go see that. I think
there's
it's secret.
one that lets you like skip the
No, there's you'll know what I mean when you see it, Dave.
And there was that timed
Let me
one in
get
the
a drink.
silo thing.
No. There's, I think I know what they're talking about at least. Let me go find it. It's the best way to get. Probably the secret is the best way to get there, right? This is another just David doing stupid things because he thinks they're funny. Ah, there. All right, here we are outside the level.
Oh yeah, you can really get outside the level here.
Yeah. I actually can't remember how you get back into the level, but there. See?
Just put ladders everywhere.
Yeah, bunch of blue keys.
Yeah.
Why are those there? I just thought it was funny to put a bunch of blue keys there. That's the only reason.
I've actually never been to that secret.
Yeah, it doesn't even count as a secret, I don't think.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
I mean, yeah.
Alright, now how do I get back in? I
I
don't...
think you could just crossbow jump back.
Well,
in.
I'm out of crossbow bolts, so...
Rocket jump?
Yeah. Ooh, ah, there's an invisible wall there. Okay, we're gonna go back in this way, I guess. I mean, this is out of bounds. You're not supposed to actually be out here. So,
Do you take any inspiration from fear while developing the game?
Yes.
Always taking inspiration from fear.
that is why, that's why the smoke happens. That's from fear. I didn't take nearly as much inspiration as I probably should have with the combat effects, because, I tried to keep the particles and stuff relatively authentic, like those look like the Quake Impact particles. One thing to remember is when I was making this, or when I was like starting on this and everything, this was kind of one of the first, like, not just retro throwback shooters, but specifically retro throwback shooters that had that, you know, software rendered art style. I don't even think there were that many, like, polygon artists doing art like that either. I didn't really have that much to reference when figuring out, like, what should this game look like, how do I do this sort of art, etc. I didn't really have many references, so I ended up guessing on a lot of things, on, you know, guessing what people would want and how to do things, and one of those was, you know, keeping the particles relatively Quake-like. Now, in hindsight, now that, you know, other games that look like this have come out by, like, actual good artists and stuff, what people actually want is they want a modernized look of that. Like, they want it to look relatively smooth and modern, and but also have that sort of little bit of authenticity to it, you know, pixelated textures. So, in hindsight, I probably should have made the effects more spectacular and over the top, rather than making them look, you know, pretty much like Quake. But whatever, you live and learn.
There's no captions for the "Where do you think you're going?"
Oh,
Localization
oops.
needs fixed.
Hold on, getting a drink. Okay,
So E2 M2, the
E2
introduction
M2.
of the Wendigos, the shit
Yes.
your pants level.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when people realize that Dusk is a horror game, they go, "Oh no, I'm scared now."
Yes, this one here, this is the context level. Because, okay, last level, lots of music all the time, action-y music. This one starts off with no music. The only other time in the game that there has been no music is the introduction to the boss in episode 1. So immediately coming in, even if the player doesn't notice that there's no music, they're going to feel that something is wrong. The other thing is that there are no enemies for the first part of this level.
It's like the Shell Bridge Cradle.
There we go. Possibly, I haven't played that yet. I know, I gotta play Thief 3 at some point. So there are no enemies, which, for a retro FPS, like, why are there no enemies? Like, what, you know, that feels wrong and uncomfortable. This was inspired, actually, by playing the level The Haunting in Blood. Somehow, when I first played that level back years ago, I'd somehow progressed through it in such a way that there was this really extended period of time where I wasn't running into any enemies. Now, replaying it later, I realized that's weird, that's not how the level's designed. But when I first played it, it was just like, I don't know, for a long time I wasn't finding anyone. And that was that was really like creepy to be playing this game where you know gameplay wise you should be fighting a lot of enemies and you're not finding them. You're like, well, what is it building up to? So now in Dusk, what it's building up to is, as you know, you guys probably know, the Wendigo, who is a spooky invisible enemy. So everything about this first part of the level is just meant to get you in a state where you're like, you don't know what's going on and you're tense.
Yeah.
So don't go in the ruins. Those are the ruins. Still not encountering any enemies. We hear a creepy noise. Still not, everything is just, it's supposed to be making you like, I don't know what's happening. Something's gonna happen though.
And then it do.
Yeah, and then it do. And then you're going down here, and this is all like, I think this is the first time these textures are used. This is all really weird, alien-feeling geometry. You're going past all of these spaces that, like, there's all these blind doors where you're like, is there an enemy behind these or not? And then you hear the noise, but don't see anything. You're like, don't trust your eyes? What the heck? You hear the sound coming towards you, and hopefully, right at the moment that the player puts all of that together, that's right when they either shoot the Wendigo or the Wendigo hurts them, and that's the scare that happens. It's not really a jump scare, and because I don't actually like jump scares that much. It's more of what I like to call a realization scare, where the scare occurs the moment you realize what's happening. The game's not determining when it occurs. It's your own sort of mental process that's making it happen.
Your own mental illness.
Yeah.
The way that you place the music in there too, that it starts directly after you kill them.
Yeah.
That I think is one of the most brilliant things you've done with this game.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love the
fits
music
so
progression
well.
in this level too.
Yeah.
Because now we've got music. There hasn't been music until now. Now we have it, and the Wendigo reveal has happened. So there's no more. We're not building up to that anymore. So now we're going to start fighting more enemies with
The second
this.
half of this level, we actually had to do a bunch of work on, because the first half, I remember I had like no crits. I thought it was brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, well, we need to actually have the rest of the level now.
Yeah.
Find a way, and there's my second favorite part of this level. The second Wendigo you encounter will be in a little while.
In here.
Which is cool.
Where he moves the barrel.
Yeah. Super neat.
Boop. You're like, ah! Oops. Oh, interesting. He's just gone. Okay, bye.
He gone.
Yeah. And here you're intended to be able to slide through here if you want to. So. And as you can see, there's a lot more detail going on with... Not in here. In here is deliberately not detailed. It's, this nasty, rusty-looking texture. It's just supposed to be uncomfortable, it's not nice. But going into here, you can see there's a lot more, like...
One more time.
There's a lot more environmental detail to things. I was kind of getting a little bit better at doing that.
Oculus the making of Skinwalker was it was really interesting, and actually the entire it wasn't actually made in tandem with this level.
No, that's the crazy part.
Yeah, but it fits so well.
Yeah. I think the action. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It sounds like, at least in my head, whenever I was done with it, the transformation of something. And whenever David put that together with that, I was like, oh my gosh, because I hadn't even told him anything. Like, yeah, this is it. I don't know. It just got this weird build that like turns into something else and something violent. Like, and it's really neat. It's why it's so short. I don't know. You don't want to. I didn't want to extend something that felt like it was doing its job perfectly. Like it feels like just the right length. But yeah, I wish we could have had like 4 minutes of that.
That's what she said.
Yeah, this track was not made.
Expert developer commentary.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily made for this level, but I threw it in, and I think that's if I remember correctly, putting it in was when it was like, oh my gosh, I know how this is going to go now. It's going to be
what she said.
It's going to be a ramp up from the Wendigo reveal. It's just going to be a ramp up in action until the very end, and so now we have the second layer coming in, where the action ramps up even more. Now you, yeah, you can do the.
Yeah, the music builds up here as you're going
Yeah.
up, and like it turns into.
Now we've gone
Yeah,
from what is
this,
essentially a
so the
horror
problem
level
is
to just like
originally-
balls out action. You know, stuff's exploding here.
That
Guy,
was
you
in
know,
the trailer.
Yeah.
And we worked on this room a lot too. 'Cause
Yeah.
Remember, I wanted really to put a
save that.
speed power up, and we put it in the cage, and it falls down like so. It's still so. It's like wee. And making all this destructible, and then opening the side doors.
Mhm.
The silo with the stairs, which is a stalker thing, right?
No, actually, that wasn't. That was just a cool silo. I think if anything, it was more like Half-Life inspired.
The thing we had to fix with that was back when we had the bumpy stairs. Remember before we smoothed out the stairs, and you'd go up that silo, it'd be like
Yeah.
thing over like a road with really bad terrain.
Yeah. And as I don't know if you can hear it, but as soon as you kill the final enemy, it slams back to the first action track.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just this is another one of my favorite levels in the game. I'm just so happy with how it turned out.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause you
and
got
by the
the
way,
first
that's the start of the level back down there, just as a fun little thing.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I never know that.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Go back to that. Let
Whoop.
me see that.
Oh,
That's,
I just ended the level. Sorry.
that's cool. That's cool. That's nuts. I gotta go look at that again. I never noticed that.
Yeah.
Good level. Look at this guy with his good level design.
Well, it probably should have been more visible. If you guys never noticed it, then like
No,
it
that's
should have been
cool.
made more. You know.
You're keeping things interesting, you know, a year
Yeah.
later.
Yeah. True.
And this always looked like the first level of Quake to me.
Yeah, that's fair. It's got a bit of a Quake 2 lighting palette going on with the
Quake 2, never heard of it.
yeah. This one, I think this was actually a early level. I can't remember if this was started during episode 1 or like during that whole time or not. I think parts of it were. This
yeah.
turret is just ripped directly out of Chasm the Rift, by the way.
David likes his Chasm the
I
Rift.
do. So, yeah. Let's go out here. You can kind of see out. Now this vent doesn't make any logical sense, but it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. Wasn't I supposed to get a double-barreled shotgun? I'm probably in a secret that I've missed. I'm not getting all of the secrets, obviously. I think this was Dave-insisted set dressing, right?
Yeah, because it tends to be pretty empty, and then when you went outside, it was really empty, and I really liked.
Oh, the outside is definitely was. A
Yeah, and
big
this
change.
room was a callback to the first room, where you go in and you got the three leathernecks coming at you.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could pick up that brick.
Yeah.
Of course, you can pick up a brick. You gotta
I,
have.
I didn't know it. Like, I'd never seen that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. It's just random,
cool.
random brick. There we go. Alright, and now we have. This is the first time in the game you see actual sunlight, like daylight.
Yeah,
Um,
you had made these cool pillar things.
Yeah.
And I was like, place more of those. This used to be really empty, and
Yeah,
I
it
really
did.
like where you get the lens flare off the stuff. And I was like, a lot of people still have trouble with this area, and I'm like,
It's a hard area. I think it's the hardest encounter in the
Yeah.
game up to this point.
I mean, it's just you know, people need to learn how to get good at moving.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta. This
Whoops.
is so the thing I like about this area. You have to. It forces you to prioritize targets.
Yes, it
Obviously,
does.
the red mages have to go first because they have the homing fireballs. The welders you can knock off as you know they fire fast and they use them as grenades. And then you don't really have to care about the wizard, the white wizard.
Yeah.
But also the turrets. Always focus on the
Oh,
turrets.
this was a bad idea to come up here. I forgot about that.
Use the hunting rifle on them. Prioritize.
Yeah. I'm gonna just get rid of these guys first. There we go.
Just hide behind the thing for 5 seconds. You'll regen your health.
Yeah. Regen my overshield. Oh, and the hunting rifle does have Doom logic, where the recoil, well, the first shot is 100% accurate, and then it gets more inaccurate very quickly after that.
I will be right back 1 second, guys.
All right. Yeah, this area was immensely improved by adding the set dressing. That was a thing that I.
And then I also made you redo. I made you. stuff
What?
and add stuff to the sides of the walls because it was just so like, it was just like, you did not line anything up. And I've been laid off you a lot for the texture alignment in Dusk because you still can, but like for this level with all these windows, I'm like, can the buildings look like buildings?
Yeah, so a word about the texture alignment in Dusk, actually. So part of the... It was within my capability... It was within my power to make everything in Dusk perfectly aligned, but it was not at all practical. Because of how you have to align stuff in Pro Builder, which is that... Good lord, forgot about him. Yeah, as you can see, I'm low on health here. And that's, like, it's a, and that hasn't been the case in any other part of the game. So, yeah, this is a pretty significant jump in difficulty compared to the rest of the game. But, yeah, like I said, it's not a brush-based tool. So anytime you see, like all of these pillars are separate objects, for instance. And if you want to have a manageable mesh, basically, you have to have a lot of... You have to divide it up into separate objects. The problem is that in the version of Pro Builder, at least I was using, you could not align, you could not automatically stitch textures together on separate objects. And in fact, I actually wasn't, because of some documentation weirdness, I wasn't even aware that you could automatically stitch textures at all until much later in development. The problem essentially is that if you have two things that are separate meshes, you can't align the textures on them. So that's why you'll see that's part of the reason you'll see some texture aligning weirdness. What you could do is you could manually align them, but then that gets into the how important is this really when we have, I have to make 33 levels and ship this game. Is it really going to be that important if these two things don't line up completely? And that's where we ended up with texture alignment in Dusk. Like here, for instance.
Okie dokie, I back.
Okay, like here, I think in this
Dave's
case,
just been talking about texture alignment.
yeah, or like here, this isn't completely aligned. So
Yeah, this, I mean, it's fine. And yeah, so this level's got a bunch of hard sections. That the fuck you turret around the corner, fuck you.
yeah,
And then when we drop the floor out and stuff, you've got to
Yeah.
fight the wind. Yeah, this level's actually, I guess, is pretty hard. But it's the Thresher. We're trying to keep you out of the Thresher. Well, originally it was like he's in the machine, stop him, and
that's the later level.
Yeah. And then we're like, we want him in the thing, and then more Wendigo.
Oh yeah, his Jacob's motivations changed during development.
Originally it was like, no, stop him. Then it was like, let him come. Because
Yeah.
once we figured out the story to the end, we went back and redid how some of that stuff went.
Alright, and the one nice thing about this level is it does loop fairly well. Like you have
Favorite
it
weapon?
loops.
For me, it's the hunting rifle. Just the super satisfying.
Not the double shotguns?
No.
Oh, interesting.
SSG.
Yeah, I think dual shotguns would be my second favorite, but yeah, I like the hunting rifle. It's super satisfying.
Yeah, the hunting rifle is really fun. What am I Oh, yeah, bench. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Because
Bench.
I just thought it was a fun idea to have it like they worship this horrible grinding machine. So there are like some pews and an altar or a pulpit there.
Yeah, and I had you add some text to the wall there and stuff. Like all hail the
Oh,
great.
hell, the great Threther. Yeah.
And then the rat that destroys everybody's Duskmare run.
Oh yeah, we'll get to him in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, and these turrets actually do have flinch time. Like, you can stun lock them with a rapid-fire weapon, so that makes them a little easier to deal with.
Yeah.
This is based on some...
I like that you put a blue light there instead of a green light, like every trying to tell you where to go.
Yeah...
This is still kind of hard to find because it's like it's hard to like one thing.
There he is.
Small and
There's
dust.
the...
Oh god, that fucker.
Yeah, this one was a... maybe not the best pathing,
Yeah.
although people
Maybe.
do deal with it, so...
Yeah, people figure it out. We don't get a lot of complaints, and we changed this a bunch too.
Yeah.
I really liked. So you stop that, and there's the secret there. It's like, yeah, let's just go into this machine. And this, I remember when you did this, because originally it didn't have the moving stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
then
those
this-
were. I think those were created for Crypt of the Flesh. if I
Yeah,
remember
and then we
correctly.
added it here because I wanted to go back. One of the things we did when we went back is we added, stuff like this to make the stuff more believable. And I think this looks like so much better now
Yeah.
than it did before. It was just static. And originally there was Wendigos down here, which I think
Yeah.
was my idea.
Yeah,
and then
people hated
were
it.
like- people fucking hated it. I was like, it's too small of an area to fight them. Me, 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 me.
Yeah. By the way,
like-
this is one of the few places in Dusk where you can't backtrack after reaching the end of a level,
That's true, yeah.
which is unfortunate.
Yeah. But there's so we put rats instead. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
if you don't like Wendigos, you get fucking rats. Fuck you.
And I'm not sure what practically this
Oh,
part
yeah,
of the
no
machine
subtitles
does, but
either.
it looks cool.
Did the subtitles pop?
Oh,
up?
yeah, they did.
No, yeah, subtitles popped up.
I've never actually played with subtitles yet. Oh, God. And yeah, and it ended up being so much better. And now the fall breaks your flashlight.
Yeah. Oh, someone said they would love to hear
First-
someone gush about Chasm the Rift. Chasm the
Yeah.
Rift is what originally inspired Dusk way back years ago, so...
How did you first come up with the idea to do the flashlight breaky thing and use that as a mechanic?
I think the main reason was that, so there's a problem with the Dusk flashlight. Let's start there. The problem is that there is no reason for no practical gameplay reason for the player not to have it on all the time.
Yeah.
We actually tried
Remember
putting in a
originally we
battery
tried to
and
shut
people
it off,
hated
and
it.
People hated it.
Yeah. And it actually makes a lot of sections in Dusk look worse than they're supposed to, because it kind of blows out the lighting and stuff like that. So in here, if I remember correctly, the main reason was because I had all of this cool, like, atmospheric lighting and silhouettes and stuff going on. I'm just like, I don't want... People are just going to turn their flashlight on, and it's just going to blow out the lighting, and it's going to look terrible, and let's just break it. That'll also help make the machine feel, scarier. Because this level's supposed to feel a little scary. You're in this giant, horrible, mulching machine, basically. So, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable. I think I was... While designing this level, I was listening to 9 Inch Nails and going and looking up pictures of, like, the cutscenes from Event Horizon that they cut because they were too messed up.
You lying.
Well, I didn't know. I've never seen the movie, and
Great movie.
I need to see it at some point. So it's the headspace I was in here is it's just like industrial and horrifying and like gory and blah blah blah. And that's that's what this level's supposed to be. So your flashlight's off. You're navigating by just silhouettes and stuff like that. Now you have this Half-Life.
Well, what we realized is that you can the stream.
Oh, is the stream conking out?
I have to reload it. Let's see.
Okay.
It's okay. You're back.
Okay.
And also you can navigate by shooting.
Yes,
like
that too.
pistols make for a great
'Cause they make
flashlight.
Oh, someone said they like the particles there. Yeah, the particles were meant in that tunnel back there. They were meant to make it feel like it's like you're somewhere where it's like rotting. The color. It was supposed to feel like sort of like that. This thing right here, we just ripped that out of Dead Space. Basically, I love the spine architecture of the. What is it, engineering deck, I think? It has that one silhouette of just like this spine machine, so I'm like, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
So I did.
And did we go by the Save Us?
Yep, that was
Okay.
Dave's idea.
My brilliant idea to get players to save the game is to write save on the fucking
Yeah.
wall. And it works. I did it twice. We do it there because people anywhere you can die fast and lose progress. I'm like, we have to remind players to
Yeah.
save.
Oh, and
so I
the-
did it there,
sorry.
and then also we do it before Mama. It
Yeah.
says save yourself. And I've seen every time a streamer goes up to that, they go, "Oh yeah, I should probably save my game." I'm like, "Yeah."
I'm really surprised that worked, honestly. I didn't think it would, but it is.
Yeah, me too.
I'm surprised.
This is
Where's
also
my
the
fucking game award.
yeah. This is also the first time in the game.
I do.
If I remember correctly, this is the first time that you have completely red light in the game. Like, this isn't it. It's not tinted orange or anything. It's just completely 100% red light.
This was always a weird set. We also had that spot down here where you can get Infinus stuck for a while.
Did we
had
fix
to-
that?
Yeah, we
I
fixed
think
it.
we did, yeah. This is just supposed to feel like you're in a giant engine of some sort. The idea is this in here, this is part of the machine. This is like a blood chute or something. The wall's broken here, so
And also with
in
the
here
key,
is
I think me and my plausibility, I was like, how did that key get down there? And you're like, well, we can't put another fucking dead soldier down here.
Yeah.
I think you add like blood.
there's
dripping.
blood.
Yeah,
You can barely see it, but it's there.
but, like
Yeah.
the key
It
like
came, like,
fell
from
from
there.
like from the grates above or something.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
someone
yeah. I remember
So
this
it's-
conversation.
Yeah.
someone dropped. Yeah, because I'm insane. I'm like, you just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it
How did
aided
you
in the
get
game,
here?
I think. So, but yeah, in here, this broken wall right here is supposed to be like, now you're in the in here is like the internal workings of the machine. You're seeing like, you know, engine parts or whatever, and then you get the red key, which is in there for some reason. Who knows? Come out here, and it's just into this. Who knows what this machine's even really doing? I mean, the canon idea is that this all of the blood and stuff that's made in this machine is what is piped into Blood and Bone for that concrete altar there in Blood and Bone. That's the idea. But I mean, who knows really what this whole big machine is for? Because if you're just mulching up people, you just need really one thing to do that. But you know, it's a cool level. Very Dead Space inspired in some ways, you know, like the spine architecture and just having these like really uncomfortable industrial horror looking things everywhere.
And originally, didn't we originally want it so, I wanted for the welders to come out first, so you shoot them and they go fly backward into the soldiers.
Oh, was it? I don't remember that.
I forget.
And now you get a
then we give
flashlight.
Then we give you your flashlight
Yeah.
back. And
Press
then
that.
whose idea was it? Whose idea was it to put the scientist on the toilet?
Me. It's a Duke Nukem thing. So this right here, this is just supposed to be the most disgusting bathroom in the world, basically. Scale's a bit messed up, but scale is always messed up in Dusk. So it's a bathroom that's inside a horrible gore machine, and there's also garbage with flies, and it's just like there's this green. It's just the worst bathroom in the world, basically. Yeah. Someone was drinking beer on the toilet, I guess. It's garbage. There's I think... Oh, what level is it in? Is it in, I think one of the episode 3 levels where there's... Oh, it's... of course it is. It's in, well, maybe it's not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there.
Even
yeah.
evil scientists have to Duke.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the few places in Dusk where I remembered that you have a slide, and I should give you a reason to slide under things. Yeah. Listen here again, just, you know, big, horrible machine things. I did the sound that's going in there. I don't know what that sound is. It's just weird and terrible.
Yeah. That's a really good one.
Yeah. And yeah, I like this level actually. I think this one is maybe the most confusing level in the game as far as layout goes.
Really?
I think
Yeah,
so.
I've seen some people get lost here, especially
Yeah.
because we open the thing and they have to go to the floor.
Yeah, but also that's fitting for what the level is supposed to express. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this show him. Ah, we're sacrificing ourselves for the machine. Ah.
Yeah, and this one I like it when we redid this and that's
Yeah.
I like let's show them like a bunch of guys getting chopped up, and then when we had all the new gore textures and stuff, this looked a
Yeah.
lot better.
Yeah,
Which
because originally there was
also
only
from
one, and it
working
looked
on-
bad.
Yeah, from working on Crypt of the Flesh. Yeah, originally
Yeah.
it just looked like spaghetti on the floor. And this
Yeah,
part, which
but oh, we'll
like,
get to that. A couple.
Like we should have just thrown the whole fucking thing out.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. First, oh yeah, so this, I think it fits the theme of what the level's trying to express, which is just you're lost in this terrible, terrible place that you don't want to go through. Also, there's the spine architecture back there. In here,
hey,
this is
Sibby.
some ribcage-looking stuff. Essentially, there's a bunch of parts about this level that are supposed to be like, sort of human internal organs, but expressed with metal, because it's a big, you know, it's a big eating machine. And now this part here. This is probably the worst part of the whole game. This is a part where Dave and I both had separate ideas for how this was supposed to go, and neither of them worked. Neither, and
This wasn't fixed until way later, wasn't
and
it?
arguably it's not even fixed now.
It's better now. Like it's more obvious. Like the whole thing would climb up the sides and like jump up the thing, and you jump back and forth and shoot guys.
It just doesn't work.
I mean, it's functional, but it's not great.
It's not really fun.
And then I remember, but the best part of this is us trying to figure out how we get people to shoot the button.
Yeah,
right?
that is the best part.
And I forget, we came up with a bunch of different things. One was just like, originally it said shoot it, and I was like, why would someone say shoot it? I was like, well, what would somebody who's working there tell you to not do or something? Like, I was like, what if we just write don't shoot the button? Because if we write don't shoot the buttons, what are you gonna do? Shoot the button.
Yeah.
And it ends up being pretty funny.
Yeah.
And so once you get up here, it's really cool. And
yeah,
David,
and this part is not as bad now as it was. We kind of fixed it
really
where
bad,
it's now
really.
it's just kind of uninspired and not that great. Whereas before it was like
yeah,
run
people
ending.
wouldn't look up. You had turrets up there. It was just a pain. Now it's fine.
Yeah.
And then the next section, if you go back,
which is the coolest part of this whole level.
Yeah, which you didn't want to let players see. So
I made it a secret. It was supposed to be enticing enough that they want to find the secret.
Yeah, but it wasn't. You couldn't get to it at all. Remember?
Yeah, you could.
So the giant blade room, which is like one of the coolest things in the whole game, was literally just the thing that you would see through here.
No, it was a secret. You could. This area in here was originally a secret that you could open up and get into it. And you could always get into it.
Yeah, I was like, that's such a cool set piece. That has to be like a main part of the level.
Which you're right. Yeah, it's too cool to waste.
Yeah, it was too cool to be a secret.
Yeah. I want to draw some attention to this thing. I like this thing. I think it looks really cool. You can see I'm a bit more comfortable now in episode 2 with like figuring out how to use the idea of abstract geometry and stuff in a way that feels right with the level. It also helps that now the locations that we're in episode 2 are much more fantastical and less grounded in reality. And of course in episode 3 that reaches a, But yeah, here's the grinder. This is probably one of
Event Horizon.
Oh yeah, probably one of the coolest visuals in the whole game.
Yeah. So a funny story about this. It is really cool. We thought it was so cool. So Valve, if you're cool enough, they'll give you pop-up ads for your game when it comes out, and you design them yourself. And they started doing animated ones, and we decided to do this, and it was the grinder. So those ads you get when you open Steam.
Yeah.
And
it was like right here was the shot.
Yeah, it was like that spinning, and then it said DUSK available now, and I sent it to Valve, and then they were like, no.
Yeah.
That literally said, that made me nauseous. We're not putting it on Steam, so we went back to the one. You can see the one that we eventually used. It's pinned to David's Twitter. It's the blood river from the last episode, level.
Someone asked, were the scientists inspired by Jacob's Ladder? No, I haven't seen Jacob's Ladder yet.
They're Half-Life scientists.
Yeah, they're Half-Life scientists, just with weird face masks. Also, I put these pickups here because I wanted the player to have to get close to this thing and feel uncomfortable about getting close to it. That's why those pickups are there. And you have to go through it, and it's just like, oh, what is this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and then another thing I wanted. I wanted to get how do we get the player to turn around before? And stopping the thing. So we did it with sound, and you stop. I'm like, we have to stop the machine.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I can't do that while the player's looking at it. And I'm like, well, cool. So make them turn the other way to hit the button. And then you did, and then you get the key, and this
some people
combat
miss
arena
that.
is actually really hard.
Yes, it is.
Because of the goddamn fireball, the red mages.
Whoop, there must have been a barrel right there when you spawned in. That's why this... So, in full admission time, I really like Sigil, like, a lot. And I think it's because Sigil is very focused on the idea of purposeful movement. Like, you only move in that game when you know why you're moving, and you have to be very aware of that, and that's something I really like in combat. And this encounter is one of those times where it's like you can't just circle strafe around. You have to use this, and you have to every movement you do has to have a purpose. I know some people do not like that, and that's why, you know, not every part of Dusk is that.
Somebody just asked what's the reference for inspirations for the ambient.
Oh, yeah.
Alcohol.
Okay.
Like it just felt, this place felt huge and depressing the way it was all put together. Felt like, hey, this is where
I'll
you're
be
going
back
to
1
die.
second.
So that was kind of the idea behind it, and I think it came out pretty well. Like the track's called anesthetized for a reason. It feels all numbed out.
Sorry, taking a bite of food.
No, you're good. I just ate like 3 tacos.
Oh, nice. I have mac and cheese, homemade mac and cheese, because my wife is awesome. Yeah, no, this track is so perfect for this level because it's not like it could have been just generic, like, you know, lots of dissonances, sort of ambient horror and stuff. But what it sounds like is, well, what the title, it just sounds like depressed and surreal and nightmarish, and it's perfect.
Like,
without having to be really in your face. It's great.
No Hope being kind of a subliminal theme personally for me.
Yeah, it's exactly. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like No Hope, and it's another one of the here, I'm gonna go all the way to, it's so the pathing here is a little weird, I guess, for some people, because but anyway, yeah, it's I feel like the Dusk soundtrack also sort of came into, not that it wasn't good to start with. It's good in episode 1 too, but I feel like the level design, it like learned more what Dusk
totally
was
learned.
as it went on.
It figured out its own identity. Yeah, for sure. Like once, by the time episode 1 was done, I was like, this is pretty good. By the time we got to episode 2 and it was like even halfway done, I was like, holy shit! Like, there was things where I was like, I wasn't, you know, not to toot my own horn, but I wasn't aware that I could do things like this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think all of us kind of grew into figuring out what Dusk was as we worked on it.
To reiterate, that's important whenever you have people who are willing to hear out your ideas and willing to, you know, accept your vision. Like, I feel like the 3 of us, and of course, Jesus Christ, the quality assurance team being a huge part like,
they are the unsung heroes of Dusk Death.
Absolutely. But like, just everything worked together. And you know, while we may have had moments where it's just like, oh, fuck, I don't feel like hearing this right now, we all got along for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, Dave and I argued a lot, but it was never like yelling and screaming at each other.
It was never like arguing.
No, it was just, you know,
like, hey, fuck you, do this.
No, I remember one time specifically where I was just, I was like, you know, angry and like being like, and Dave's like, well, I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't an issue, and I'm like, yes, I know. I'm not mad at you. I am mad at the situation because I know you're right, and I have to redo all this work. And it's
there was a few times where David would come over to me and he'd be like, I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? Because, you know, we'd be talking back and forth on what I was going to work on for that night, and David would be like, oh, redoing the pathing on this level. I'm like, oh, why? He's like, oh, Dave went through it and found a couple things, and I was like, and he's right, isn't he? And he's just like, yes.
Yep.
Yes, he is. And I was like, yeah, he's good at that.
I always find the thing nobody else does.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true.
I think having mutual respect, even when it's not always mutual agreement, is very good for collaboration.
And
essential, I'd say.
And the second set of eyes, just something.
Yeah, that too.
Something to bounce is like, is this good? Because I think any solo dev will tell you, and you've experienced this. You get so into it, you're like, I don't know if what I'm making is good anymore.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Having someone to bounce that off of and be like, actually,
This is pretty good, but it would be better if you did this, and you go back and forth. You go, ooh, that's cool, and that kind of iteration is what leads to great levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be painful in the moment as the person who's, you know, the developer on it. It can be really painful sometimes to be like, oh no, but it's what leads to good levels. That's what, and here you can see the spine architecture. You can go in and find it. Yeah, and that's how Dusk Dev went, basically. We were always going back and forth on stuff. This area here, this is another one where it's like, it's an intestine shape. Kind of like...
The Wendigo breathing is based on the whatchamacallits from Stalker, right?
The bloodsuckers, yeah. It's just
Oh
ripped
my
from
God.
them. The Wendigos are basically a bloodsucker ripoff. And their breathing sound, actually, that's not an organic noise. That is that's a hit and miss engine.
Yeah.
In fact, there are a few Dusk enemies that their sounds are actually mechanical noises. Like another good example is the priestess in episode 3. Her screech that's just a mechanical screeching noise. Yeah.
This room's really cool because it's it's a cool arena. It looks awesome. It's cool to fight the Wendigos in, and then I thought great place for storytelling. I was like, whenever there's a break in the action, I'm like, ooh, let's do a creepy VO and write some shit on the walls and add some story here. There's a little bit of lore there.
Sorry, what happened?
That was whatchamacallit reference.
Oh.
No, he will deliver us. Yeah, and I think we went back and forth. Now actually looks really cool with the flashlight off as well. Turn the
Yeah.
flashlight off.
Yeah, you like that story behind there?
Yeah, the story behind that. We're making fun of Hugo.
Oh, okay.
And then this is really cool. The polka dot lights.
Yeah, the measle lights.
Yeah. And at
should we
some
do the
point we
secret room?
decided that each episode should have one giant unnecessary combat arena
Yeah.
as a secret side.
And then in episode 3, we decided to make that the 9th level.
Yeah. Get to that. But this was cool. It's just because like, why are there so many extra enemies in this level? And this one's because it's just like fun to have like, you know, after a level like this, just like a big fuck around room.
If I remember correctly, this room was actually where the level ended originally, but
Yeah.
but it wasn't. And then we decided to use it as a combat arena.
Yeah, because we added a bunch of it. Because I think another thing, thinking of like, we really got to put places to use the stupid climbing power up.
Yeah.
That much, and we spent so much time on it.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, make another big vertical room where we can use the climbing power up.
The
I
problem
think
that
originally
happened
you had,
is-
like, you had like a bunch of intoxicators in here and
Yeah,
stuff.
I made it insane.
Maybe not do that.
The problem
I
with
like
the
the-
climbing power up was that it.
That was cool.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, like, no, just little tiny things. Like,
Oh.
whenever you break the grating to come in through here, where you got, like, all the tech walls, like, little things like that are... They just add so much. I don't know. It reminds me so much of Doom. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's.
Heart of the Thresher reminds me a lot of residue processing in Half-Life.
Yep.
And the stuff in Quake. Yeah,
Yep.
definitely a lot of that.
I took
You guys are
some
great.
references from
Definitely.
residue processing.
Aww.
Oh, and this is the outside of that big thing you just went through. By the
Yeah.
way, I kind of wanted to.
Yeah.
I guess this is in a way a bit of maybe not foreshadowing, but the start of the idea for Erebus Reactor, where I liked having you go through that big area and then coming into this even bigger area that dwarfs it. Which of course is what happens with Erebus Reactor. Secret level. Let's go there.
Yeah, the secret level, which I hate,
Oh, wait.
but you love.
Why do you
what was your
hate
guys'
it?
reaction to the reviews, Yahtzee, G-Man, Civi, Mandalore. Did Yahtzee play Dusk? Oh yeah, he played it
Yeah.
with Fortnite. He did a double review where he did Fortnite and Dusk.
Yeah. He didn't
Mandalore's
like the level
in
design.
here. Mandalore's in here. I think Civi's in here too. Obviously,
Oh,
Civi's.
cool. We love
And
Civi.
then, yeah,
And Mandalore, as a matter of fact.
no, he loved it too. I think Civi's 3-part series was really awesome. Especially, I loved part 3 because I spent like, as everybody knows, like the ending of Dusk was like the thing I spent the most time on. I wrote and rewrote that a million times. It took me about a year to get Steven. It's a Stefan or Steven, I still don't know. Stefan Wade.
Oh, so it's
Wait to be in the game, and we recorded that whole thing, and I was like, I really hope people appreciate this.
Yeah.
And then when Civi did that 3rd-part video with all this stuff at the end, that was my favorite.
Yeah.
The real feel-good moment. I love that video, Civi. That's my favorite part of when you discovered. And I think a lot of other people had that reaction as well.
Yeah.
To the voice. Some people didn't get it at first, and I remember G-Man was DMing me afterwards because he was like. G-Man likes to do a thing where he plays games and then DMs everybody he knows like as he's playing them. I'm like, just play the fucking game.
Oh, really?
He's like, oh, I just got to this. He's been DMing me like nonstop about like System Shock. He's like, oh, I can't
but he was doing that for Dusk. I'm like, just get to the fucking thing. He's telling me, oh, I love this level. Oh, I fucking hate this level. I'm like, just play it. And he gets to the end, and he's like, was that fucking? I was like, yeah. He's like, holy shit. I was like, yep. Because it doesn't click for some people at first. But when it do, I think it was worth it. Also, it's people. Somebody asked earlier, how hard was it to get Stefan for the game? I went to his website, which it looks like it was made in GeoCities in like 1996. And I just emailed him, and he emailed me back. His emails, he writes, are in all Comic Sans.
Oh yeah.
Yep. In like 40-point font. He's such like an old. He's not a boomer. He's like a generation like above that. He's like 70. He's such an old. He's so much like old man learning how to use a computer. And it was mostly a union thing because he's whatchamacallit,
Screen Actors Guild.
So I had to go to the Screen Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA and stuff, and and they were not used to like doing like small video game stuff, so I had to sign a bunch of paperwork, go back and forth, find a third-party company to bill for the thing that could invoice his agent to do a thing, all to pay him $500 to record 30 minutes of audio, and it took about a year of going back and forth to get that to happen. But it did, and I think it was 100% worth it.
Dude's a super big sweetheart.
Yeah, he's such a nice dude. And we will release his outtakes.
Oh no.
We had him do. He did so many. I think I put the "Is this hentai?"
I think that's public, isn't it?
Yeah, I put that one on Twitter once.
I think I gave it to Grizzly too.
Yeah, and he put a bunch of that. There's one where he goes, "Who did you expect at the end of all this? Donald Trump?" There's so many. He's like, "What's hentai?" We're like,
That was the best,
don't worry about it. Yeah.
One of the best moments of my entire career.
Yeah.
I'll always remember
what are
that.
you doing to this old man?
I had to mute myself while I was on chat with Dave while we were directing him because I was laughing so much I couldn't keep it together.
Yeah, we're like, he did one where he's like, "Is this? But you, I like butter." Better and stuff. There's so many. There's like 2 hours of audio, and we recorded it all. We'll put it when we do like the big box stuff. We'll put like a CD of like just extra shit.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Let me go over a few things about this level real quick. So the reason I like this level is it's really, I think it's really good looping. It turned out really well. It loops you back over places in a logical manner and stuff. I really love. This is my favorite music track in the whole game, and the idea behind this level was essentially just sort of as much seamless movement as I could do with Dusk. Oh, I also like the color scheme in this room a lot, with that deep red. This room was one that I made like really early in the game's development, and it was part of a different level, and then I just threw it into here because why not? But yeah, originally the name, what is Foundry? That's what we called it. The original name was Parkour Pipeline, which Dave didn't like, so it changed. There. And this, oh yeah, the lighting in here I like. Here we go. Here's the parkour part. There's like, oh, wrong way. There's like several different ways you can do this.
Somebody asked, do you feel like you would have been better cutting off the climbing ability if not for the sunken time fallacy?
What? No,
I think
it's still fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think also with the SDK, people are gonna make more fun levels like this to use.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things I
And that's
thought of.
also, like, we've got those grappling balls, which we didn't use anywhere in the game, but Scott put in that multiplayer level.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys play that giant multiplayer level that we have. That,
See, look how well that loops back around. Now we're back on this.
Pretty neat.
I'm just really happy with that. Anyway, sorry.
I always like this part, because I like bouncing and then zooming with the hunting rifle and
costume as you're bouncing. It's a good feeling.
I also felt like that was like an homage to Rock 2013 in a way.
Oh god, yeah.
It might have been subconscious.
On the lava, you die.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it. I don't want to talk about E2M2 ever again.
Oh gosh, yeah. But yeah, there's a there are these grapple ball things that didn't make it into the game that are pretty cool.
They're really cool. Like you shoot them and you grapple towards them, and I think those are definitely.
But now, see, the thing is, the climbing power-up is flawed, but it's still fun, and it still has good use in the game.
Good catch and release that I really wanted.
Yeah, but it's not as good as we wanted it to be. It's just...
Yeah, but we spent so much time on it already. Oh, look at that. That was a nice...
Oh,
yeah.
That was
nice. That was like some fucking My Friend Pedro shit right
Yeah,
there.
that's how you're supposed to use the
trailers,
flip.
bud.
Yeah. Yeah, this part.
That was good.
And this is one where it was hard to come up with a good transition, so it just teleports you into...
teleports you back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there's E2MS.
And now, the
yeah.
The funny thing was, so many people played and even reviewed Dusk and like stopped before this. And this is, I think, unequivocally where the game fucking changes.
This is where Dusk...
This
the
is
retro
where
FPS
where
becomes...
shit gets real.
Yeah, this is where Dusk the retro FPS becomes Dusk the psychotic acid dream, basically.
Yeah. And then the voices on all these things are...
Yeah, that's
it's
Andrew. He just
Andrew
improv those.
He just did a bunch of random ones. Oh, did you do the Duke thing with the don't have time to play with myself earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did.
This is also... This level basically is the reason that developing episode 3 took years off my life. Because this started the chain of, like, having to feel like I had to one-up myself in conceptually with every new Dusk level. So it's like, oh crap, we've already done non-Euclidean, well, not really non-Euclidean, but like MC Escher insanity. Now what? Well, I guess we've got to, now we have to have gravity change. I know Dusk doesn't, nothing about Dusk supports that. We'll just have to hack it in somehow.
It's so hacky. And this secret, is this the one where I wrote the goats have gone mad?
No, that was back in the Infernal Machine.
Yeah.
This is just a goat operating room. Nothing really. This power-up placement's weird. I'm not even gonna bother getting it.
All those comm voices that people reference with it, I just did that on a whim because memes.
Dr. Memes.
And they're supposed to be. Yeah, it's basically just supposed to be the what's it called voice, the comm voice from Half-Life 1.
Yeah, Vox. I think it's called.
Yeah, Vox. That's what it is, right? Which is the creepiest
How are you not dead?
comm system in any game ever.
It is, yeah. Oh, with those welders, I deliberately made their jib system just like have disgusting velocity, so that anytime one of them blows up, jibs are flying in, very long distances.
And there's my high school yearbook photo again.
Yeah.
And this level we actually iterated on a bunch.
It does,
too.
yeah. Oh yeah. Also, we iterated on this level.
Yeah, and then I had all. We'll show you later. I had all these to like for the like flavor text and changing some stuff. I'm like, let's change my picture too, and like give it like demon eyes. And then the part of this level. So this is also where we introduced the super hot power up.
Yeah.
And we changed that room a lot because it's one of my favorite sections of the game.
Originally,
it's called, but okay.
What, the super hot power up? It's called.
Yeah, but everyone knows what it is.
I still can't believe you got it to work. And I had Andrew do the VO here. Take it, taste the power. And originally this room was like a lot smaller.
It was basically this plus a little tiny.
And I was like, it needs to be like really big and have like a lot of things you can throw in slow motion and all that stuff. And we iterated on it a few times, and eventually it turned into what it is now. And I think it's a really good use.
Yeah.
Haha. The most fun part about the Serum of Blistering Heat, in my opinion, is
sliding.
Well, sliding is pretty good, but I like throwing physics Whoop, that one
Look
exploded.
at all those dudes that just caught on fire. I've never seen that with something explodes. That was awesome.
So I love it. You can slide and double barrel shotgun guys really well.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
The
cool thing, my opinion, and this has also become relevant while working on Maximum Action, is that the coolest things to see in slow motion are things that are affected by gravity. or that have some sort of in-air velocity. That's
Yeah.
that's actually why the Dusk level, endless level, the Dusk endless level in Maximum Action. That's why that has rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, super hot power up. Serum of blistering heat.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that actually just works. It works really well.
Yeah.
Scientist on fire. I like how he doesn't care that he's on fire. Just like I'm just gonna.
Yeah. He's so dedicated to his job. It's just.
Lore.
Yeah.
Right, and this is when stuff changes.
This is the, and now the reason, I think I've shared this a couple of times before, the whole reason that the Escher Labs is the way it is because I was like, well, I have to have a lab level, and then I started making the lab level, and I'm like, this isn't fun, but yeah, now your picture is,
Yeah. So then I had this
And-
something isn't right, and then
Yeah.
I went, oh.
it was just
because
like,
I
this
wanted-
isn't, it's not cool, it's not, I don't have any ideas for how to make it cool, like, I don't know what to do, and then I'm like, okay, screw it, the level will be sideways.
Oh man, I remember you handing me a build of this, and I was like, "What did you do?" Like,
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, it's really not that hard. You just put the floor on the ceiling, and you know.
it was just fuckery that he took the entire thing behind you and switched it again.
Yeah,
That-
it's
I
just
was like,
doors
that's-
opening essentially, but it's
I was like, that's kind of magic, you know.
yeah,
Everything's a door.
yeah, everything in Dust. The tornado in
It's a door.
Blasphemy is connected to a door. Yeah. All right, here we go. Here's ta-da!
Yeah, I love watching people get to this part. They're like, what?
Yeah, they're like, what is going on? And I did a lot to like.
Did some other stuff because it got kind of confusing for some people, but it's pretty
Yeah.
straightforward, even though it looks fucky.
It is, yeah. And I also tried to. What I thought would kind of make the effect be better is if you had a very clear idea which textures went on which parts of. Like, this texture here, this is always a floor texture in this level.
Yeah.
Like, wherever this is somewhere that's supposed to be floor. I don't know how well that actually ends up working, but it was something I tried. And yeah, this was. It wasn't
Priceless
too hard to
diamond,
do
like-
technically. Like, this level wasn't hard to do technically, but it was difficult to do creatively to try and design, like, rooms stuck together like this.
Yeah, imagine getting through pathing, and you're like, "This is what I wanted to do." At
Yeah.
certain points with that, you're just like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was really
Yeah,
hard to
I-
think up, like, cool rooms, too. That wasn't just like, here's a room, but it's on its side. Because I wanted it to not just be, you're in
Ugh.
upside-down rooms, but be that you're in this stuck-together conglomeration of rooms at from different angles. Like MC Escher, basically.
Yeah.
So in this case, it's not just like, this is, this part is like one way, and then you have this part going that way, and stuff like that, it was a bit hard to do.
And then we moved the key over here, so you kind of
Yeah,
get it. no
so it
matter
flows
what.
a bit better.
People would miss the key.
And this is
And
just
then-
the...
So the first time David, I played this with David, and I love putting the welder down there because you
Yeah.
can't see him and you just see his fireball.
You just see his fire.
The first time I played this, I was like, oh, thief hallway, and David goes, oh, good, you got it. I didn't know if anybody would get it. I was like, no, I got it immediately. I looked at it immediately, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, it's Constantine's mansion from Thief.
Yeah.
Awesome. But then I had the idea. I was like, let's hide the sword there, cause you're doing the thief.
Because it's the sword, and this is
And
thanks,
then we hit the
Constantine.
sword, and then we put the little message, thanks, Constantine.
Yeah.
Just in case people didn't get it, and me, I
Yeah.
have to put everything to death. I was like, let's fucking make sure they fucking get it.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's definitely one of the most memorable sections. Plus, that's been done a bunch of times in a bunch of games, but it's...
Yeah. It was done in the Gloomwood demo.
Civi said, thanks, Constantine. Hi, Civi. And then you get your eye cut out. See, but you get a
Yeah.
better eye. You get a better eye.
Yeah. So yeah, this... Whoop. I'm being stupid.
And then this, it's another, yeah.
Yes.
With the, this
Don't.
was another section where I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit. So it didn't say don't originally. It didn't say
No.
anything. And I had the idea to put don't on there. 'Cause it's like, oh, well, it's
Yeah.
one of the-
I was
like the
afraid of it saying anything because I didn't want people to expect anything, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
But just
But it worked
the,
out.
The shift in sound here is what
Yeah.
really does it. You get
And-
it's so shrill and then when you go back, it's so quiet for a second before the
Yeah.
music back in. And
That-
it's just like, what the fuck did I just? Where did I just go?
Yeah,
And it
that-
really foreshadows a lot of the other stuff.
This actually,
How did you come up with
this.
the idea for this?
Oh gosh, this part looks really cool in limited palette too. Actually,
The
I don't even remember, Dave.
bone
Honestly,
zone. That's
But
what we
the-
should have called this. It should have said the bone zone on the wall.
bones. The ambient sound is a buzzsaw just looping. Actually, yeah, I don't remember how I came up for this. I don't
Something
know.
about saws and the sound of saws that people don't like. That's the
Yeah.
same alert sound that they used for Amnesia for the monster.
Yeah, and they used it in Dead Space. That was a subway. Never mind. But there's
Yeah,
that one
it was-
horrible
But it's-
noise that happens when you
yeah.
come back inside of the one spacewalk.
Who is Forbidden Donut 99? I assume Dylan.
Yes, that's Dylan. What did Dylan say?
He said, if you haven't played Thief, we have you covered soon. Yeah, we
Yeah.
get it. Yeah, Andrew, you should do a VO so when you go in there and the special edition it goes, welcome to the Bone Zone.
That would ruin it, though.
No.
Okay. Meme game. This part I always thought was kind of annoying. It's just like, I
The
gotta
stairs.
stack boxes.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then-
yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah,
fine.
it's fine, but you're not wrong. And then,
Be able to jump up there. And then another save yourself. So
Yeah.
save your game. There you go. And then this, and also, but so I didn't. So this is it's the Indiana Jones thing, right? Or at least it was to me when I first saw. Wait, David, go back.
yeah,
Go back to the beginning of. I
Uh-huh.
know the stream delayed a few seconds. And so originally there was nothing there, and I was like, well, if we're doing the Indiana Jones thing, or at least to me it was that. I'm like, what can we give the player so they can test that out? I'm like, the mortar, you can bounce it, and it would bounce if you shoot it, and it would bounce. And you
yeah.
would
Sorry, I was
see-
getting a drink.
Oh yeah. If you shoot the mortar, it would bounce across the invisible thing, and you would see, okay, I can walk there. Kind of
Yeah.
like how Indy throws the bag of sand to see that there's actually a path there. So it's the same thing. And it was good. And so you're like, okay, there's an invisible thing there, and it's cool, but it still gives you the crazy stuff. And then Mama, which we had to
Yeah.
nerf because the fight's is a hard. 'Cause most people die by falling.
Yep, that's how you die in this one. Probably should have done in hindsight, we should have done the same warping thing that we do in episode 3,
Right.
where it warps
Yeah.
you back. But, I like this visual in here, of all the floating platforms. There was a previous incarnation of this area that
Originally,
was
it
completely
nothing like
different.
this.
Yeah,
there
and it
like,
wasn't
just
very
It was
good.
like a room with a stairs, and it was like an operating table or something. There was nothing.
It wasn't very
that.
good. No, she
This
wasn't
is
even on an
basically-
operating table. It just,
Yeah, this is like a complete redesign of what it
Yeah.
was once.
it's much cooler.
That Scream, the one that she does. There's a girl from our Discord did the voice for Mama.
The what have you done?
Yeah, what have
Yeah.
you done to my dog? It's actually what have you done to my dog?
Yeah,
For some reason, the clip gets cut in half, and she says to my daughters after you kill her.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's like whatever, it's fine. I think she just says my daughters.
Yeah, she just, my daughters. So this is the strategy for dealing with Mama, basically. And yeah, Mama, or the Cowgirls, is actually the enemy name. But she went through some redesign. Because the original...
Yeah, so actually, so David, she says, "What have you done to my daughter?" So originally, like her bottom half, she had like her hoo-hoo all stitched up.
Well, see, no, that is what it looked like, but that wasn't actually what it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
But
I
it did
saw
look
that,
like
I was
that,
like,
so, yeah.
And I was like, let's maybe not have stitched up hoo-hoos on the enemy characters. So I was like, let's just give her like all metal, like art.
Yeah, like the cyber midwives in System Shock,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Yeah,
And
definitely.
honestly, it wasn't very fitting for what Dusk actually is, too. She was designed early on when it was going to be a bit more of a serious game. Like, it was always going to be a bit, like, but it was, originally it was going to be a little more horror-y.
And
But
there was
now it
definitely,
was too much, so.
Yeah, it was
My favorite
definitely
was
inspired by the midwives.
Yeah.
my favorite was whenever those original designs I think were still in a build, I believe.
Yeah.
That possibly was in Twitch, and and Dave came across him, and he goes, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that." Like, when you were playing on stream with Nvidia or somebody, I think.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that.
EVGA or something.
Yeah, it was EVGA, and like I started laughing, then I was immediately like, "Oh no."
You want the game sound turned up a bit? Somebody? I don't know. So this room took a while. So that the set piece was always there, and it looked really cool. And then when we realized the gravity thing later on, I asked David, I'm like, is there a way to indicate that that's like the giant gravity-otron? I was like, can we like make some can we like suspend a bunch of shit in midair? And he did. Because originally none of that was there, and it looks really, really fucking cool. I just always love the way the lighting, the fake lighting looks in this.
Yeah, it looks
No,
very
he said
good.
turn the volume up.
Did he? Game
Oh,
sound is a
yeah.
bit too loud. So
Oh, it's too loud? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the music or the game?
I don't know.
The music or the game? Sounds fine to me. Oh, I can hear myself now. Hi, me.
Wow, hello there.
Stop.
Ooh,
Alright,
that's a sexy voice.
Alright, so there's the Escher Labs. That is...
Sweet, delicious mezcal.
No, I'm not drinking. Not till later. I gotta drive back to San Diego.
I'm just gonna have one.
Hold on 1 second, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Gotta pause it. Alright, I'll be right back.
Erebus.
Oh. What is it with older shooters and body horror? That's a good question. I don't know. They're all the guys who make them are all sick fucks.
Quake 2.
Yeah. Bunch
Yeah.
of sick fucks.
Keep singing. Why did you stop? Who was singing? Was that you, Dave?
Was I singing? The body horror sucks a lot. People are sick fucks. Yeah, Quake 2 enemies are just like, ugh.
Was
Quake
there
2,
a lot
best
of
Quake 2 of the Quake 2 series, yes. Quake 2 is the best Quake 2 ever made. No, there is... No, we got Quake 2 now. It's called Wrath. You can play it. Just pretend that Quake 2 never came out. Just go right from Quake to Wrath. It does, that kind of sounds like what the sequel to Quake would be anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of inspiration in music from Quake 2? No. Like, I like Sasha. He made a great soundtrack, but no, not really. No.
Yeah, Sasha. Everybody forgets that Sasha did so much work on the new Deus Ex.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
really?
great.
Yeah, and also I always go back to that because I went to the Game Awards, and like they had Green Day, which was actually pretty cool because they played stuff. But then they had Grimes and I don't even remember who the third act they played was. Who else played at the Game Awards? It was Grimes and Green Day. That's how forgettable it was. But the best was when they had Mick Gordon play the Doom soundtrack at the Game Awards, and Sasha was on keyboards. And I forget the drummer from what band.
Is it Matt Halpern?
Yeah. I forget the name of his band. Fuck.
Periphery?
Yeah, Periphery. Thank you. And they played, and it was awesome. And then they broke into Quake in the middle for like 10 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I was gonna like turn it off and like run up on stage. That was fun. Need more of that. Even though Green Day was pretty great this year, especially because they played Welcome to Paradise and not like some new shit. I'm like, oh, they're playing boomer punk.
Boomer punk.
Boomer.
Boomer punk would probably be like if the fucking Clash showed up.
Oh my god.
So,
That
here
is
we have
Boomer.
the Erebus reactor, which is
Yeah,
reference to Mount Erebus in Doom, which is one of my favorite
Yeah.
levels in the game, actually.
Isn't Mount Erebus where they introduced Cyber Demon?
No.
You know, that's Tower of
Oh, that's
Babel.
Babel, yeah.
Yeah. No, Mount Erebus is the one in, excuse me. That's the one in episode 3. 3, right? Yeah. Doom always melts together for me. I can't remember which levels are in which episode. But it's...
Someone said
it's
the Saint Anger snare.
It's not that bad.
But yeah, so the idea here is to be a bit like Mount Erebus, where it's like a big open explorer level. I don't think it's as successful at that as Mount Erebus. I remember when making this, I showed a in progress, excuse me, an in progress version to Dylan, and he was like, it would really help sell it better to have like more interiors, like have more going on with the interiors inside and stuff. And he was right, but it was honestly, this level was hard enough to realize to begin with that it was just like
I think my crits were just mostly like it was about visualization of key. I was like, to add more borders to the doors and stuff, so it's not just like people wandering around. Because originally it was just kind of like just going into every room and seeing what it was.
Yeah.
We didn't really guide the player in
like
a
Mount
great
Erebus.
way. Yeah, and there was but other than that, I was just like, awesome big combat arena. It was good.
Yeah.
And then when we get to the end, which we worked really hard on the big reveal at the end. Not Big John. Big John, we did not work on hard at all.
No,
It's
but on
literally
the
just David fucking. And I didn't know. Did I have anything to do with putting Big John in the game, or you just did that?
no, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, you wanted Big John in.
Yeah.
But I didn't know where he was gonna show up or why or how you would. Definitely didn't know you were gonna put my face on him with the.
Yeah.
It's that picture that I took at RTX that one year with
Yep. And it's
you
really
still-
funny if you look at the texture. Is it's literally
I do,
just
yeah.
I like cropped out your face and put
Yeah.
it's so bad. Wait, was there? No, that was the
The,
old version.
The music track for this one is actually one of the few like thematic tracks where it's actually the sound that you hear in between that goes down down down, like that's an actual Tesla coil,
Whoops.
like tuned to pitch.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you sending an in progress one to me, or an in progress like sample of the track to me, and you're like, "Is this too much?" And I'm like, "No."
Yeah, no, it's great for this. I think it's definitely one of my favorite tracks.
Yeah, I love.
Yeah, people. Yeah. So Big John, well, we'll talk about him in a bit, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
my voice. So basically, it's me doing Arnold from Predator, and I haven't done any new Big John lines in years. We literally reused the ones I did for Rise of the Triad. Yeah, it's me. It's just doing this. Come on, kill me. Come on, I'm here. Come
Yeah.
Come on, you ugly son of a bitch. Like it's literally me doing that, and then Andrew pitches it down, so it sounds. And when we did that, and it actually sounds a lot like shitty Arnold.
It's
but
it's surprisingly
it's
accurate.
like it's the end of Predator. He's like, "Come on, kill me, I'm right here," and the Predator just
Yeah.
walks off. And like back when we were working on Rise of the Triad, it's like Frederick's like a huge Arnold fan. Well, we're all big like Arnold fans and stuff. So I just did that, and we put him in. He's in Rot 2013 as a mini boss, and I guess I said let's put him in Dusk.
Yeah.
And we'll get to him, but with the big thing was like, is this too fucking stupid to be in this?
And the
game?
answer is yes, but we did it
Yeah.
anyway.
And a lot of some people were like, and I was like, listen, if enough people really don't like it, we'll just turn the voice off or whatever, or we'll make it a secret. But as you know, Big John definitely became a thing that people
Yes.
like, and we want to, and we put him in a medieval. We want to put him in games. He's just like, I wanted to do new lines. Well, hi, you thought I was dead? I'm not in one game. I'm in every game. I'm back.
You thought I was in one game, but I am actually in every game.
Yeah.
Oh, good point. I can't even.
Like Big John will definitely return in more stuff.
Yeah.
But it worked out pretty well. But that's not the design. Designing Big John was not hard. But the big reveal at the end, we actually spent a lot of time on.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that when we
Yeah.
get to that.
I like the idea that Big John's voice being turned off was on the table because it would just show up and it would just say Big John underneath. Like, who is this guy?
What?
Well, I mean, the enemies have had very stupid names. The Guardian used to be what, Painosaurus?
Oh yeah, that's right. I called him the Painosaurus, and I thought it was hilarious.
The thing about Dusk is, we try to, you don't want it's not Postal, right? We don't want fucking meme humor all the time. But
all the time,
Like,
but
it's
some of
fun
the
to
time.
have those moments of levity where it's like dumb stuff or kind of dumb. I just thought
Yeah.
Painosaurus like takes you out of the moment of fighting this boss like so much. And then like the Guardian makes more sense. But Painosaurus wasn't a bad name, so I like semi-regret making it change. Because it reminds me of Luchasaurus.
It's a very much a me sort of joke where it's just so stupid.
Yeah, is Mike in here? Jared's not in here, right? Jared's probably at the gym. That dude works out more than I do.
So real quick fun fact. These towers, these sparking towers, those are kind of, ooh, yeah, that worked. Those are kind of ripped out of Painkiller. In the factory level, there's some towers in the background that have that I took the shape from, and then just made them spark and glow, basically. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Igor Stravinsky that originally said, beginners borrow, masters steal, so... There's some parts of Dusk where I took that to heart.
That scientist was just stabbing that welder. I've never seen that before.
Oh, yeah. But welders tend to create a lot of infighting for obvious reasons. Yeah, this level was quite difficult to just overall to do. I remember specifically modeling out this whole center part here, which was not easy. So I modeled this all out, and I just couldn't figure out how to fill out the rest of the space. And I went on a walk, because that's usually what I do when I'm stuck. And I was like, do I need to change the idea for this level? Like, maybe the idea I have just isn't going to work out. And eventually I'm like, no, I gotta just do it. I just gotta find stuff, I just gotta come up with a few things that I can create to put around to make it, to fill out the space. And have this nice interior, and then... Oh, I have the red key, I can keep going. And then, once that was all done, then this whole thing out here kind of followed.
Yeah, this was super neat.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if this worked or not, but...
Originally, that you could, there was so much space.
Oh yeah, it was way too big.
You could go around the whole back of the... Don't do that. Originally, you can go around the whole back of the reactor. Can you look at that? Is the stream frozen?
Sorry, I was getting a bite to eat.
Oh yeah.
Hungry boy.
No, so originally you can go all the way back, and it was like there was nothing back there, and it really wasn't much of a point. So I was like, wall that off. But look what he did.
Yeah.
What else
yeah, I think there is a way to like sneak back there or something, but it's not gameplay.
But originally, it was like, it was just like 10 miles of being able to walk, and it was just like,
yeah.
But here was the big reveal: the fact that like this giant room was the tiny room.
Yeah.
Among these. And then we get to the switch.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time I got to it, and it opens the roof, and I was like, that's super cool. But the problem was, nope. What happened?
I'll do that in a second. Keep going.
Okay. Oh, well, no, you could do it now. I was talking about it.
Oh, I was just gonna mention real quick it's supposed to trick you into thinking you're outside at night.
Yeah.
I don't know how successful that was for most people, but that's the idea. Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so now hit the switch. And it opens, right? And it was really cool. But originally it happened really fast. There wasn't a lot of sound to it, and my concern was the player's not going to look up.
Yeah.
And see it. So my whole thing was, how do we get the player to look up?
Yes. The great game design question of really anything.
Yeah. And I was like, well, first of all, let's slow it down so they have time, because if they're fucking around in that room, they won't see it. Because like, not just seeing it open, I want to see them seeing it open. And second of all, I'm like, we need to add like really loud sound of like, the roof opening. And then I wanted you to make it so I think that lens flare with the sun wasn't originally
was it not? Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
One of the main things. Yeah, well, one of the main things was also making the light level change, which was actually quite hacky the way I did it. Every single object in here that's supposed to change light level, like the floor and stuff, have a specific material, with I think a script attached to it might just be the material. I think it's just they have a specific material, and then when those doors open, there's a script that knows to change the light level of this list of materials. So it's an incredibly hacky way to do it, not modular at all. You would never, be able to use that in another level, but it helped kind of encourage them to look up.
Yeah.
Because of the-
And then I think I had you. I don't know if it was less buildings, more buildings, taller buildings. I had you some of the buildings in some way. I forget.
Taller, I
I
think?
think they were more just like pillars before, and then you added like windows or something.
Oh, maybe? I don't... Yeah, there was a
And I
lot
think,
of iteration
I
to
think
make it work.
also, I think took some. I think there was more stuff in the middle, and I was like, take stuff out of the
Oh,
middle
yeah.
so you can see more of the sky. Yeah, it doesn't have dynamic lighting, which was an issue.
Yeah.
And we couldn't make the light like shine through in there, but it worked,
Yeah.
and it ended up working. And I think it's a really cool moment. And then you get that really cool quiet moment, and then come on.
Yeah. Now, if I were doing this in, a different game, a game that wasn't just using baked lighting, of course you'd have, direct sunlight shining in, and you'd see the shadows of the doors opening, and that would communicate it. But yeah, and then we have this guy. Let's see if we
I never noticed the roof open. Come on, kill me, come on. You can turn the sound off. Come on,
here. Oh,
kill me, come on,
Turn
you
this
ugly
up a
son of a
little
bitch. Come on.
Good job.
Come on, do it. Come on, come on, really man. Come on, do it. I'm here. Come on. And I love the fact. I think originally. He only said a few things, and I'm like, no, the way we did it in 2013, just put a whole bunch of the sound files in and randomize them. So
Yeah.
he just says whatever the fuck all the time. That thing, I would like when he dies, can you make him go,
yeah, ready?
Yeah, he said that after he dies, because it's like, he's like, I'll be back, I never die, He's
Yep.
like already dead, and he goes,
Yep.
Amazing.
Oh, that's great. Some people hate that fight.
Yeah.
Like,
The
I've
fight-
gotten
the
people
fight's
yelling
really
at
easy,
me.
because you can just range him, because
Yeah,
and that
well, no,
was-
they hate it because it's,
I had you increase his range so you couldn't just like stand at the other end of the map and
Yeah.
rocket him.
yeah. Well, I've had some people who hate it because it's so tonally dissonant from what comes
Yeah.
before.
From everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the point.
That's kind of the
Yeah.
joke,
Give
yeah.
him a break,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now, Germa's
does-
stream that he did has the funniest Big John fight I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, they fight each other.
Where it gets him in
the
here,
elevator.
and the Doppler
And because
effect
of the
is
Doppler
turning.
effect,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
It's so good. Yeah. You're like, come on, get me now. It's like high pitched. It's so good.
But yeah, this I always thought was really cool, and this was also a huge bug. You had
Oh
a
gosh, yeah.
jump pad with this jump pad where it wouldn't launch you all the way up. Oh god, the Z fighting.
Oh yeah, let's
Wouldn't launch you all the way up, and I guess we eventually fixed it. Did Zombie figure it out?
Sorry, taking a bite.
Must eat.
Who did? It took a long time
Yeah, it was a really hard bug.
because it only showed up. It showed up really rarely, and we had to wait for someone to get it and know to send us an output log. And that finally happened, and I think we solved it, although I've heard rumors that there's still a variation of it. But I don't know if that's true or not. Is that this door doesn't lead anywhere outside of this room. So yeah, okay, so the huge part, the huge, like, sky vista and stuff is genuinely enormous in the editor. It's big enough that it was actually quite difficult to do any changes whatsoever to it, or do any, any real, like, prettyifying of it, because everything was just so huge, you could barely even get things selected. So the idea is it's supposed to be like, you've gone up that chute, and that chute leads you to Neobabble, but I know that the actual sky vista you get, you don't see Neobabble in there, but just, imagine it. Imagine Neobabble is up there.
Oh god, no, this level looks really good with Bloomon, you guys.
Oh gosh, no. Here, let me show you.
Bloomon.
Yeah.
It might be the worst. You know why?
Completely
Oh
blown
my
out.
Dude, I think Rock Paper Shotgun
Oh my god.
the Bloomon at this level. It's so
Yeah.
fucking awful.
It's really bad.
Make it stop.
Yeah. Don't play Dusk with Bloom on, please.
It's out my ass.
Yeah. This one.
It's coming from my ass.
It's coming from my ass into his ass.
Where's that? There it is. So the idea behind this level, there's a couple. The whole feel of this level is supposed to be like, excuse me. It's supposed to be like, yeah. It's supposed to be like arid and like open feeling, which makes sense because you're in the sky. And also it's like, it's Neo-Babel. It's the Babel Skylab, so it's just like.
Also, I love like this like we made this funny sign like "Welcome to Babel Skylab." We were really leaning into the like the Portal Half-Life-y like aperture type shit here, where it's like for a better tomorrow, we're grinding up humans to get to the Elder Gods.
Yeah. So the idea was like this is it's the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, but in this case it's representing, like, horrifying advances in industry. So we have all these, like, temple-like, so some are kind of Babylonian sort of structures, but they're all made out of metal. That was sort of the idea. Now, maybe that's a bit too, artsy for Dusk. I don't know, but that's kind of the way I went about this, and then made it goofy with like the Babel Skylab stuff.
We'll keep the Twitch VOD for the people asking, and then we'll put it on YouTube and stuff. If the commentary's good, which I don't know, we'll try to make it like the official dev commentary, because you can do that on stream, like on Steam. It's like this game has dev commentary. I don't know how dev commentary usually is, but it's got to be at least as good as the Double Fine commentary, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen the Double Fine commentary.
Tim Schafer's just like all memes.
Oh.
I don't know, maybe.
There we go.
It should. I don't think. So whose voice is who? So David's playing. Say hi, David.
Hi. I have the weird voice.
Yeah. No, we don't have. I'm Dave. Dave Oshray, and Andrew is.
Hello, I'm right here.
And that's Andrew. So you've got the three of us.
Yeah.
We could have done a thing where we put like little boxes on the screen with like our faces and voices, but that sounds like work.
Yeah, I don't know how to set that up.
But David managed to put his Twitter name on the corner.
Oh, that's existed there.
Fucking chill.
It's just an image. That's easy to do.
Yeah, and also we got Big John here. Yeah.
Yeah, him too. Special guest Big John.
Like this. So when we were making this level, right? So
you should have heard him.
Like David's like, oh, let's put a tornado, and I was like, oh, I fucking love tornado. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I did the whole stream like that, I would not be able to speak to him.
Yeah. So this level had there were a bunch of light mapping issues had to do with global illumination, which is essentially just ambient light. It did not cooperate on this level for some reason. So I ended up having to do everything you see that is like you should do with global illumination. Like the fact that the shadow isn't pitch black, that's because there's, ambient light. The actual ambient light level of this level is like 0 or something. I did all of that with point lights because global illumination was not cooperating on this level, and It was at a point then in development where I'm just like, I'm tired of struggling with you light mapping, I'll just find some stupid way to do it. And that's why there are a couple places on, like, where is it? Right there, where you have a pitch black shadow that shouldn't be there, but it is because the point light didn't reach there or something along those lines. What engine does Dusk use? Yeah, Unity.
Unity, more like Unity.
Yeah, kind of.
I can't hear David.
I'm packing up my hotel room always.
Oh, really?
I don't think any
It's better than when I was doing the stream while driving on Pro 5.
Yeah.
Kill him.
Yeah.
I still like the idea of taking all of Like, cause we had blood to kill him.
Oh,
And
yeah.
If it was just corridor 7.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Witch Haven.
Quake 2.
Quake 2.
Damn. Did they say heretic? Or they,
Yeah.
Didn't I want them to say condemned, and you were like, no, that's too memey.
Yeah, because
yeah. I like-
Condemned
I
isn't
like that.
really doesn't really have anything to do with this game.
Yeah, no, it'd be good.
Like stone.
Oh, David, you gotta lower the game audio back
Oh.
because you did it for Big John. Yeah, they go.
Kid's Labyrinth.
Focus, focus.
Jack's Quest. Oh man.
Yeah, making games is fun. Except when
Yeah. Sometimes making games is just the worst. Let's go to this. I forget what I put in the smokestack. Oh yeah, there's a ball on
I
there.
think it's a sword, isn't it?
No, it's climbing power. That's right. You use that to get to most of the secrets. And
Oh yeah, so we did. Yeah, this level we changed a lot at the. So my attention was focused on that, the rooms, you know, going
Yeah.
through with the teleporter and stuff. But yes, I think, and I really wanted you, to be able to, for the people that use the Crystal of Madness, that last room, it's a lot of fun.
yeah,
I think I asked you to add a bunch more set dressing. towards the
probably.
end
That's
here.
usually a safe
And
assumption.
the room, this room is hard. Yeah, for some reason, this room with the mama and the 2 welders and the turret, this room.
Yeah, and a
blew up
Wendigo.
so badly. I mean, just the cowgirls in general are just fucking so tanky.
They're pretty difficult.
They're
yeah.
very much like a Quake feeling enemy. Like
Yeah.
kinda a little big spongy.
They're supposed to be sort of the lower level cyber demon of
Yeah.
this game.
Speaking of which, I love that new redesign we turned did. It's great.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Boom, boom,
Hello,
boom.
door.
What
Oh,
the-
hey.
It's a door.
Oh yeah, so yeah, doors in Dusk only open up.
Yeah.
They don't open side to side.
Wait. Did I do the
Game
thing? I
needs
didn't do
fixed.
the thing.
Tech war.
Wait, what am I
Stuck
doing?
with me now.
Do I have the crossbow? Yes, I do. I haven't used the crossbow much at all. Crossbow gets... I feel like crossbow gets a more use in episode 3. This room, I love this room. I just love how
Yeah.
it feels, like with the light coming in and stuff.
It's a nice ambient.
Yeah. Heck.
Oh no. Oh. Oof.
Ah, didn't time that right. Get some health. Excuse me.
Somebody pointed out the other day, and I was like, "That's not a bad. That's not a bad idea. Like I'd never thought of it like that. Is that some people have mentioned that Dusk is a really good introduction for people who've like never played a shooter before, but they want to see what it's like because of the difficulty settings that were put in place.
Oh,
yeah, well,
so
it's really. People always ask me why is more popular than most of the other ones, and it's because I've always said because it's so accessible. It makes everybody feel like a rock star. Like the movement, like bunny hopping is so easy. The shooting is so easy.
Yeah, I'd never been able to like correctly bunny hop before Dusk. I will say that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
well,
I
yeah,
can't
bunny
do
hopping, Quake and stuff is hard. You know, like Quake, but in Dusk we just made it so it used to be even easier where you could just hold W and do
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
But now we made so it's basically as long as you strafe and hop, you'll go fast. And there's still people who never bunny hop in Dusk. I see them play it totally like just walking and shooting, which is fine. But I think that's one of the reasons, the keys to Dusk's success is the fact that it's so accessible, but that it makes everything so easy to do, and it's just so satisfying to do all the the fun stuff that it's anybody can do it. It makes you feel like an action hero star. It's like maximum action with the good controls.
Oh my god.
Maximum action controls are better now.
They're
We're
better now.
working on it.
Did we ship the hotfix?
Not yet. Well, we're waiting on, you know, the level.
Oh, we're doing that with the yeah.
Yeah.
The level's good. Did you see George posted? George added propane tanks.
Oh, did he? Just right now? Oh, cool.
Yeah, he put them. He put it on Twitter and stuff.
Oh, nice. No, I played what he uploaded last night, and I'm like, hey, this is coming along.
Yeah, I would
Crystal
say it
Madness
makes
back
you feel
then.
like an
Yeah.
all-star.
Oh,
It
crap.
really makes you want to get your game on and go play. It makes you feel like a rock star. And once you should get the show on and get
Dave,
paid.
no, no.
Oh my god, it took me a second. It's
so funny.
disgusting.
And then the
Stop it.
Crystal of Madness. I love when people are like, "What does this do?" And they're like, "Oh, it makes enemies fight." Great. And this was a great use of it. This room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This room is also real. I'm not gonna grab the super hot power because I'm using the Crystal of Madness, but it's also a really fun one to use.
Yeah.
Not so. What do we call Serum of Blistering Heat?
Yeah,
Like,
get it. Super hot.
yeah, full confession.
This is also
Internally,
really hard because of the turrets and stuff. This room's pretty fucky.
yeah, like full confession. Internally, we just call that thing the super hot power up.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Do we like Lovecraft? I mean,
Yes.
we made a game with the Lovecrafty stuff. Yeah. Lovecraft himself, don't have an opinion on the guy, but
Yeah, there's baggage there. Let's say.
yeah, don't look up the name of his cat.
Or
No
read Rats
shit.
in the Walls,
Yeah.
which has a cat named.
People
that.
were racist back then.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
Yeah, so people are racist. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the Lovecraft stuff that's in Dusk, because we ripped a lot of just, like, a lot of the stuff that's written on the walls in Episode 3 and stuff like that, and a lot of the lore and the stuff that Jacob says is from Lovecraftian stuff that wasn't written by him. That was written by other people that's part of the Lovecraft mythos.
The stuff on the walls isn't. No, those are from like the oh, what's that one poem? I thought like aren't those from the poem
Hang on.
Nyarlathotep?
Yeah, no. So there's some of the stuff's from so Nyarlathotep is a short poem, and then one of the better things about Nyarlathotep was written by Arthur. Hang on, what did we name the level? The Dweller in Dark.
Yeah. Dweller in the Darkness.
Yeah, which wasn't written by Dweller in Darkness.
Somebody just asked, "What's the big glowing thing that we were just at?"
Oh, well, that's a thing. What this actually is originally this room had a fast fire power up and a super hot power up. And this was here because it looks really cool to see that spinning, like, slow down and speed up in super hot mode. But that ended up getting cut.
Dweller in
so-
Darkness is by August Derleth. Wasn't by. I mean, so like most of the the Lovecraftian mythos, it wasn't written by Lovecraft.
No.
Lovecraft died. But the stuff he created was carried on by lots of different authors. So I would say most of the best Lovecraftian stuff was not written by Lovecraft himself.
Well, it depends on what you like about Lovecraft, because I'm actually more into his non-mythos stuff than.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not actually that into the Cthulhu mythos. I'm more into just, like, his standalone cosmic horror stories.
Yeah.
I think this one, if I remember correctly, also looks really cool and... Yeah. Yeah, see, Dusk was always meant to have retro palette on, like originally. Everyone went nuts about that in Paratopic. I'm like, I had that idea first, Alright, so now we've gone through Escher Place. We've gone through gigantic. We've got grinding machine. Like, a lot of stuff has happened. Now we're like, now this is the part in developing the episode where I'm like, what next? I guess, I don't know. I guess big electricity antennas. That's what we'll go with.
Yeah, and we didn't have a story around it then, but eventually it ended up working. and I had that great line about with his sparks they take from us that is never, which, and that was just me like mashing together a bunch of lines from different crafty
Yeah.
stuff. And that's like most of the stuff I just mashed together stuff. I'm like, this would sound cool on a wall. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Once we had
Congratulations, you're a heavy metal singer.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And once we had the story outline pretty final, it was easy to kind of just make stuff fall into place.
Yeah.
Where like Jacob was an emissary of Nyarlathotep, and he was doing all his bidding, and the military came, and it was all pretty easy to put together. And then there's obviously bits of Half-Life there with Nargle Bargle being G-Man, and you're a bit Gordon Freeman, and it's it's all pretty tropey, but it works.
Yeah. I am going to grab a glass of water.
All right. Yeah, this color scheme in here with the blue and the really deep red was kind of inspired by the original Prey, which does that in a couple of areas, and I thought it looked really cool. Like Prey from 2006, which is an incredible game, by the way, that does not get nearly as much credit as it.
Prey 1's great.
Yeah. Yeah, this this is the point where I kind of embrace the idea of everything just being super abstract completely. Like this room is entirely just messing with shapes, basically. So like this right here, this is just like random cool looking shape.
I spent like no time in this half of the level. It was always just like, go here, get key.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone said Prey is the second best game with Prey as a title. The darkness is spreading. Someone said, "You guys like Paratopic?" Yeah, it was cool. I wish there was more game to it, like and stuff, and less
It's
like.
good.
Stuff.
It had some issues, but
like yeah, it's good, and the art's great and stuff, and the whole. We actually talked to them, Jess and Doc and people about like doing a full game in that universe, because I really love the whole like smuggling VHS tapes and like you watch the tapes and your head like explodes. So like I was very into that, but they're working on like other stuff now. But yeah, visually really cool, like very atmospheric.
yeah, it's pretty good.
This room I love. I always love the lighting.
Yeah, visually.
And I remember I had you
too.
change the enemy in here a bunch because we wanted to have like the right amount of like. I remember there was like originally it was just like a bunch of like.
A bunch of
fodder
what?
here.
Sorry, you cut
I think
out
it was
there.
like more red mages and welders here, and I'm like, I need more fodder enemies.
Oh.
Yeah, this was hard to get the combat right in this room. I remember.
I remember originally it was
3
just
times.
balls
Yeah.
hard. I think you had like a lot of scientists. I was like, this room is too hard. I just love the lighting here. I never
Yeah,
even saw
me too.
you can look up and see that.
Yep, you can
Yeah.
look up and see the
No,
antenna
you did.
there.
You did. We went over it in meetings a couple times where you're like, yeah, if you look back here, it's just it's hard to remember shit like that.
Yeah,
been a
this
while.
stairwell
Yeah.
right here with this curve, took forever to do.
Really?
And this is and it's such a simple thing. It's just
Look at
like
this room. It has curved stairs.
yeah.
Curved stairs.
Well, I mean, these are the sort of things that you start getting dinged for if you don't have from the veteran
Yeah.
mappers who are all just like masters at this stuff.
Yeah.
Like these sort of like little geometric details, but it was difficult enough to make them, and there were so many levels to make that sometimes I just had to skimp on. I didn't really have the luxury of just spending like months and months and months on a single level.
Yeah, exactly.
Or honestly, probably the patience, but
yeah, because like most of like those mappers and stuff, like they make like one map, because it's a side
yeah, and they
project.
can make it.
Come on, like, I
and
can spend all
not
my
that
time
I'm.
on this one map. You don't have to build a whole game.
Yeah, not that I want to use that as an excuse, but it's just that's.
Maybe
Sort
could,
of.
yeah.
That was sort of my. We could have used it, but that was like the reality of making this game was that every level could not be an ad sepulture, or.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, somebody said I cannot believe this was all done in pro. Me either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pro
I mean,
Builder guy's really cool.
I think Pro Builder is quite nice for what it is. It's just not as well suited for level design as some other tools, and I think Pro Builder really works well when it's used for details, when it's used for like level details around blocking. And yeah, all of this is Pro Builder, and I got pretty darn good with Pro Builder by the end.
And but the SDK supports Trench Broom as the primary mapping.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so this spot right here, actually this whole room kind of is based on, excuse me, is based on Ziggurat Vertigo from Quake. Because
Oh,
I
wow, it
love
is.
the design of that first area, or that area where it's like you have these like enclosed loft areas like this, but then there's this sense of like at any step you could fall, you know, you could fall out. It's just, I don't think I completely managed to capture it with
it
this,
looks like a
but
pretty sweet apartment.
yeah,
I can see it.
yeah,
It
that's
it clicked the second you said it.
yeah. I don't think it's completely there, but I tried as best I could to, you know, channel that without just directly copying it.
Yeah, it needs more pyramids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These I like, you know, I'm just, at this point I was just fully committed to the whole abstract industrial weirdness. Who knows what these things are for? They just look cool.
They're for
And I like,
impaling people.
yeah, probably. And I like, really like having these, like, this grading so that you know, you feel like you're in this really arid sky place. I don't know. It was really fun to do. It could be really frustrating, but it was for the most part really fun to do the episode 2 levels because I could just go nuts with some things and not have to think about how, you know, logical it necessarily was, because
I think there's a magic to that where you're just like, at some point it's just like, if you've got something cool that you've already built a foundation to, and you can sit there and just go, what the fuck? Who cares? Just have fun. That's where the real stuff starts coming up. That's awesome, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think is what happened with after you got done with like the second or third level, maybe, whenever things really started shaping together.
In which episode?
On this episode. In this
Oh,
episode.
yeah, us basically once, well, I guess kind of the Escher Labs, but also Infernal Machine, because Infernal Machine's
Infernal
kind of...
Machine is a breakdown of sanity. It feels
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah.
This was cool. So we worked on this a lot, because it was originally trying to think what was a fun. I think I wanted you to do another super hot power up here, but you're like, nah.
Was that
I think
it?
we changed them. I think we changed the music triggers around this a lot.
Oh, maybe that was it, yeah.
I
This
wanted
is,
you to
so,
come up
in
with a bunch of
lore,
guys.
this is the Nargle energy that they're harnessing. And the Nargle energy is used to activate the portal you get to at the very... It's human sacrifices and Nargle energy equal portal energy, basically.
Yeah. That's how you get to hell.
That's how you get to the Nameless City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how there's a lot of things I'm visually proud of in episode 2 and episode 3, but like I love this red, you know, grading. I'm very happy with how a lot of these things turned out. They're like abstract and weird, but cool to look at.
Yeah.
Light mapping issues.
Yeah, and then I was like, we need to put a coin there.
So this VO, Dave went through quite a bit, and this is what he was talking about with mashing a bunch of different just cool phrases together that foreshadow what's coming next. With the big jump here, I remember I really wanted to make a musical cue too that was kind of funny. So it starts as you're falling, the synth gets louder and louder, and then you fall on what looks like a pillow.
Yep, it's supposed to be a pillow.
And you break your flashlight.
Yeah.
But the
It's
visuals and the jump is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the voices of all the VOs and I always love the way this looked. It looked really good in the
Hello.
trailer too. And then we break your flashlight again. And this section we went through a lot because I think there was like more. We just used the coins to lead, and I think you were like, "Is it too much?" I'm like, "No, it's perfect," because then like we've got just enough light sources, and I was like, for more light sources, put like rivets and stuff.
Yeah.
Because rivets they work as light sources.
These
And then you,
anomalies.
yeah, and at least enough to get to that switch, and then you hear the Wendigo, and you're like, "Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck!" And it works really well.
Yeah,
I think
it's a good moment.
wasn't it whenever we were on a call, David, like we were talking back and forth about the music. that after I went down that jump, I was like, maybe I think I like whenever I came down, I was like, that's the coolest thing ever. It's like you should put a pillow at the end of it.
And originally,
Did you maybe you did
enemies.
suggest that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like,
Yeah. Originally, you had the Wendigo in another part of the room, and I said the Wendigo should come from where the flashlight is, because then you have to turn and look in that direction, and you'll see the flashlight behind him, and you'll know where the flashlight is.
Yeah.
And that worked pretty well.
So this secret is to signify that now you're back down on the ground, because you've been up in the sky for the last, however much time. Now you're back down on the ground. I know that the lengths don't necessarily add up of that tube and the tube you went up, but whatever.
That's fine.
Because in the next level, you're going to go underground, and I had to figure out how to get you from way up in the sky to way underground.
I always forget. I always think that this level is after this we get to the Guardian. For some reason I forget that the dig exists.
Well, the dig is really the only one after.
Oh, this is a great part too. This is some good lore right here.
Yeah, here, let's go back. This is my writing, which anyone who's played my other games can probably identify.
Chad is killing me right now.
Altars built of concrete. Why? What are they saying?
It says, why does Dusk Guy keep holstering his flashlight in his ass?
Fed with blood and bone.
Yeah, the music here is good because it gets a brrr, and David originally he only wrote a few things on the wall. I'm like, there should be one on each wall, and then you expect more stuff, and let's put a Wendigo at the bottom. And then we iterated on this a bunch, the altar room.
Yeah.
I really wanted the sound and the sight, like you hit one thing, then you hit the other, and then we had I wanted Jacob to do a VO. Do you see? Do you understand? And people are like, no, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. It's a bit vague, but basically, they're harnessing the cosmic Nyarlathotep energy. We call him Nargle. They're harnessing the cosmic Nyarlathotep energy, and this is human sacrifice here coming from the grinder, from the infernal machine, which they've now, the cult-like stuff it's like mechanized. It's not. Yeah. They've just made it into an industry. So. Now it's the Nargle energy plus the human sacrifice equals portal energy, and we're going to spend the next level following that through a archaeological dig where all of this was unearthed.
This is another one of those times where I was like, add evil laugh. That was my go-to when I didn't know what to do. I was like, add evil laugh if we fuck player.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
hold on 1 sec.
2 more levels in this episode. We're doing alright. I'll probably be done 6-ish. We did episode 2 faster than episode 1.
Why does Dusk keep hiding the flashlight of his...
Somebody said, where can I get the Dusk comic? It's in the Intruder edition. You can get it on Steam or GOG. It's in the goodies folder if you have the Intruder edition, or I'm sure you can find it online somewhere. And we'll be updating it as time goes on.
He was Nyarlathotep was originally called internally by David Nargle
Bargle.
Because he couldn't pronounce.
Saying Nyarlathotep is hard.
Yeah, he's like, the Nargle Bargle.
Now you're thinking with portals. Nargle's good friends with Shubby from Quake. Yeah, they are. Because that was a real hard boss fight at the end of Quake. Oh man, that was tough. Nargle was actually based a lot on Chthon. Which is it's pretty obvious. Me and David went back and forth, and we'll talk about Nargle when we get to him. But Chthon and definitely some different modded looks for Chthon were definitely obviously an inspiration. Like, the cracks in his chest with the energy coming out and stuff was very much like Chthon and stuff. The fact that he's just like kind of in the middle there. And if you've seen the SDK screenshots, Zombie already modded Nargle into Chthon's arena there. That stuff will be pretty cool.
Alright, I am back.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a Shubby callback, except you get to fight him, but also, like, it's anything that does, like, Lovecraftian Cthulhu stuff. There's only so many of them, and I'm surprised that, Nargle hasn't been used a lot. I mean, Nyarlathotep was most notably used in, I think, Persona. He's in Persona games, but there he's just kind of and he was, we'll get to it eventually, but he was literally just, we didn't have a big bad. at the end of Dusk until we were almost at episode 3. We were still kind of working off the cult leader, and he wasn't even named Jacob yet. I just came up with Jacob because like that's what a cult leader's name would be, Jacob with a K. It's
With a
very
K,
like
yeah.
it's very old world, Puritan type name. And then someone typed in chat in our Discord, oh, I bet it's Nyarlathotep at the end.
Yeah, and we were like,
And
"You leaked that."
I googled
Yeah.
Nyarlathotep, and I'm like, oh, this will work. I can make this work.
Oh, I thought you were talking about right before release. I was like, how do they know this?
Oh no. This
Yeah.
was like back when we were designing it because we didn't have it. And I was like, that'll work. And then it kind of started. I started turning the wheels in my head. Jacob's working for him. That'll be a thing. And originally the ending was like a little bit. I was like, and then I was like, fuck it. We'll do the Half-Life ending. People will like it.
Funny thing here. So that drop didn't used to exist. This door used to be the transition. I forget why the drop is there. But-
Because it wasn't. We couldn't figure out a way to transition to a dig, and I probably gave you shit like it's not plausible for to be in a dig.
That could be, but this door still has a no turning back now prompt on it. So
No huffing, no jumping.
whatever. So yeah, the portal energy now that they've created is being piped down through here, because this area is going to lead into an archaeological dig where they first found the portal. Oh yeah, there's Wendigos, because of course there is. Come on, bud. There we go.
Damn.
This texture right here is ripped straight from Doom. Well, not ripped from. It's there's a texture. There's a texture almost exactly like, well, pretty much exactly like this in Doom 64. So I just drew my own version of it. Same with this.
I don't know if you know this, David, but AAA artists do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
They just redo things from other games, but
yeah, yeah. I
like,
mean,
I bought this thing on Turbo Squid. Let me redraw it now.
yeah, yeah. There's a constant argument that I think that like Dave and Zag have with me about buying assets, buying models specifically, because I will not do
I
it.
mean, for some stuff,
but
I think it's fine.
I think
like I always
yeah.
say that thing, like you don't need to model.
Well, I think it's fine depending on the context. Like for my own personal projects, I won't do it. I will do it
in a
for.
game like this, it doesn't. There's
Yeah.
no you can't buy stuff that fits in a game like Dusk, right?
Right.
But for like a game that like Spacemen or something like that, where it's basically like Unreal Engine 4 space game, or most double or even AAA stuff. There's tons of stuff that you could just save time buying. Like one of the games I'm working on now, putting a pool table in, like the player hub. And one of our artists was like modeling a pool table. I was like, just fucking buy a pool table on Turbo Squid or something for like $30 and save yourself the 17 hours of making the pool table.
Yeah, it depends a lot on the context. And for my own like creative process, I think it's really important not to do that. But then for like other New Blood games or whatever, it's like, okay, yeah, this could be, depending on the situation, it could be applicable. But for my own stuff, I won't do that. I think it's there's so much that there's so much that good that has happened from me having to work through my own limitations rather than just throwing money at them, that I think it's better to just have to do that.
Sorry, bro, can't relate.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
and also
God.
that like
What? There's a problem I can't throw money at?
yeah.
How will I solve this?
Yeah, but I mean creatively. Like Dusk, there are things about Dusk that do not look as good as a lot of things about Dusk do not look as good as they would look if a professional modeler or texture artist did them. But it all looks unique to itself. Like for the most part.
And it works.
It's yeah. And I think that's very important for my games, for the games I make. I want them to all be unique to themselves, and so then you get, stuff like this, where is this the best texture ever? No. But,
Yeah, chat says it best. Dusk is dusk.
Yeah, that's stuff.
Yeah.
And this section was really cool too, because we iterated on this a bunch, and I
Yeah.
wanted the, I wanted to give the player a reason to go out and look into the void, and then kind of feel like, oh man, there might be something out there, and then you get there, and then Jacob starts talking to you again. And we were kind of going back and forth here, especially in episode 3. Is like, are we having Jacob talk too much? Are we doing too much story stuff? Is it getting like? But I think I like the fact that it ramps up and we give players like more story as it gets toward the end. 'Cause I think people want to know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
And I think what we tried to communicate was the fact that Jacob is now like. He's into it, but he's kind of pissed off. But he's kind of like wants you there. He's like, all right, come on, let's. The closer you get, the closer he wants you to get, right?
Yeah. One thing I liked by the end is that Jacob, like, he thinks he and Nargle are on the same team. Like in map 9 where he's like, haha, you've proven yourself, now you can come to us. Because he thinks they're like a thing.
Well,
but
another
not.
thing, and I think the thing we asked Andrew to do, the game goes on, Jacob's voice gets more like Nyarlathotep's voice.
Yeah.
We had Andrew process it so the sound, the way Jacob's voice is, has more of the same sound effects that Andrew used to do to modulate Stefan's voice for Nyarlathotep. So it sounds like Jacob is getting more demonic the closer you get to the end of the game.
Yeah.
I was not afraid. And then we got to this point. So when we started getting to the middle of episode 2 and end of episode 2, beginning of episode 3, I realized that we were kind of Jacob had done this already, right? So you're following in his footsteps, because he was worthy, So as you're going to places that he's already been, he's kind of like taunting you, right? He's like, I was here before. I was not afraid. He led us here. He brought us in. He's kind of taking you on a history lesson of the places he's been because he's already done all this, right? And he's, I think, at a certain point, he might even look at you as kind of, this room. And originally, there was an intoxicator in here, too.
Was it?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it was the next room.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
the
the next one.
yeah.
Oh, there's a window though.
Yep.
And he kind of sees you as an apprentice in a way.
Yeah.
But I mean, we know
And
who's
that-
pulling the strings the whole time.
Yeah, that backfires on him.
Yeah.
And so this energy, I kind of wanted to do it that you're following the energy down through the level. That's
Yeah.
actually a bit of a it's a bit of a Daikatana thing. There's this actually really cool thing that episode 2 of Daikatana does where there's this constant theme of you following water through various stages, and it's actually really neat, and I wanted to do something kind of like that, but most of this level had already been made by the time I decided on that. And so I kind of just put the energy in, figuring that it's like zigzagging through this place for some reason. You just keep running across it as it's zigzagging through, and figured that would kind of do it. And as you can see, there's a lot more like abstract, sort of Quake-like shapes now, as I was getting better with figuring out what sort of shapes and stuff do you add. Now of course we're in like a place, like I said before, that has no real basis in reality, or like in real life architecture or anything like that. So I felt okay just making these sort of shapes that didn't make any sense. Ooh, jibs. And this is here, it's supposed to look like they dug this out, What the heck? That was weird. But like they dug this whole place out. This is like an archaeological dig where they've... What was that?
Prop jumping.
Yeah. This is like this archaeological dig where they've dug out this this little section of some ancient Lovecraftian building of some sort.
Yeah.
Let's grab that.
Always like that texture.
Which one?
The one that looks like a bunch of jelly beans.
Oh yeah, the jelly bean texture. That one, it's just supposed to look weird.
Jelly bean, jelly
Yeah.
bean wall.
Yeah, that's used. I think it's used a lot in episode 3, if I remember
It
correctly.
is.
Yeah.
Quite a few times.
And then there was that scene. And then I wanted to do more. There was like environmental storytelling. I'm like, put a soldier there, so like the military made it here, and then the cult got them and stuff. Put a dead soldier there. Write some shit on the wall. Environmental storytelling.
Yeah, and Jacob, the comic artist, not the antagonist in the game. He did a lot with the comic to try and take some of these disparate ideas that we just sort of came up with on the fly and turn them into a cohesive narrative with the comic, and it's worked pretty well so far.
The treasure hunter thing, so that was like
Oh, yeah.
David's original vision for Dusk Dude, and I think as we got towards like episode 3, it was like clearly like Dusk Dude was the guy who lived in Dusk with his family, and then it's very, if you've seen Mandy, it's a lot like that.
Yeah.
And I think especially now. The way I saw it, I got inspired very much by Castlevania, the animated one, where it's like basically Dusk Dude was out of town, and while he was gone, Jacob and the cult razed the whole fucking town to the ground, and whoever didn't convert was burned to death. And we have there's some environmental storytelling on that in E3M7 Homecoming.
Yeah.
So then Dusk Dude basically goes all red from Mandy, and takes his revenge on the cult. In my mind, my headcanon, Mandy's basically a prequel to Dusk. But originally David was like, he's
You cut out there. What?
Yeah, what was that?
investigating. Oh, I cut out.
Yeah.
What was the last thing I said?
Originally he was
Originally David thought he was a treasure hunter, and I was like, what if he's a journalist, like covering the cult, and he like gets trapped or whatever? But that all kind of went out the window once we realized he lived here, like he was a part of the town of Dusk.
And the treasure hunter thing only really made sense in the context of the original concept, which was having Dusk be like whoop. Shoot. There's an Easter egg up there, but
That's a good one too. We can go get it. Yeah.
Of it being Dusk being like this cordoned off place where they discovered all this crap and everything went bad. And the original idea was it's like, oh well, in all these ruins they discovered there's also tons of treasure, and so treasure hunters would be coming in and braving all the evil things. But then once that was really no longer what the story was, it didn't make sense anymore. Even though you still, because all the morale pickups are like gold and jewels and stuff.
Yeah, it's still like you just find random flawless diamonds.
Yeah, which originally was supposed, made a little more sense, and it was supposed to be like you feel better about your whole situation because you're finding the stuff you wanted. Now it makes a bit less sense, but also it kind of works because probably anyone would feel better about their situation if they found a basketball-sized cut diamond.
The armor pickups and treasure and stuff was all from that original stuff.
Yeah.
The twins.
And
this was like another fuck you boss thing where it's like, yo, there's one boss, there's another boss.
Well, this room used to be different. What it used to be is, it was another sort of, it was like a joke, where what happened was, there we go.
They fragged each other.
Yeah, what happened was, you came in here, I think you came in via this door, maybe even? You came in here, and the walls came down, and there was like 8 intoxicators.
Oh, I remember
And then, right as you were like, oh crap, how do I fight them? All of these blades come out of the floor and just jib all of them.
Yeah. And I was like, we needed like a dead. I felt like it wasn't the right. I feel like it wasn't the right like level for that or something.
Yeah, which is fair.
I was like, we needed less levity. You should go back and look at the Wife of Intoxicator secret.
Oh yeah.
And so we came up with the idea, Son of Intoxicator.
Yeah.
And then we ended up putting him as a baby in like E1M3 later. Yeah. So he grew up really fast.
Yeah.
But time has no boundaries here. And then we got that letter, which I've tweeted about, and there's been some articles written about it, where a 6th grader who was a big friend, was a big fan, drew Wife of Intoxicator. He's a really big Dusk fan. He dressed up as a scientist for Halloween and stuff. And his mom sent us this, and we thought it was so cool that we put it in the game as an Easter egg. And his name is actually Caleb.
Yeah.
The kid's name.
That's awesome.
The kid's name is Caleb, so you get a little thanks Caleb achievement for doing that.
Yeah. So now here's our end level door, which is actually fake and has rats behind it.
Rat door, you son of a bitch.
That's the real end level door. I should have done it twice in a row, honestly. someone says they never got the impression Dusk Dude was from Dusk. I mean, the story's really open.
Yeah.
And part of that openness is intentional, and part of it is just by the nature of us, like, doing all of this on the fly.
As we went along.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Homecoming and stuff, that's, you're supposed to see kind of like what Dusk looked like before it was all demonified.
Yeah.
And Jacob, at one point I was like, maybe Jacob lived next door or something, because we did that thing where
Well, no, that
open
is
the-
kind of
you
what
can
it
open-
implies, right?
yeah, you can open the garage to one house by a computer in the next house.
Yeah.
Like he was spying on them the whole time. I mean, Jacob probably lived in the town too, but small town stuff happens. But I mean, the obvious overarching theme is that Jacob, the cult, and then the thing, and the military came, but the cult won with the power of the Nargle-Bargle.
Yeah.
And Jacob, kind of just became the de facto leader of the thing, cult stuff.
Yeah. So here's the Nargle energy coming through, by the way. Or the portal energy, rather. Different.
I thought Dusk
Should
Dude
I-
was a random soldier who just happened not to get possessed. That could work. I
Oh,
guess.
that's sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Should I telefrag the
Jacob
Guardian?
was planning to cuck Dusk Dude. He was watching it happen. That's why it hurts to remember.
Yeah. So should I telefrag the Guardian? Do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. But
Okay,
originally,
let's see if I can do
originally this was a way different. I helped design like a bunch of this thing because I wanted it to be more than like just room. Originally, it wasn't just room with the Guardian.
Yeah, and you fought him in super hot mode, basically.
Yeah, in super hot mode, and it was weird. And then I was like, 2 side rooms, and maybe you have to hit switches so you can't just jump past it.
Yeah.
But I like the way it turned out. I think it's cool, and I love the fact I asked you. I'm like, can you make it so he teleports in front of you when you try to run away?
Let's see if I can. Oh,
And
shoot.
then it works, and it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. It's hacky. There's still a bug associated with this boss fight, unfortunately. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Got him. Telefrag.
A music bug that we
And
should
yeah, the
fix,
Guardian's
apparently.
one of the, and the reason for is so you have to hit all those switches and then hit for speed running and stuff, so you can just run by it and hit the thing.
Yeah.
You have to hit all these 4 switches and then go and do the puzzle on the thing, so you couldn't just like avoid him super easily.
Oh,
I
there
just,
goes.
like,
There's the
walk
music
past.
bug. So the music just starts up again if you never entered here before.
But yeah,
not a
so
big deal.
the Guardian was one of the first models David ever made.
Yes, it was actually. He was a very early model. Internally, he was called Crocman.
Yeah, Crocman and then Painosaurus, and then this was really
Painosaurus.
cool. I asked Andrew if he could make like a sound like a "Join us, come with us, join."
kinda
I
hear
think,
it.
I
Here, let
think
me-
was at the end of. It reminds me. I think it was at the end of Fallout 1 when you're in the cathedral.
Yeah.
That's what it was based on. At the end of when you get to the Master in Fallout 1. And this was just really
Kinda
cool
hear
this
it.
whole way.
Yeah. Let's turn the music back up. What was it?
Oh, you had music all the way
66?
down?
Just right there, so you could hear the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, just right there, so you could hear. Oh, low tech, because I telefragged the Guardian, right?
Yeah. Yeah, nice, low tech. Yeah, a lot of people don't know, they were like, why did I get an achievement there? Because obviously they've never telefragged.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And this was, you skipped the writing.
Oh, sorry. Oops.
He's playing.
I'm
like-
just, it's just
Master
muscle
keyboard.
memory, because I'm so used to, like, testing and then skipping through that.
You want to take another short break, 5 minutes, and then
Sure.
we'll do episode 3?
Sure.
Alright, 5-minute reprieve, and then the final episode of the game.
Right?
Alright, now that those nerds are gone, let me tell you about David.
Whoa, hey, hang on.
Oh
I'm still
shit,
here.
Andrew's still here.
Yeah.
Butt rock and dubstep. So when I was listening to Havana Smooth, no, I just whole Schultz, I really thought you had it this time, but I got
All-
to the end.
All 31 YouTube videos.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
Same guy commenting on them.
Did you screenshot that?
No, I think they're all still there. I'm sure I'll go back one day and have a good laugh.
Painosaurus name. So I'm actually like I'm happy with the decisions that I worked out with David, but honestly, I think keeping Painosaurus might have been. I think he would end up in more like fan art like Big John and stuff, if his name was Paynosaurus. I think the Guardian is like more in war. But given some of the other funny stuff, for some reason, as we got to the end of episode 2, I really wanted to cut back on the funny stuff because we did Big John, which is why the Intoxicator and the twins fight was there, and why Paynosaurus was the Guardian. I wanted to be like, all right, this is the serious part of the game. But in hindsight, I'm definitely happy with the Intoxicator fight not being like a meme joke thing. But Paynosaurus, I think we might have kept. But the good news is the SDK is coming out, so you can rename him whatever you want.
I was about to say, Panosaurus is one step away from being Penosaurus.
David does love his large Jonathan.
Yeah.
How is Drunk Gator? Yeah, Intoxicator doesn't show up in a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, Big John. I think it's funny that like Jacob and Dust Dude, even though you never see Dust Dude really, except in some art outside of the game, has wound up getting more fan art. And Jacob, who is also me. So I am Jacob, the Big John, and the Jacob on the wall. But I'm also Jacob on the model of Jacob. That's my face with Mad Mikkelsen's eyes from Doctor Strange. That was the reference from that, but we'll talk about that.
What? Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so you're the look of Jacob. I'm the sound of Jacob.
Yeah.
I'm the mages.
Yeah, I don't
And the
do any other.
soldiers.
Yeah, I don't do any other voices besides Big John, and I didn't voice Big John. That's literally the same exact sound files from Rise of the
Oh,
Triad.
I mean, it's you. It's still you.
Yeah, but it's not like I didn't do new voices for that.
Yeah.
I recorded no new lines. All right, let's take a break and come back to it. Do some social media and tell more people, get the numbers back up. We still got like 200-300 people watching, so
Yeah,
thanks
no,
for
hey,
sticking with us
Thanks
all
for
day.
sticking around.
Yeah. Hopefully this turns out good. Hopefully you've gotten some good insight into how we made the game and how we make games like this. It's been fun just reminiscing and going through it. I always wanted to do like level by level YouTube videos like Dusk behind the levels, but at this point I've forgotten so much of what we did and iterating.
Well, some of this is getting brought up, and I'm like, holy shit, I forgot
It's
about
fine, I
that.
remember that, but it's still. But I'm glad we're doing this. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Yep.
All right, I am back.
No, David, like another 5 minutes.
What?
Like another 5 minutes. Me and Andrew would just stop talking.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Give it so 5:15.
Okay.
Oh, that's 8:15 for you. Okay, back.
No, get rid of that. God damn it. What game was that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, during the development of this, QA and David would go find like some of the most jank stuff they could on Steam and recommend it to each other all the time and play it. Yeah. That's where that I think that's where that image came from, is one of those. Oh, hey, it is working. Right on. Yeah. A mad sector. Which one's the one that actually uses like Wolfenstein's engine without like without like it's like bruh, like I don't think I can do that.
What? What? Don't stop. No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm packing. I just wanted to like packing for like a few minutes, but I also want to do some. We should do some tweety, Facebooky, sharey Discords to let people know that we're doing. Just to get some more people in there, because some people probably didn't get home yet. They don't know we're doing it. So just give me. I just want to finish packing too, because I got a lot of moving to do after.
Are you talking about the main theme, like the music? Oh, sorry, I'm talking to chat. Are you talking about like the theme of the, like the theme, visual theme?
The theme.
I'm looking at Twitch. The real fake maniac. Oh,
That's Maniac, I imagine.
yeah, it is Maniac. What's up? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, we gotta check in. Zombie, what are you doing in chat? Zombie, finish K beta.
What?
Yeah, I saw zombie killers in chat.
Which chat?
Twitch. Who's in there?
Oh, I don't see him.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Yeah, the combat's pretty fun.
It looks fun.
I wasn't so
That's
much
how-
into
that's how
the
I
traversing
jump
side, but it was kind of pretty at
games.
times,
Like,
for sure.
If I keep fucking playing it, that's how I'm like, this is a good game. Like, playing the shit out of Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare are good.
Yeah, it's
You know what it needs? It needs Tiny Tina.
oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Rage 1 a lot. I think a lot. Everybody likes Rage 1 and and you're like, what? Game over? Where's the rest of it?
I think my mic was off for that whole time.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think anyone was. I think my mic was off for that whole thing. So, I was saying, Hatsu, yes, I like Rage 2.
Your mic was off for the whole stream. We gotta start over.
No, not the whole stream.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, I like Rage 2. I was saying I don't think it's a good game per se, but it has good combat, so it's really fun. And I was also saying that whoever it was that asked if they could do a Dusk fan project, yeah, that's absolutely fine. The only thing that I'd get a bit uncomfortable about is if you did something with Dusk assets or like Dusk theme or whatever, and then we're like trying to sell it without permission. That's the only time I'd get uncomfortable. But if you just want to make something with like, if you want to rip assets out of Dusk and make a fan thing with them, or if you just want to do your own fan thing, I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Just don't take that music and just try and resell it or something.
Oh yeah, and that doesn't necessarily apply to the music. The music is Andrew's. The music is Andrew's property, not mine. So that's up to him. But any of the like textures or things like that, I'm not that. Yeah. I'm not that concerned if people want to take them and do stuff with them. But always good to ask though, like if you're unsure. I'll be right back. Gonna close my door.
And we're still at almost 200 people on Twitch.
Yeah, we'll do some socialies.
Oh.
My door is closed. My dog is just that loud. Okay. Yeah, prequel to Dusk. That'd be awesome. I really love seeing like community stuff. Like that's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we get so much of it too.
Yeah.
It's all great.
Is anyone even reading this chat? Yes, I am Gruber. Or Gubber, whatever your name is.
Gubber? Gubby?
I had to stop playing Dusk in the episode 3 level where you meet the horrors. So funny story. And this actually, someone asked way earlier about Cart Dog, and I didn't have a chance to answer it. They're like, "Where'd you get the idea for Cart Dog?" I just thought it was funny, honestly. And
it's so funny.
I did. I thought just. I mean, it's just that like I don't know. I thought it was disturbing but funny.
David is a maniac.
No, I have a very weird. My whole family has a very odd sense of humor.
You would know if you played Kyle is.
Yeah,
famous.
if you played Kyle is Famous, you would understand because Johnny is just about the nicest, sweetest person you could ever meet. But what he finds funny is games about reindeer exploding out of every bodily orifice. But the same thing with the horror, where like Cart Dog and the horror and ones like that, where I was like, I want to hit this line between whether you don't know whether this is hilarious or like whether is this character design hilarious and janky looking, or is this disturbing and horrifying? And that's sort of the line I wanted to hit with a lot of the Dusk enemies, because I knew I wasn't ever, I'm not going to model something that's like photorealistic and like they're all gonna look janky. So I was like, I'll just play into that. I'll try and I'll make these designs that are them being janky is part of what makes them horrifying. So with the horror, it's like what it's actually doing is kind of goofy. It's like running around making this noise and waving its arms. But yeah, I guess it worked out where it's like it's just goofy enough that it's like that it's disturbing.
Okay, I'm just about packed, so let me do some tweets. We can get back into it.
No, I still do have a dog, Berserk. My dog actually has
legs off. He doesn't have a dog anymore.
No, I would never do that. See, I don't find it funny if it's real life harm. Then it's not funny. It's funny when things are absurd, though, like in games and fiction and stuff.
Who made this, like, it's like MS Paint Dusk logo that's in chat?
Oh, the Photoshop one?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
Photoshop.
here, let me put that up on stream real quick.
That's
here.
great.
It's the best. Here, hold on. Let me put that up if I can find it. I think it's on my desktop. Let's see. Yeah, this is this is some of the best. We get so much Dusk fan art, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it really is
There it is.
good. I want to make a website, a branch of the website to like just like upload all the fan art and stuff for like Dusk and Faith.
Yeah. Here, let's. Whoops.
What's the YouTube link? What happened to the stream? Where'd it go?
It's still there. I'm trying to resize this picture.
Is it still playing on Steam as well?
Should be.
Let me check. I need to like take a day to get through all my emails and shit next week.
How do I resize? It's so big. Why is it so big? Anyone now know how I can quickly resize this? Here, you know what? Just add a new image.
All right. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. It's so good.
That'll be the big box art.
Yeah. I love it so much. And like, it's crazy how many of the details of the cover he got. Like, it's just like Google image search. He like Google image searched everything. It's
Yeah.
great. Someone asked, would Andrew Holsholt mind if I used his Dusk music in Doom mods? That's up to
We already
him.
did that, didn't we?
Yeah, like that's not that big of a deal. Like just it's cool.
Yeah. Music's a bit more of a complicated one because, like in my case,
is.
I don't necessarily make money off of the textures. Like, I'm not selling those textures. I'm selling the game as a whole. So it doesn't bug me if someone just like rips the textures out or something, because it's like you're not taking money out of my pocket doing that.
Actually,
but the thing
you know
with
what? If you're taking it and putting it actually in a wad, that's not the coolest thing. I'd kind of rather not.
yeah, because the
But
thing
I
about
do have this whole other thing that you can use that's free. It's called IDKFA.
Yeah.
You might have heard of it.
yeah, because
But I
the
appreciate that
thing
you
with
enjoy
the thing with music is that like that's what Andrew's making his money off of, is that music. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't, you know, it's so when you're taking that and putting it somewhere else, then it's directly taking money out of his pocket. So it's a little more complicated, especially with
appreciate
the
that you like it enough
Yeah.
to want to do that. It's not like a fuck you, this is my stuff kind of thing. It's got to come from one source. It's an SEO thing. It's kind of hard
Yeah.
to explain, but yeah, I'd prefer that you use something like IDKFA for that if possible, just so that the source files that people do pay money for aren't just out in a Doom mod, if that makes sense.
David,
Yeah.
I'm not showing the game on Steam. Maybe you gotta make the game go again. That's probably it.
that could be actually. Let me put it back up. Get rid of this. Hold on.
You gotta get rid of the art.
Yeah. See if it's there.
It's sized weird.
What the
Oh
game?
no, it's fine. Never mind,
Okay.
it's fine.
I'll be
Sorry.
right back, guys. Hold on.
Okay.
Do I have time to go to the gym? How much longer do you think it's gonna go? Probably an hour, 2 hours,
It's probably an hour.
hour and a half. What did it take us to episode 2? Episode 2 was like we finished at what, like 2:30? So
Yeah.
like
I don't
There-
think this one will be as long.
4:35. So yeah, I figure we'll do another hour and a half. Probably be done at like 7.
Did you ever get one of those Steam controllers?
Oh, yeah, I've got a few. They suck.
I just yeah. Like it's all right. It's
I mean, I guess I get what they're
Yeah.
going for. It's just like not for me.
it's weird execution. Yeah.
I mean,
works for
about
something.
as good as- It's about as good as that's gonna get. I have no use.
I just bought one of those last week when they were like $5. Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty neat for some things. For some things, I'm like, no. Yeah. The button placement is so weird.
Yeah, it is. When's Dusk VR? We actually talked about some VR stuff. We gotta finish the SDK and the
Alright.
switchboard and work on other stuff. And all will get done in time. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has.
Dusk on Stadia, sure. If Google pays us,
Yeah.
Yeah.
fucking Dusk on Stadia, no problem. Enjoy.
We'll put Dusk on whatever if you pay us enough.
Money, I'll do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Dance, monkey. Okay.
Pay us a few billion, we'll put Dusk on Atari. Whatever.
Yeah,
Oh wait, they do have that new Atari thing.
that's never happening.
No.
The Atari VCS. I remember they hit me up about that. Like, hey, you want to put your games
Yeah, I remember that.
on that thing that's totally coming out?
Someone just asked about the switchboard again.
We're working on
It's-
it.
we're-
We're working on it next after this SDK stuff. I swear.
Oh,
It's
thank
not
you.
gonna be out in
Thank you.
2019. It's not gonna be out in 2019.
Well,
I'm
the
sorry.
SDK is coming soon, and then but the switchboard will be cool. It'll be good.
We underestimated how difficult the GOG thing would be. Let's say
Yeah, that took a fucking way too long.
it took almost half the year. So,
Dusk on Samsung Smart Fridge.
but I did coordinate with Scott and them the other day, and we have talked about we're gonna start getting Dusk on Switch going again.
Yeah.
So it is still happening. We haven't forgotten about it. It's just we are a very small group, honestly. So when there's a lot of things to do.
Oh, yeah. All right, we ready?
Yep.
Episode 3.
Yes.
3.
Episode the episode that took years off of my life to create.
Yeah, but it's good. So shoot.
It is
That's all of
good.
us.
Yes. I have
I feel
said,
younger. Yeah.
Okay. I have said I think this may have been one of the hardest things I've ever done is making this episode.
I'm sure none of the streams are working for me.
Really? You sure it wasn't just a black screen? You guys-
YouTube. I'm refreshing Twitch. YouTube, okay, episode 3. So YouTube's working.
Twitch is fine. I'm watching it right
Twitch is
now.
fine. Let me look at Steam.
Yeah, check
'cause
Steam
Steam
out.
was working before. No, it was working before. What'd you do?
All tabbed out.
Oh, Valve loves that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, right?
No, it's fine. It's going for me right now.
Oh, on the Steam page?
Yeah.
Cool.
It was
Alright.
funky for me also, Dave. So,
Yeah, it's
all right,
fine.
Sword is a silent takedown. That is a Deus Ex reference. That is a direct reference to the fact that the Gep gun is a silent takedown.
Can I ask you a question about this real quick?
Yes.
The cathedral?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever I sent you those photos of that brutalism cathedral, was that in any way inspiring on that, or did you make?
I
this
can't
before
even
that?
remember. I did save those and keep them around as reference, so I can't
Yeah.
remember if I specifically used them for anything or not, though.
Yeah. Also, I think episode 3 just looks more high res.
Yeah.
Because and also
Interesting.
the I knew you'd come is a broken Matt Hardy reference. There's a lot of pro wrestling references in the game.
So there is a crossbow there. We're not going to get that. We're going to play this legit. So yeah, this cathedral front was actually the first little bit of this level was very early. I think this actually might be the earliest level in the game, or the start of it. I came back later and then touched up the cathedral a bit and made it better looking, and added to the level. But it was originally called the Wrought Iron Cathedral, but I guess that was too long.
It was too long. The reason we start you with nothing is because the whole point of this level is to. Well, I had the idea of for episode 3 we really had to flip flip stuff off, and we haven't really used the sword yet. So I was like, let's take all your weapons away, and force you to use the sword. So and take your sickles away. I think you still have your sickles, but they just start
You still
holstered,
have-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is for you to just get the sword and be forced to learn how to use the sword and kind of work your way back up to your arsenal. And it took us a while, but I think it ended up really good. And this is also when we added parrying and blocking with the sword and made it faster. And like the sword's really cool. And it does and I was like, if you have more than 50 health, you could do the charge attack, which is obviously ripped from Zelda.
Oh, someone just said the mower of lawns reference is broken. No, it is not. It is gone. That was removed with the localization update. I'm sorry. Rest in peace, mower of lawns. You had a good run. That meme was dead before the game even released. So
yeah. But yeah, so we wanted to force you to use the sword, and then we decided that we needed an enemy that you could fight with the sword. So David came up with the priestesses, which did need a lot of iteration. Their sound was different originally, right?
No, this is one time that Andrew and I did disagree. That was the original sound I did, and Andrew did another one that I
that's right. No,
I
I
didn't like as much.
Either. Yeah, Andrew did a new one. He's like, no, I like the original shrill one. Okay, I remember that. Yeah. And then
not to say Andrew's sound was bad. I just liked.
I went home and cried about it, and then
okay,
it's all good.
So that's fine. Well, weren't you used to that? You had worked with Leon so much at this point, though.
That's an inside joke. You can't.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
There's the soap under there.
Yeah. We're not going to use that though.
If we ever make a game that focuses on melee combat, that's what we actually talked about. We spent so much time fucking with the sword, we're like, we should make a melee game.
Yeah, well, I did a prototype, but then I moved on to Rats for Breakfast. There is one problem with the sword melee, and that's that it is a one cast hit scan attack, which means let me get rid of these guys, and I'll try and show you what the issue is.
We went back and forth on this room a lot.
Yeah, we did. So the main issue here is that see that? It was if you slash in a certain way, the hit scan for the sword attack actually misses the enemy, even though it looks like the sword should hit. That's because of how DUSK's whole weapon hit detection was set up. It was made for firearms, not for swords. It ended up being too hard to adjust it to work perfectly with swords. But ideally for a melee game, you would have more of a sweep, so that anywhere it looks like your sword should be hitting a guy, it would actually hit them. That's the main problem with Dusk Melee. But otherwise, yeah, it would work fairly well.
This was
we redesigned the enemy encounters here a bunch because we had the balance now with the priestesses and the mages and then the red mages. And originally this room didn't have enough. I didn't feel like enough set dressing to go with the altar.
Yeah.
And then I was like, add something to it. And then David added the metal D, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
altar.
All the music in this one is actually not. It's not.
It's not an organ.
It's a guitar through a fucking crazy amount of pedals. And it's synthesized guitar turned into what sounds like an organ.
It's really cool.
It's just layers of it, yeah.
So
you always go this way. I always go the other way. And
either way is legit. We can go this way. Well, I wanted to show that the mages will actually, any enemy, will infight with whatever spawned the projectile that hits it, with some exceptions.
Yeah, so the mages.
So since these spawn the projectile, they'll start infighting with them, which I think is funny. Oh, and you can destroy these. That's a legitimate way to go through here too.
I've never even tried. I just slide under them.
Yeah, those were another one that was made fairly early on in development and didn't get utilized as much as I expected.
Yeah, I always went this way, and I always tried to do is you need one priestess for every 2 mages to kind of break up the flow of combat. Because also you can never really fight more than 2 priestesses at a time.
Yeah, pretty much. So this is still this whole area up to about here was the early level design that I did, and this is kind of the same concept as neo-babble in a way, where it's like it's taking traditional, you know, religious stone iconography and making it out of rusty metal. Now, in this case, there's not really a subtextual reason for that. It's just because I thought it was cool. That's just in there. Some of the secrets in because it was like the earliest level, I didn't quite know how to do secrets in Dusk quite yet, so some of them are a bit weird, like that one.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna add like subs to this Twitch channel or anything. We hardly use it. We're not gonna like start streaming and be like sub to our channel and buy bits and sub to our OnlyFans. I'll put feet pictures up.
Unless I randomly decide to start streaming because I'm done with game development, or I don't know.
Pictures.
Yeah, we'll put. I've heard feet pictures are pop. Well, Zag apparently has man nips that people want. So.
Oh yeah, some guy keeps trying to buy Zag's nudes.
Yeah.
No way.
No, it wasn't even
guy,
nudes. It was
guy
just nip
from the
pics.
Middle East was like, "I love your puffy nipple, please."
Yeah.
Send pictures."
You didn't see this on Twitter, Andrew?
No.
Oh, it was great.
Zag's like, so is this a gay thing? The guy's like, "No, I'm not gay. I just like man nipples." I'm like, okay.
It's like, okay. You always want to use sickles for rats, not sword.
Anyway, this is the official dev commentary.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's right. We're drifting into New Blood meeting mode at this point.
Yeah, babe.
By the way, if you ever want to know what our weekly meetings are like, this.
Kinda like, yeah. This room turned out really well.
Yeah.
Originally, it was kind of, I forget. Oh, I don't think it. Did the walls not come down at first? It was just open.
I think.
Yeah, it was open.
Yeah.
At first,
What we
and then
wanted
just
to do
spawned.
was like, I always wanted to like, you get the crossbow and then you turn around, you can shield the guy with the
that's-
crossbow. It makes it kind of easy. Originally, there was like a secret up there that was super hard to get to.
Yeah, you needed to like double grenade jump. See, look at this with limited palette. Look at that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's like that's an indie award-winning game right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this room a lot,
Cries and
actually.
dust.
All these just horrible pokey bits. You know, you
Yeah.
ever wanted something to be scary, you just add pokey bits, right?
True.
And yeah, there's this blue and orange contrast. Yeah, and these walls will come down in a second here, spoiler alert. Because
Yeah.
it's time
but-
for crossbow!
Yeah, the whole thing, I had the idea here is like we need to remind people what the crossbow does,
Yeah.
because they forget.
Whoops.
so- boing boing. And yeah, I wanted
Arrow
to
to go
slowly
down.
reintroduce all the weapons here. People still can't figure out where the fuck to go in this.
Yeah,
level.
it's not the best
Giant
pathing.
fucking lava arrow.
No, it's
Yeah.
the giant moving pizza arrow.
Yeah,
Cheese pizza.
And
Yeah.
people still can't figure it out. I always thought this area down there, this staircase, just looked really cool. Just look back up there for a second.
Yeah.
Up here.
It's kind of disorienting. Like if
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Really
really
neat.
cool. It's very Doom with the parallaxing.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
it's
down
not the
here-
best pathing, honestly, but it's okay.
This originally had an action track all the way through, but
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot better when the action died down as you were doing that. And I fought for that pretty hard. I was like, it's
Yeah.
really better with the music dying down and then ramping back up. And Andrew was like, it's the same song. I'm like, it's fine. You can have it go and come in the same level 3 times. We don't have to make it. He's like, I don't want to make a new track for it. I'm like, you don't have to. This song is fine. You people and your bespokeness. Like, we have 3 seconds. I need new. I have to make a whole.
This is why the Dusk OST is like the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this area is kind of cool. This is new, by the way. This was not part of the original level. Like from the about here onward, this was all created as I was making level.
The
or
lava
episode 3.
texture looks really nice. Did you already give us the lore on how it was made?
On you mean like? Oh well, I drew it.
Oh god, game produced.
That's the only lore.
Yeah, they took a picture of pizza.
No,
Yeah.
no, that one I drew. Actually, there's a couple Dusk textures that did look nicer before the postures. Oh, here's Cart Dog. Hi, Cart Dog.
The introduction of Cart Dog.
Yeah, and
Come
the
here,
first
bud.
time we got to this was great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure the arena was big enough to fight him in.
Yeah.
And then we tweaked his behavior
Yeah.
a bit. Yeah, he's a pinky demon, right? Or
Pretty
a
much,
clear.
yeah. From Doom
You know, he's
2016.
got a you let him run by you. And then how does he move with magic? Demon magic.
Yeah. I like
energy.
Yeah, in this episode I started going a little nuttier with lighting. So, got like really saturated light, especially in the next level.
Yeah, and then I love the flavor text there, the bad
Dog, yeah.
Yeah, and this
Here
is
we
really
go.
cool too.
Level,
Just this
yeah,
little-
some lava flowing down, makes a nice noise. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
And this next level, this is another one of, this is one of my favorites in the
Iron
game.
Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one turned out really cool.
I know it's not very showy, but I just really like the whole.
Well, it is. Well, when you get to the ice, it is.
Yeah.
I was always kind of iffy.
What was that,
It's like a
Dave? You
three-layered
broke up.
pizza.
I'm saying I'm walking on pizza. I was kind of iffy on this beginning part. I'm like, we're just walking on lava now. It's one of those times where I didn't feel like it. Was like what?
Uh-huh.
And then we had the problem here where you run out of the thing and then people just die into there. Go oof 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 oof.
Yeah.
But
So-
the thing I like about this level the most, and I think I said in the EVGA stream, it loops around in a really good way. Like,
Yeah.
you end up being
Yeah.
all the
It
way
is.
back here after being in the snow, you fall all the way down. There's some
Yeah.
cool
And you never feel
there's
like
some
you're
really
too far
fun-
away from anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some really good crossbow hopping
Yeah.
sections. And I think because we introduced the weapons back so slowly and forced you to have certain things, it lets you design things around crossbow. Like, this is the crossbow level. There's gonna be cool crossbow stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's certain secrets that are designed just around like crossbow hopping and stuff like that.
Yeah. This, by the way, this was not ripped out, but this was inspired by Daikatana also.
Yeah.
This level is just like going kind of nuts with the idea of contrasts. Because down here it's just like, it is orange and it's hot, and there's that nice, like, it sounds like boiling bacon fat or something, lava sound that Andrew
Yeah.
gave me. And so you look up here, you're fighting, there's guys up there, so you're gonna look up and fight them and see that up there we got snow, and you're kind of looking up through this, this destroyed ruin or something. It's cool. I love this.
Bad game inspired by a
Bad game.
Yeah.
Somebody asked Dave how much you involved with Gloomwood. David or Dave? Because it's pretty much the same. So Gloomwood is made by Dylan, who helped work on Dusk. Dylan Rogers. He's the main dev on Gloomwood. That's his game. It's like his Dusk, right? He's been working on it.
Yeah. At least
and
as
now
long as I
David
work
is-
on Dusk.
Yeah, so now where it's like how David did Dusk and Dylan, helped with that. Now it's like Dylan's doing Gloomwood and David's helping with that, and I've come in to
Yeah.
produce directy stuff. Kind of pretty much the same. Our workflow is basically the same as Dusk, where
Yeah.
Dylan and David will, keep working on the demo that we're working on. It's different. It's going to be like a big city with different districts. It's not going to be like E1M1, E1M2
Yeah.
type thing. It's much more inspired by Thief and System Shock. And then they keep working on it, and I go through and I crit, we iterate, and we go back and forth on AI and design, and it's come a long way. But the process is about the same. We've got a
Yeah.
really good flow
Go back up
with
here.
these kind of games.
My role on Gloomwood currently is mostly art and creative direction. I've done all of almost I think all the new textures are ones that I've done. Later on I'm gonna be hopefully doing a little bit more with like level design and stuff as well, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, and the plan for Gloomwood is we're going to release basically a free pre-alpha demo. And that's when we'll come out with like a reveal trailer, and then after that we'll probably start doing early access, like district by district, and build it kind of the same way we did Dusk to make sure it's super good by the time it comes out. But yeah,
So
this area was
I
really
love this
fun.
room.
Just crossbow hop like all over the place. We
Yeah.
had this in the trailers, and this I love this section.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, so this was
Just looks
when
cool,
I was in Subnautica hours.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Game was definitely delayed Dusk by a couple of weeks at least.
Yeah.
And I thought you were inspired here because this is totally reminds me of the end of
No,
Subnautica.
haven't
How
even gotten to
dare
the end.
you.
So.
The end of Subnautica. You're basically at the center of the planet. By the way.
La, la.
So it looked a lot like that, and you're like, I didn't actually. David never finished Subnautica because he's a fake gamer girl.
I am.
Yeah, Subnautica's great by the way.
Fake gamer,
Everybody-
fake girl.
Yeah,
Yes, Subnautica's
Subnautica Game
great.
of the Year. Game of the Year 2018. Sorry, Dusk.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Wait, a Medieval didn't release in 2018, did it?
Yeah, no, it came out
Released
this year.
this year. A Medieval, by the way, if anyone hasn't played a Medieval and you want
Yeah.
some top shelf level design, you should play a
Yeah,
Medieval.
play a Medieval.
Yeah.
Yeah, no female gamers, all female gamers.
So I think this is maybe the only part of the level that's kind of whiffed, is that it does look like you should climb up into the air.
Yeah, I even said that
Yeah.
when we were doing
Yeah, I know, but at that point it was like, So it's also, I just want to make note. Down here, see, we've got this really red light, and as you climb up, it gets colder and colder and colder because you're getting closer to the cold surface.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
Doing
and there's where you came from. See, again, I got a lot better at like showing you the 3D space and making sure you
Yeah.
kind of understood how it relates.
Yeah.
Just fun to shoot crossbows through all these guys, and all
Yeah,
this
and
level, all of this lighting
had,
here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So we hit a crystal of madness here because we just had
Yeah.
so many madnesses. And then I think don't we give you the shotgun back pretty soon? No, we give you
I got
the
it.
hunting rifle next. Oh yeah, we give you one shotgun,
Yes, hunting
right?
rifles next. Back on the
Oh, yeah.
surface. All the lighting in here was all had like point lights had to place to get them to all glow like that. Just it was just fun to like cut like make it feel like lava's just sort of seeping through this place. And there's a crystal of madness. This room is pretty uninspired, honestly. I think this was a secret added at the very end where I was just out of ideas. This is just a square room. It's not very good. Oh well, we'll leave the crystal in that. Well, let's try it. Let's have them fight each other. Bloop. There. Yeah, infighting. I love it.
They all gone.
Oh, one left. There. So yeah, and then you have I did all these little snow bits to show like the snow is starting to accumulate because it's getting colder. You have that blue light shining through. I did a lot of little details with this to try and get the
Jelly bean trim.
yeah, jelly bean trim. Here, let's go look at it. Oh no, that's wood trim. That's jelly bean center. Yeah, there we go. I did a lot of details to try and get home the hot versus cold idea. Like, as soon as you come up here, it goes into the cold music, which is a different ambience.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
The key of the soldier.
Is the snow a shader? Yeah, dead soldier, blue key. Always in the
The snow is a particle system that follows you at a certain height. I believe it's still that, if I remember correctly. I went through a lot of different iterations to get the snow to work and be performant. I think what it ended up being is each snow particle up there of the big snow. Each snow particle is like an atlas of several different snowflakes. So there could be a whole bunch of snowflakes without too many particles.
I really want the cultists to have an overly aggressive southern accent. Well, when the SDK is out, you can do that.
See,
Make
and
that
Here we go, looping back. So now we loop back through here. Yeah, the loops in this level are pretty good too.
Very good. Get him, Skeeter!
I'm getting them.
You know what? Let's...
How will co-op work when it comes around? It'll probably be like a drop-in about thing.
I'm really hoping that it works like Sven co-op, which is to say, barely and hilariously.
And yeah, we'll probably have to find another dude to be the co-op guy.
Dusk
for
dude,
Dusk.
but red.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh,
I
it can
never
be
actually-
Jacob. It could
Yeah,
be
you
Dusk
know,
Dude and
Jacob.
Jacob broing it up.
I'm back,
Yeah.
but I'm good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that barrel
Here,
did nothing.
look at there. There's where we came from. Look at that. It's level design. Like I actually learned
Yeah,
how
and
to do it.
there's a good crossbow secret here. The hump A,
Yeah.
you jump, you gotta get there.
Yeah, there we go.
Boop. Yeah, that's a good one.
Here,
Hup, boop. Unless you fall, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
Do the level over.
I'll go down here and grab the. Oh, there's an enemy in here. I forgot about that.
Jibbed.
Back through here.
Now, how do you get back up? You gotta go all the way around the thing. Just
Yeah,
put
it's
jump
fine. It's
pad.
not a long way. And I also made a point of like making sure that you'd be able to see the snow, you know, coming in every time you pass by here. You'd see it coming in a little bit more.
Yeah. David, have you ever messed around making a Dusk Dude model?
No.
One day. I think we're gonna have to eventually.
Yeah.
This was always really cool. Just
Yeah. Okay, and watch the light color too.
Red.
There. Haha.
Oh.
We're outside, and we have this
Oh,
like.
you're in Oblivion if you turn on Bloom here.
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
no! This
it's
is the
like
worst place for
Daggerfall.
Bloom. Yeah, this is. Look at that.
And this was really cool. So what we did here was David, obviously we're introducing the Bone Monks. Oh,
Yeah.
man! Turn it on.
Yeah, it's really bad.
With your blood.
And then the switches and the whole thing here is we introduced the Bone Monks, and I thought it would be really cool. I basically told David we're gonna go skeet shooting here, and then we put some lore here, some Lovecraftian bullshit. Light a fireplace, sit by the fire. Yeah. The waves of destruction. What, didn't you have one once that was unintentionally super racist?
It was a quote from.
It was fear of blackness or something.
Yeah, something like that, where Dave's like,
What?
It was one of the lines
Well, it was a
from one of the
quote
Lovecraft
from
poems.
one of
Like
the.
like a snippet. It said like afraid of blackness or something, and I was like, maybe we shouldn't have that.
Yeah.
I get misinterpreted.
Like, well, okay.
Book. So you hit all the switches, and I want to make sure we had enough. We give you enough hunting rifle ammo to kill all the Bone Monks.
Yep. Bone monks, woo!
Yeah, Bone Monks are fun because they're really fucking deadly and fast with the hunting rifle. But
Yeah.
this was a very fun moment, I thought.
Yeah.
And originally the Bone Monks didn't have any animations; they just T-posed and came at you. Like,
Yep. Now they barely have.
They need animations, so he just made them wave their arms.
Yeah.
And then it's game development. Humane. Is that my Humane?
Yes, I think that's actually an unused Rise of the
that's
Triad
another
voice
Rise
clip.
of the Triad VO, because I did hundreds. I did hundreds of El Hero and monks and over patrols. We did so many VOs. So I did like Ra Humane, and like I did like dozens of Latin VOs that never got used, Hero and stuff. And we needed something for the Bone Monks, and I was like, let's just use the Humanes from Rise of the Triad and see if they work. So it did.
Also, this snow originally, it was supposed to be blowing from this direction. That didn't work for several technical reasons, but if you were to look really closely at all the snow piles I did, they were all piled up in a realistic way that would happen if snow were blowing in from that direction. Just stupid, like, detail that no one would ever care about.
Good.
But,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I love this ruin here too. I put all these icicles. I just love this level a lot.
Yeah,
Let's grab the
that's
red
good.
key.
Very Skyrim.
And then, now that we've been up here for a
Lord.
while, we've gotten all cold, gotten used to the slight. There's these snowflakes, by the way, are tinted slightly blue. They're not completely white, and the lighting is slightly blue also, because colder. So that's happened.
And also, originally you had a giant red arrow.
Oh yeah, I was
back
getting
down.
paranoid
I was
about.
Like, they'll figure it out. There's times to put giant red arrow. I didn't think it was on that pillar right there. It was literally a giant red arrow pointing down. I'm like, I think they'll figure this one out.
Yeah. So then because we got the red key, and the red key door, we're gonna want to go back down. So we're just whoop, Now we're back in Hotland. And the orange
mean,
just
if
like
someone-
slams into your eyeballs, and it's great.
Yeah, this was awesome. Somebody said we should have a warning for Bloom. Honestly, we just take Bloom the fuck out. of
Pretty
the game.
much, yeah. That was a
They
bad
said
idea.
something like if you turn Bloom, like I turn Bloom off in games anyway. Very few games use it well. Like if that's it's up to them. It's not default. There's
it's
a
hidden
reason we
now.
hide all these options and stuff.
Yeah.
But what we found is that once we set the default options, like a little bit of pixelation, all this stuff, take Bloom off, destroy it, cast it in the fire, said Civi. Yeah, we should have a, are you sure you want to turn Bloom on up?
Yeah. Oh,
But I love the fuck you Wendigo at the end is really great.
Yeah.
We just had Wendigos in the level and they were like, just one.
because that's the first Wendigo for a while. And
Yeah.
in fact, is that the first one in episode 3? No, there was some in E3M1. But it's the
Yeah.
first one for a little while, so you've forgotten they exist.
Yeah, Bloomsday achievement. Yeah, take Bloom off and add button.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can add a button in the options menu to make it look dev intended. The thing is, that's the
Yeah.
default. The default is how we intended it to look. But yeah, you should never turn on like bilinear filtering and Bloom and Dusk ever.
Yeah. Oh, let's look
Add
at
ray tracing.
I shouldn't have added them. I really just added them because I thought it was cute and fun,
Yeah,
but
options.
yeah, that's nah, bro.
Yeah.
It's kind
Whoa.
of nostalgic if you
No.
yeah, it's
It's
kind
not
of nostalgic
terrible, it's
to
just-
like
it's-
Half-Life
yeah.
and Thief and stuff, but this is how the game's supposed to look.
All
right,
Hey, Civi, I found
City
you
of-
guys. Yeah, 2 times pixelization is recommended.
Oh yeah, I have it off right now.
Yeah.
Just because of streaming. I wanted to make
Yeah,
sure
I
that
like
didn't.
it definitely helps having it on a little bit. It gives the game a more artistic, crunchy feel. Because when
Yeah.
everything's really smooth, it's just like, ugh.
It's real weird.
It looks like there's an intended way to play it. We love the options, but like if we could do it all over again, maybe we'd do a more intended
Yeah,
artsy
probably.
look. Because people like see it in videos and they're like, ugh. I'm like, actually, no, Dusk can look really good. You just have to play it the right way. I remember this hallway was originally blank, and I was
Yep.
like, dead soldiers, dead soldiers.
Yep. So I put all this blood on the
I'm
wall.
obsessed with dead soldier bodies.
Something terrible happened here, and this is you're like, oh crap, something bad happened, and then we're going into the dark. Oh, this is gonna be another horror level. What's going on? And then, bam! This ain't no horror level. This is Arcane Dimensions now.
Yeah.
this
Arcane
level
Dimensions
is
much
yeah.
smaller.
Yeah, this level is easily the most geometrically complex one in the whole game. This one, this one was a
The thing I love the
chore.
most about the city is every time I play it, I think I take a different design, a different
Yeah.
path.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very open.
So many different ways, and it's really good. It's definitely like if the rest of the game was like this, the die-hard old school guys would be like, oh, it's got level design.
Maybe.
It's just
I
old
don't-
school
I don't
guys
know.
are like big maps, multiple paths equals level design. Not true, but yeah, this is. I love the fact that I think every time I play it, I take a different
Yeah.
path.
And this,
Yeah,
once again, no Boolean operations. I had to do all of this as meshes, and it took forever, but it looks cool, so it was worth it,
Yeah.
I think, maybe.
Somebody said, "How do I get your job?" Well, the trick is to start your own studio, go broke, and get lucky working with a bunch of your friends who are much better at making games than you, and then taking all the credit.
I don't think
How
any of us
dare
know.
you.
I don't think any of us know how to get our jobs that we have. We're just like
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
Andrew. Now, Andrew, you know what you're doing.
Well, no. I mean, I get emails a lot. It's like, how do we get into the industry? I'm like, luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, luck and
Basically,
hard
yeah,
work.
it's all
Hard
this-
work is luck is a function of
Hard work,
persistence,
yeah.
Half
right?
the life is showing up, and the other half is showing up on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are you gonna get the other half, Dave?
I don't know, man. If I start showing up on time, oh baby, we're going
Yeah.
to the moon. We're gonna be rich boys.
Yeah, this level's just kind of fun to jump around into.
Yeah, it really is. And we went back and forth on some stuff, but not much. I just loved how big and open it was. It was mostly on enemy placement.
Yeah, I
Some
think
stuff
the
felt-
flow of the
some
level
stuff-
changed a
yeah.
little bit.
Some
Yes.
stuff felt too hard, just like different things in different places. I loved
There we go.
the most iteration here was on Chomper.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy there. You just got a Steam pop up for the it's Frag Night. Oh shit.
Oh.
Dusk multiplayer is happening right now.
Oh. Ugh. Great.
One time a week.
Yeah.
People play Dusk multiplayer.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Dusk World, we would have finished Dusk a lot sooner.
Well,
Dusk would be
yeah.
out on fucking every console by now.
Yeah. If we want to talk about stuff we do differently, let's.
Yeah, we promised the multiplayer, but listen, we love Dusk World, but man, do not make a indie multiplayer game. It takes so
No.
much effort nobody's gonna play it.
Yeah, basically.
It's fun though. We're glad it exists,
Yeah.
but it's.
I didn't know about that secret. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the one up there, and then there's the super secret, all the way
Yeah.
up like the end of the city.
Up there.
Really cool secrets.
Yeah, there's one up there. Where am I going? I'm trying to remember what
Maniac said before you guys showed Chomper, I was expecting it to be Big John in scuba gear.
Wait, that would have been amazing. Why didn't
Yeah,
we do
that
that?
I'm back in scuba.
I'm back but underwater. Ah ha ha.
Someone remember that idea for the SDK.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna make an indie multiplayer game, you gotta at least have bots
right, it's up
or
there.
ways to do co-op and stuff, because you're never gonna get an audience.
Or
I
just
mean,
don't
Dusk
do
made
it. Yeah,
it-
because no one's gonna
Oh, just
play it.
Don't do it. Yeah,
They're all
people,
just
like,
gonna play
the amount of people
Overwatch
asking
and-
for it is never a ton. There was like people used to ask us about a medieval multiplayer. We're like, no, we're not doing it. And now that it's out, it's just like it's a game that's complete. We don't have to update it and check the servers and add new content.
It doesn't
and stuff.
take 6 months to port it to GOG.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Duskworld is the reason, by the way, that it took that long for GOD to come out, and the
Yeah,
reason we're
it's
delayed
a-
on everything.
It's not that we don't like it. Somebody said in chat, I'm upset that you guys don't like multiplayer of Dusk. It's not that we don't like it. It's that it took too much time out of what could have been
Right.
utilized. For
Right.
Yeah, the cost,
No,
the
it's-
cost benefit of like we would have had like the SDK and co-op and Switch and all that stuff done by now if it wasn't for
Yeah,
having to.
that's the
support
issue.
multiplayer.
It's not that
Yeah.
it's.
Fine.
I like the
I
mode
mean,
as it
it's
is.
hindsight,
just-
right? 2020. Like
Yeah.
if we do a Dusk 2, it probably won't have multiplayer, and
Yeah.
if it did, it'll be really simple, and we'll spec it out beforehand,
Let's
or it'll be a separate thing. We're still thinking about one of the things I've talked about doing, especially because Duskworld, it's solid, right? It works great, but just doesn't have players. Is making it a free app on Steam.
Yeah.
It just serves as like an advertisement for the full game. Hey, you like this free multiplayer, arena FPS with there's a full single player campaign you can buy for $20.
Maybe throw
And
in
that
like
might be-
one level or something as a demo. Like
Yeah,
a single
exactly.
player demo.
Yeah, we're working on the medieval demo. We'll probably do a Dusk shareware type demo thing at some point. I mean, demos are bad for sales at the beginning, but once you get later in the life cycle of a game, demos can help.
Yeah.
And people do like free stuff on Steam. Have you seen Kyle is
famous.
Yeah, Jacksepticeye
Oh,
played
oh,
Kyle
look.
is famous.
Ah,
Play
he's
it,
T-posing.
Mind if I hit that T-pose?
Yeah, no, don't mistake us. We like Duskworld, and we're not unhappy that we made it. We're just it probably wasn't the best distribution of resources.
Yeah.
Since we're so small and but it
Yeah, there's
exists.
definitely gonna be Dusk repainted, Dusk everything. There's gonna be HD. The mods are gonna.
I can't wait to play him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to play Dusk with graphics.
Why is there Z fighting there? That's weird.
There's always Z fighting. It's Dusk. Z fighting the game.
No, there's not always. Only sometimes.
Yes, New Game Plus is very much still in the cards. Our idea for
Yes.
New Game Plus is basically an expansion. We've
Yeah.
talked about it a lot. It's gonna be you're gonna get to use your Nargle powers and stuff. It'll be a continuation of the story of sorts, but it will mostly be but you'll also be able to replay the game with said powers and some new fun stuff. We're talking about adding like an old school HUD, like a face HUD the H-Doom guy was working on for us. And then adding things like hands, stuff
boy.
that Dusk never had. But that's like the last thing we do, and that would be like an expansion, whether it would be like paid or free. Probably free because we hate money, but and then you'd be able to play with like double health, double ammo, all kinds of New Game Plusy stuff. But we'll see how it goes.
But as
we
for
really wanna
when
see
that
how
would
the-
happen, not
Yeah,
sure.
we really want to see how the SDK goes first and what you guys do, and maybe that leads to some cool stuff.
Maybe we hire someone to do it, so I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
have
That's
to.
what I was gonna say.
So I can keep working on 50
Not
other
Dusk.
projects. Not
Yeah.
Dusk. Yeah.
So Chomper,
Yes.
we
Hello,
originally
Chomper.
Chomper needed a lot of work because he's still kind of like the
He's
silliest.
meh. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like making a fish boss is like whatever. He doesn't really hurt you that much. He used to get stuck on everything. That was the biggest thing.
Fighting him with 6 degrees of freedom controls is fun though, because you just end up like upside down and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the? There it is. Yeah, it's mostly his AI was the main issue because originally you had like, or we had
And
like.
he looked different too, right?
No, he always looked like this. He's goofy.
And I think
He's a
I
goofy
wanted
boy.
him to have more like he didn't have any like he moved kind of weird. He didn't very fish-like. I wanted to add I have more like bubbles behind him and stuff to make him look like he was actually moving through the space better. It was mostly just an aesthetic thing. Yeah, he's never a great fight, but he's funny. He's like a giant fish. Why not?
Yeah.
And originally he wasn't in the thing, and he was in the thing, and then we added some lore back here.
Mhm. And then we have.
What does the lore say? I don't even remember what we wrote there.
The monsters sunk our city, or the shadows sunk our city. His monsters stripped our bones. There's some more me writing stuff. Everything
Yeah.
I write is
I don't
always
know.
like fart sniffing poetic, but it's how I like to write.
How the hell? Always in the water hole achievement. I don't know. I didn't name it. The guys thought people would get the reference. I don't even know what that's a reference to. Someone poisoned
I
the
don't
water
either.
hole. It's like a Cameron and Scott thing. I don't know.
Yeah. You get it by.
You have to hit him with the crystal of madness.
Yeah, I don't get it either, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
look, we got a flooded city now.
Yeah, this was always really cool. I remember the first time I showed this off. It was really cool to have this level and go through it one way, and now you can get to places you couldn't before, plus just see it from the thing. I think it's definitely one of the coolest things. It's definitely like one of those we have to one-up ourselves again.
Yep. That was most of episode 3 was like, how do we, after everything that has happened in episode 2, which, let's review, you went up into, Crazy Sky Temple, you went through a giant machine that ate people, you went through an MC Escher laboratory.
You went into the bone zone.
Yeah, so then it was like, how the heck, like, what do we do now?
We made it a stealth game for one level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
And now it's underwater. Someone asked how you did the water.
In which way? You mean like having it rise up? It's honestly, it's a collider with a water plane, and it's attached to a door. It's just
Everything's
a
a
door
door.
that moves up.
It does.
Yeah.
Everything's a door.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so
Weapons on Dusk World. I cannot change the button to swap weapons. Put it on the Steam forums, and we will get back to you as soon as we can.
yeah. So yeah, and it would have been cool. I think very early on, I wanted to have the idea for this level be that you were kind of starting combat out in the very lowest level, and as the level went on, it was like you were fighting gradually in more and more level, more and more parts of the level, and then the final part is that you're like swimming, and so you can go anywhere. But this was a very difficult level to do, so it didn't all pan out.
No. Apparently in IdTech 3 everything was doors too.
Oh really?
Yeah. It's
Here
funny
we
if
go.
you get...
Little chompers.
Oh yeah.
These guys suck to fight if you're low on health.
Yeah, they're good with the machine gun.
Yeah.
And then the greatest line I have ever written
Yeah.
Oh god.
in a video game.
Yeah.
One fish, two fish, red fish, dead fish.
Yes, Fanny. And then the ending for this was really hard.
Yeah,
It
it was.
like you're falling down a thing, but it never felt right. I think we redid it like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
But
it was a
it
hard
definitely
one.
feels like you're falling into a this. Because what's the level after this? Is it blasphemous? No, it's
Crypt of the
3.
Flesh.
Oh, it's a crypt. Yeah, so you're supposed to feel like you're falling into a crypt.
Yeah.
Where it's like, what am I? What is this? And then it definitely feels like that's happening.
And I don't know why the water doesn't follow you down, but.
No wonder.
And
Yeah,
guess what?
what?
No flashlight
Yeah.
with here. This is a little bit of the kind of trying to be the E2M2 of episode 3 with limited
This-
success.
This music was interesting.
Best song.
It's
Yeah,
good.
it's a good song here. I like how you started using the glowing rooms to
Yeah.
light stuff. It was a good way to have lighting without putting like candles or some dumb
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Now,
Beyond now.
I don't know if this is something people notice, but most of the lighting in Dusk is not coming from any specific light source.
Yeah, it just exists.
It just exists, which
It's fine.
it's a thing. Need the right key for it.
And then we iterated a bunch on this. I really wanted
Yeah, this was
a stinger, and then he come like you hear him breathing, and then I wanted a stinger, and then he comes up and it just gives you that what
Yeah.
the fuck is that thing? Civi's video is great. It's like what he freezes it right there. What the fuck?
yeah.
And I think it really. I remember when we got it right. I was like, yep, that's working as intended.
Yeah.
And another thing that took us, this level went through a lot of iteration, especially with the shader, because the shader took a really long time, and I think Scott
Yeah.
worked on it a bunch.
Yeah, Scott worked on the shader.
Yeah,
That's
because
right, I forgot
originally
about
it just looked like macaroni down there.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I really wanted it to like move.
Yeah, to undulate. So it sort of made it the
I like how in chat people like anytime you do something that's like even close to the immersive sim side of it, somebody goes, "You can do that?" Like,
Torches?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of dumb stuff like that in this
Yeah.
game. Because I love immersive sims and I love retro
Yeah.
FPS, so.
And
Yeah.
so if you just look at so originally it was like that spaghetti texture, but it didn't move, so it just kind of looked like you were walking around in a can of Chef Boyardee, and it didn't look scary at all. Once we figured out
It's
this
an
shader-
ASMR part. Oh my.
Yeah. So this tunnel is the tryptophobia tunnel. With these textures, my goal was essentially to trigger anyone who had that, and in the process of creating them, I discovered I have it. So,
and then this, hello old friend.
yeah.
And then I wanted that to trigger as well. Basically, I wanted this to be because originally there was a thing I wanted to like. You're still following in the path of Jacob, right? So you go where he goes, sleep where he slept. That was him writing on the wall, basically. So you're still following. It's like you've been chasing him this whole time. And that was, I think, a really good way to reintroduce the super shotgun, which you haven't gotten yet. So you get the super shotgun back. We throw a horror at you, boom. And I think one of the best things about the horror is the way that they die.
Yeah.
So they can either I think they made the chance for them because I think them doing their flyback cramp up thing
Yeah.
is way better than them jibbing.
Yeah.
But so you made it like a 50-50 chance or something.
Something
right?
like that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really good how they kind of just like crack up, and that's great.
Yeah, like a bug. It's supposed to be like an exoskeleton or something.
You guys go on a little bit about the lore behind the closer they got, the more they suffered.
Oh yeah, this is just, I think I mentioned it way earlier, but, so this level is, I have this penchant for, it's this thing, but it's actually this other thing also. So, you have, it's a cathedral, but it's also made of, like, an industrial rusty metal. Things like that. So, in this case, this is a crypt. It's like a crypt, but it's also a horrible body horror flesh place. And also it's a torture chamber. This is just all these things at once. So now we're in this, goofy low poly torture chamber with this low poly rack and I don't know, used hammers, I guess, and cleavers and
I think the text on the wall there was blue for Jacob's writing just because it wasn't lit any other way and you couldn't see it.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Easy explanation. And this part, and then this is cool because oh god.
Yeah, and these here, these are supposed to be like meat strands, I guess. Some of this, it's a little hard to do organic shapes.
Look at the viscera just sliding.
Oh, I didn't see it. It's a bit hard to do organic shapes with low poly.
Yeah, and it was funny because we couldn't do dead soldier here, so I was like, dead wizard?
Yeah. Hi, bud. Oops. There. And yeah, there's this cobweb here where it's like, it's supposed to feel like a dank, dusty catacomb, and there's like flesh under the floor and blah! Yeah, it's just, yeah, that's my creative process, just going blah! A bunch, basically.
Hey, where did the sound from those things come from? I didn't do that one.
Which sound?
From
The
the,
breathing horrors.
Oh, it's, I think that's from
Steve sleeping.
shoot. No. No, what sample is that? I can't remember if that's taken from some like a something I found on Freesound, or it must
Okay.
be because I didn't get Boom Library stuff until after Dusk was done.
yeah.
Original denizens of the
Might have been-
nameless city.
there's
I
some-
mean, the city is super ancient, I guess. So it's from the before times. So
Honestly,
I don't-
their sound could have been. There's a couple wheezing sounds that are actually me with asthma in this game. So,
Okay.
like the rats, for instance. So I'm like their sound is like me when I was like asthma-y.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the horrors were in the city before they got turned by Nargle and turned into cultists or whatever.
This is a fun music part.
Yeah, this part of the level was cool.
This is the
and
one. This is the one that
We
had
we
me-
changed this a bunch.
Yeah.
We had what did we write on the wall there?
Oh, I'll go
Because you
look.
spawn a bunch of guys, and you have to go back around the other thing with the fun area, the alcove.
I'm gonna blame Dave for this one.
Deeper.
All right.
Bone monkeys. Yeah, and the bone monk projectiles are so fast,
Yeah.
especially on Cerro Miedo.
Yeah.
Where did he go? He fucking was like, "Yeet." You yeeted him off to the side.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then we added this whole room, because originally you just fought that and went back, and then you added this whole which was fun. Except Cart Dog being in here, which would always be funny whenever Cart Dog gets caught in small spaces.
It's always hilarious looking. Woo.
Yeah, you get a lot of infighting going on here.
There we go.
I like when Cart Dog fucking, when he
When they
drifts,
skid, yeah.
he's like, hey, Tokyo Drift! Yeah, and this ended up...
I like to imagine that Cart Dog is just having an amazing time. Like, it's just like, yeah!
This was one of my favorite parts with the music in the game.
Yeah, the music kicks in here really well.
Oh, yeah.
Because it goes down to that ambient
Yeah,
section of
yeah.
it, and then it comes back at the end.
Yeah, and it's a shame that it kind of is overshadowed by the bone ball sounds
Oh, that's right. The
when they
bone
come back.
The horrific.
Oh, we gotta go to the secret level though.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right.
So I'll go fight the bone balls, and then we'll come back for everyone's favorite level. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's, and people don't know that you can get back from here. They're like, I got stuck here. I want to go back to the thing. There's a secret. There's always a way back, except in E3, E1, and 4.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
shame
the
that
bone
because
balls
that
was
track
great.
is really
Originally-
good.
Forever, they just shot like the same red projectiles as everything else shot. I'm
Yeah.
like, they need to definitely shoot something crazier and creepier. And then when you finally got the skulls and they make that horrific fucking
Yeah.
sound, I'm like, yeah, that works.
Yep. It's like that'll do. So this room here, this is a mirror of this room. Kind of. It's slightly different, but that's what you have. These arches. You have the alcoves. See? It's cool. And the tryptophobia and the soap.
There's just a fully functioning bathroom
Yep.
to go to the bathroom in.
Yep. The bathroom of the flesh. The worst bathroom.
It's really nice bathroom.
Yeah.
And then we're like, how do we get the player to flush themselves? It's like, right, flush your sins away. And most people got it. And
Yeah.
that sound is, as you know, is Andrew's death sound from a medieval.
Yeah.
So we reused that, and it worked really, really well. Really fun.
All right. Here's the Ratacombs. This level is based on what's the level in
So it's-
Planescape?
It's the Weeping Stone Catacombs from Planescape Torment,
Yeah.
turned into a 3D level.
Yes.
And the joke was always like, we're gonna do a level that's just full of rats. So I'm like, we'll do catacombs, and it'll be a torment reference, but we'll call it the ratacombs. It'll be full of like a million rats, and then the boss at the end will be the boss from that section of torment. So the thing is, it's just one giant Planescape torment reference.
Yes, but also
And it turned out really
inadvertently,
well. Yeah.
it is also a Rat movie reference, even though none of us had seen Rat movie until after this game released.
Yeah.
It works out as a Rat movie reference.
I've never seen. I don't even know what that is.
It's a German. It's incredible. You need to watch Rat movie on YouTube. It's fantastic.
And also, it serves as a really good mortar
Yeah,
because
you
killing the rats with
use the mortar in this level.
It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, if you have trouble with the Ratacombs, use this thing.
Yeah, that's
It'll
why
get
we
you
give
through.
it. That's why we give you a ton.
Yeah.
It just blows up all the rats.
Also, it turns out this
Stuart
texture,
Little's
this
army.
like crystal texture with a point light on it, looks really good. So that's used a lot
Yeah.
in this episode. But anyway, let us begin.
I mean, I don't think if anybody who played Planescape Torment would know, boss at the end is literally one as many,
Yeah.
and in Torment it's many as one. I was originally gonna have Chris Avalon. Do you find in a secret in this level?
Uh-huh.
But I just never got around to it.
Yeah.
The rats. The best thing is you just go through the whole level and run past them and then round them all up.
Oh,
and then kill them all at once.
There. Yeah, that was... I think I also have some fire barrels around here, because lighting tons of rats on fire in this game is hilarious.
They're pushing Vista around. I really like this level. I think it's like the wise and it flows really well and it's fun and there's
Yeah.
you know, the rats aren't annoying when you have like infinite mortar ammo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why people don't like it, other than...
Just the rats. And
Well,
they know-
I
and
mean,
they-
obviously.
yeah. With
But
the mortar, it's really easy. There's a secret in the lava. It's a good
Yes,
one.
there is. Whoop, more rats.
That like lets you cut through half the level.
Yeah.
And it's not like we just give you the mortar. We give you like tons and tons.
There. I'll grab this, but I'll do the... Oh!
Irma loved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. It.
We had...
Telefrag a rat.
Yeah, he
I
did.
may have. Okay, so I got the blue key, but I'm still gonna do the rest of the level. Because the blue... You can go through that secret to skip, like, most of it. Oh, we gotta go in this... Wait, is the... I moved the switch, that's right. The switch is over here. So... There. They're just everywhere. It's just, like... Every single blank space I just packed with rats, basically. This room... Hold on. There. This room. It's a pretty room. I like it.
Hmm.
See,
I
a
almost
lot
used
more with,
this
like...
room for one of the visualizers.
Yeah, that's...
The OST thing.
No, and
Yeah,
you can
just-
actually tell you did a really good job of translating some of the rooms from Torment, which is an isometric RPG, into some of
Right.
the rooms. Like, I saw them immediately.
Oh, good. Yeah, I have that image. I think I posted it on Twitter of like all. Oh, I have max health. Okay. I need the yellow key. Of like the layout of the. What was it? What Whispering Catacombs was it?
Weeping Stone.
Weeping Stone Catacombs. Where I took the picture of the layout and just like drew in, okay, we'll add an extra hallway here and we'll put a door here and like how to make
Yeah,
it into a...
Yeah, I'll go find the I'll go find your tweet and put it in chat.
Yeah. Because Weeping Stone Catacomb is not designed as a retro FPS level, and it would have been not great without... Oh, there we go. Now we have some metal. Why? I have no idea. Just because we're in episode 3 now and we're just doing stuff. And there's a toilet up... Or no, the toilet's gone. Never mind. I guess we took that out. There is soap. There was a toilet up there. Alright. Open this door. Be greeted by more rats. Yellow key, I think. Yeah, that's...
There you go. I found it. Found the tweet.
See, I barely take any damage in this level. It's super easy. I don't know
Yeah.
what you guys have, what your problem is.
Maybe they don't like the mortar.
I mean, that'd be fair. Alright, here we go. Here's the giant rat that makes all of the rules. It's literally just the rat mesh scaled up, given Cart Dog's AI.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's good. Oop. There. I hate rats. Then you exit the level, same way you entered. Although this time, Dusk Dude is fairly happy about the situation.
Yay.
Someone asked about the soap. Yeah, there's really no deeper meaning behind it. It's just that I thought it was funny to make the soap kill everything in one hit. Oh yeah, you're right. This time he should have gone, yeah!
Yeah, you just reverse the sound.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No.
Oh, the turning point.
Alright, and you come out of a flesh door with a doorknob.
Has a doorknob.
Yeah. So, okay, original Blasphemy is a pretty cool level. It has that thing that happens that is cool. But the original idea was to have the entire level be a cathedral. And you would go through, and you would go through this whole big cathedral, and then the tornado would come through, and it would rip through this level you'd just gone. You'd literally see this whole level you'd just gone through just destroyed by this giant thing. That was the idea. And what it turned out, well, the thing that was the main problem is that cathedral architecture is really complex. And designing a big cathedral like that you could, walk around the entire exterior of and everything, and designing it in modular parts that could then come apart once the tornado went through was too much for me, basically. It was too large a task. And also, when I did some scale tests, I saw that even the tornado's fairly large, but even at that size, if I did anything bigger than this, this cathedral like this, it started to feel dwarfed by the tornado started to feel dwarfed by the cathedral, and it made the whole effect not really as cool. No. So, decided to just go with this. These things right here, I don't know what you'd call them, but they're based on Canterbury Cathedral, actually. They were originally part of a what's the cloister? They were part of a cloister that was going to be on, the bigger Blasphemy Cathedral, and then I just repurposed them as these cool things on the side. So anyway, and this level went through quite a few iterations from all parties, really.
Originally, it was just filled with enemies, and they'd be far away, and you'd get there. And I decided that really wasn't a good use of the space, and you didn't get to like go around and appreciate the island and the cathedral. And I said, what if we had to go hit switches, but every one of those switches acted kind of like a gore nest in Doom. So you hit a switch and it'd spawn a bunch of enemies, and you had to do that 4 times, and then it would open the cathedral door. That would let you an excuse to explore the island. It would add a bunch of combat encounters, and I also thought it would be really cool because we could have an achievement for you activating all 4 of them at once without killing anything, and then killing them all.
And I believe the music breaks if you do that, because...
Yeah, I don't think we ever added that achievement, but I think originally it was just a whole bunch of enemies, and the blue key was like on top of the cathedral.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, we could do better than that. I really wanted to have the player be able to like walk around and explore the space without having to fight anything for a while.
Yeah, which was a very good idea.
And then making the fighting be optional, and it's extremely optional because if you can just like hop through the back wall of the cathedral and then blow up the altar and go downstairs without even like.
You can actually destroy the cathedral yourself if you have the soap.
If the soap, you can just you could destroy the walls of the cathedral.
Yeah. This was the point in episode 3's development where I was like, I really didn't know what I was doing, because I was just kind of like, it needs to be bigger. Everything needs to be bigger. It needs to be more impressive. I've painted myself into this corner now and so I think there were a lot of decisions, or maybe not a lot, but there were definitely a few decisions where I had tunnel vision and was not really thinking about as much about like making good, interesting levels as much as I had this tunnel vision on like trying to make it as spectacular as possible because I was terrified of disappointing people after episode 2 because everyone was like lost their mind about episode 2. They were like, oh my gosh, this is incredible, like so much better than episode 1. And so I didn't want to disappoint them with episode 3. And I think that was one of those where it was just like, I don't know, enemies everywhere, and all these enemies, like, make it bigger, make it crazier, and wasn't really thinking about, okay, but is that a fun level, though?
Yeah.
And that also happened a bit later, with what happens when you go under the cathedral. Originally, that was just a massive, massive room with all these pillars and tons of enemies in there. And that didn't even get to Dave. Andrew played it as a music build, and he was like, "Okay, dude, this is not fun. Like, I'm sorry, but." And so then I had to take a step back, and I was like, "Okay, no, we're just gonna make a good level, and not try to focus as much on trying to constantly one up everything that came before."
Yeah.
Which.
Yeah. Like, and once you started kind of getting that, like, it was interesting because, like, yeah, you handed that to me, and I already had an idea of where this should go. Like, I didn't know in terms of level design whenever you got to the bottom, but I just knew that you had something really cool here that was about to, like, this is going to flip the entire script of how everything's working now, and everything's just going to be like, you know, in sixth gear from here out. Yeah. Because the second the tornado shows up, it's a holy shit moment, and then you jump down the altar, or you jump under the altar,
beneath the altar.
Yeah, and like I was like, oh my gosh, this is a perfect moment to like just have a, you know, just pumping your adrenaline, kind of just shoot anything that moves moment.
Yeah. Who threw soap at the tornado? Was that Sibby?
Yeah.
The tornado is.
This moment was really cool because we iterated on this a bunch. So the altar originally faced that way, and I was like, "That's not like good." Also, this is a Quake reference.
Yeah, this is. I've always thought that was a hilarious bit of text.
Yeah,
it's just like altar, shoot repeatedly.
I was like, and it just kind of like you shot the altar, and then the thing started shaking. Oh, it didn't shake, and the tornado started coming. I was like, no, that is not enough.
Not epic enough.
No, we need to make this. I'm like, can you make it so as you shoot the altar, the fucking glass pops out of the windows, like some scene in The Matrix or whatever? Yeah. And Constantine, he's like, I don't know, maybe. And then when the tornado comes, we gotta add screen shake. Like, he's like, what? I'm like, more screen shake. More screen shake. I'm like fucking Gordon Ramsay. I'm like, we need more. And then, I just wanted it to be like, and then the rising wind extension, and then I'm just like, as the tornado gets closer, because we wanted the player to walk outside and see the tornado and go, holy shit. In order to do that, we really need to shake the fucking screen.
Yeah.
And see, there's the screen shake, and the glass breaking, and it really feels like, oh shit, something's happening. The amount of people that run into the tornado.
Yeah. It's like, why would you run into this?
Yeah. And then the amount of times when I was watching this that I fell off the island just by walking backwards.
Yeah. I have a thing for tornadoes. Like, I've been obsessed with them since I was young. So getting to put one in a game was... The vision I've always had, though, for a game was having you fight inside a tornado. So you're like you're like sucked up into the tornado, and there's all this, you know, debris and stuff around you can like take cover, and you're just like flying through the air fighting people. But that was not going to happen in the framework we built for Dusk.
Would have been pretty cool. Dusk 2 tornado fight.
I know it'd be I've thought about if Dusk 2 were ever going to happen, it would be on a new. It would be on a new framework. I'd build it. We'd build it again from the ground up, and that framework would be built in mind with things like gravity changes and things like the player flying and, you know, stuff like that, so that we could implement some of the crazier ideas without it being this massive undertaking, which it was for this game. So anyway, here's Under the Altar. Oops. Then the music kicks in, and we just kill everybody. These windows took like it took like at least an hour or two to model this out, and then it's, you know, copy and paste job basically. Looks a bit too nice for Dusk, honestly, but and then this stairway, it's super
originally
cool.
it was just dirt stairs.
Originally it was just normal stairs, and there's like what, like 100 of these or something, and then I don't know, one of us showed Dave that picture of the spiral stained glass ceiling in that one. I don't even remember which cathedral it was, but it's really cool. And Dave was like, it'd be really nice if those stairs could be like that, and I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm not doing that.
And then I went, fine, whatever.
Yeah. And then I went out of the meeting and I thought about it for a bit, and I was like, but it has to though. Every one of these steps is an inset and then a point light on it, and it was just like, I have to do it. It's good. It's too cool not to do. Basically.
Yeah, and it shows up in every video.
Yeah.
And the thing is, people just jump straight down them. Nobody walks down the stairs.
Yeah.
But it looks cool.
Yeah, it looks cool when you go down the middle.
And also, what that allowed you to do was use those textures and the lighting in other places.
Yeah.
In the map, like around that door there.
Yeah.
And other stuff. And this went through a lot of iteration too, because these side rooms were all they weren't great. We opened it up. We opened some stuff up a bit. The key sections. Yeah, and you put I mostly it was more set dressing. Like I wanted you to reuse the crystal stuff like we did for the stairs.
Yeah, get some more windows in there.
In other parts, yeah. I was like, more stained. There's no reason not to have lots of colorful stained glass windows down here.
Yeah.
And it turned out.
The stained glass stairs, I'm pretty sure I accidentally brought that up on a meeting, because I've got that photo on my phone.
I'll bet.
From the original
yeah.
time.
I mean, it was worth it.
Like,
it wasn't.
Yeah, but whenever I pitched it in the meeting, I didn't mean it like that, and
right.
I heard you sigh, and I was like, oh fuck. You know,
what have I done?
I felt horrible afterwards. I was like, oh shit.
No, but it turned out good, because those. Oh, hello, cart dog. This is a challenging place to fight cart dog in.
I will say that like whenever you were done with all this, whenever you guys were done with iterations and all this, I was really happy to see you in a better place, because I remember right up until this point you were having some anxiety about
oh yeah, I started developing episode 3 Burnt Out, and it just got worse from there. Like it's unfortunate to say, but most of episode 3 was developed with me just like in a terrible place because I was so done working on this game. I don't regret that time though. I think
the last 10% of any game, it's always the hardest, and that's why like if you work with other people, you just gotta kind of help them push through, because it's always worth it, but it's always the hardest because you just want it to be fucking over.
Yeah.
But then like once it's done, and then the even more important thing is going back over it again to make sure the whole thing is a great experience, because it's not, because if you just like get it done and then ship it out, it's not going to be the game you want it to be. But yeah, that last 10% is always the hardest.
Yeah, and probably now, if I did it over again now, I think it'd be easier, because I was also not in the best life situation at the time.
Yeah.
Well, that's not fair. It's not that I was in a bad life situation, it's that I was in a stressful life situation. So, but we all got through it, and it resulted in probably the best episode in the game, which I don't think can be said for the majority of the games that Dusk takes inspiration from. So, like that, episode 3 is that the game usually those games peak at like episode 1 because of shareware. They always did the best first.
So, if I knew what I knew now about this part right here,
people always die here.
Yeah.
I would have asked you to put the music trigger halfway through that hallway.
Oh,
because some people will spam just at that beginning of that. And I was always expecting them to walk out there and then just see all this stuff, and just start demonstrating. But they'll just sit there with the ambient back there. I'm like,
We could
right?
We could still do that,
Well,
Yeah, we could. We could patch
Yeah,
it.
we could move it.
Yeah.
We're still working on the game, guys.
Yeah.
Just like back around that corner, you know.
This hall is a taste of if anyone can find that screenshot I posted of the original
Oh, yeah,
under the
yeah, yeah.
cathedral room. These are the windows. I took them and repurposed them for this hall, which ends up being better anyway because you have a better sense of how just enormous they are. You have a better sense of scale in this small narrow hallway. There's a lot of color interplay in this in this map. Like if back up there, that first hallway that hallway you drop into after being outside and all the red is like, you got blue and then you're in red a bunch again and now blue again. I like doing that with colors because then it's like it's sort of a spectacle. It like hits your eyes really hard and it's interesting, I think.
Yeah. Maniac, yeah, you were supposed to. We give you the Riveter there, so
Yeah.
shit up, Riveter. But some people always like to hang back and like just snipe stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Andrew, people were asking if there's any meaning to the chanting, or if they're actually saying anything in the chanting.
In the chanting in which part?
In the beginning.
Oh, in the beginning?
Mhm.
Okay.
Horse, horse.
No, they're actually saying something. If you listen, it says, "We have spoken to the master." It's like kind of like a cultist chant.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we've spoken to him, and now you're gonna die. I can't remember exactly what it was.
To John Romero.
yeah. But it was something along that. But it's just an iteration on that. It's supposed to be just like creepy cult stuff.
Yeah. And so that right there. That was the end of the gothic Lovecraftian part of episode 3.
And now we have the
now we-
Brimstone Gate, this is the level I forget about in episode. Every episode has a level I completely forget exists.
And this
the
is
one
that
for
one.
episode 3 for me.
Well, it's the second half of episode 3 is more like a existential journey now, because now you went through that portal. My idea was you're kind of outside of reality now. Now you're just journeying through like who knows what. So right here, this is a massive contrast to what came before, because now we're back to like bricks. We're back to like human bricks, and we've got these tanks of some sort. It looks very different. So you're obviously in a completely different place now, and this is where Dusk level progression stops being as much about a physical journey you're going through and more about a sort of like the narrative arc of what you're going through. And it turns into a complete circle at the end. We'll see that. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before we do this, because I've been drinking a lot of water, so I'll be back.
You got more people on the YouTube's going up. It's like 65 people on there. We've had like 300 time. Thanks for with us, guys.
Yeah.
It'll be good to watch this back at some point. Hopefully you've got some good insight. I'm sure we've forgotten like a bajillion things. But it's hard to remember because we worked on most at least a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Ooh, somebody just asked if there's Easter eggs in the soundtrack. Yes, there are.
Yes,
I don't think they've been actually found yet.
Yeah, you've tweeted a few.
I tweeted one. There's a few more.
Yeah. Glad to be here. Lovely to be here. Well, thank you. So I'm going to spend the next 24 hours moving stuff in a truck, so it's good to be resting before then. It'll be fun. Actually, I have until 9 to get that stuff.
What are you doing? What are you moving in a truck?
I gotta get all this stuff from San Diego and move it to LA. All the stuff that I left before I moved to New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lots of boxes. All my drums. I left all my drums at Jules' place.
right,
2
I'm
drum
back.
kits, an electric drum kit, 10 boxes of stuff. All my big box PC games. Important stuff.
TD1K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The TD1K is Garbo. I'm gonna get probably get a TD11K down.
Get a 17. Get a 17. They're pretty
It's gonna cost a lot of money.
No, it's not that bad.
Whatever. This is now the pro audio stream. Head on down to your local guitar center and ask for Officer Jipmore. Okay,
Back
let's
we
keep
go.
going.
So, This level is an amalgamation of all sorts. I think the main ones I can remember is Hell's Kitchen in Deus Ex and Condemned the entire game. Basically, this is a celebration of horrible, dingy urban places. Like this part right here. This is a direct reference to. It's not Hell's Kitchen. Well, it's part of the whole Hell's Kitchen mission. It's in Deus Ex. These like things.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to. I think there might have been one other game, maybe. I can't remember. But anyway, that's sort of the idea behind this. So, Blade Runner. That's what I was thinking of. There's a bit of
Never
Blade
heard
Runner
of
in this. Not a game, movie. So, not Blade Runner in a literal sense, more just like the feel of, everything being claustrophobic and oppressive and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And also
more
the
importantly,
fast fire totem stack.
yeah, more importantly, this level is about stacking fast fire totems and going fucking insane. So,
Yeah, we've got climbing power-ups, and double fast fire totems, and all kinds of stuff.
and you can stack as many as you. Oh, it ran out. Drat. Because you can stack a bunch of them. If you're quick and know where know where they are, you can get like a minigun, shotgun and stuff.
Track that's going on right now. I don't think I've ever told anybody this. This is a homage to Mick Gordon's ambience in Doom 2016 because I really liked it. He used a really overdriven, what sounded like an overdriven Model D at times. And that's exactly what's going on here.
Okay, I can hear that now that you mention it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, you can get like 4 fast fire totems and then the super hot power. So you're going really fast and really slow at the same time.
Yeah, you can do that. I didn't do that here, but it's
Yeah, I think because without that, this level becomes way less fun and more of a just a go around, and you're not encouraged to like jump around as crazily as you would. You take it kind of slow. But also you can do all that with cheats, guys. You can type in NBFF, and that's fast fingers. You can type that tons of times, and then NBUFO, and then you could be an attack chopper. I think you saw we've made a video of that before that ended up on PC Gamer. Like you literally just fly around shooting like missiles like you're an Apache helicopter. I mean, you can do whatever you want with Dusk already, but when the SDK comes, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited for like helicopter levels. Which would just be like you're flying above and like shooting at cities. You just have that stuff enabled the whole time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I want to point out the stark difference in the density of detail in this level compared with
density.
When compared with Ghost Town in Episode 1, because they're both sort of a similar concept. This one, there's just I'd gotten better. I think I did take some reference shots from Kingpin. I can't remember how many of those were actually used though. But Kingpin is actually, although it's not a great game, it has really good art direction, which is funny. But yeah, there's just, I got way better at like putting details like this. See, we've got like trash the plants are growing out of, and like there's just detail everywhere. And this is what I said during.
As we went on, I definitely didn't do as many crits. It wasn't as much back and forth. I mean, you can tell how you grew as a level designer.
Yeah. And it's what I kept saying during development is that by the time we're finally done with Dusk, I will have acquired enough skills that I will be ready to make Dusk. Let's go up here. Forget. Oh, that just takes you there.
It is kind of, there's some confusing. Whoa.
Yeah, the pathing in this level is a bit weird. Granted.
Yeah, like the critical path is like through like tiny holes and stuff. Yeah, you go like under there.
Oh, and yeah, and like part of the level was also like it's supposed to look kind of like all of this human industrial dressing is just a facade on top of this weird cracked red glowy thing. I don't know why, I just thought it was cool. So anyway, let us continue through this. Oh, and back here, see, it's just like
afterwards? I mean, I'm not. Yeah, so I never went down.
Sorry, what was that?
That was critical path.
Oh yeah, it's a bit odd. You can go the other way though, and it's fine. This is just a bit cooler because you're like.
Oh yeah, I always took this way.
I always went the other way.
Choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like this back alley, like Stained mattress. I spent a lot of time detailing this to just be the worst, like, urban horror-y thing I could do with the Dusk resources. And enjoyed it quite a lot. See, like, right here, like, if this is supposed to be, like, these pipes, this is just a fake facade over top what this level's really made of, which is this weird, unholy, ethereal stuff.
Environmental storytelling.
Yeah. It's kind of, I guess, now that I'm mentioning it, that's sort of similar to the themes of the Music Machine. I guess I have a rut.
Also, Music Machine is super interesting and unique in terms of what it is.
Oh, thank you. It is very flawed, too, but... I think...
but like... Oh, and I love this section. This is awesome. The second half of that track.
Woo, just explosions and jibs everywhere. It's crazy. Oh yeah, and then horrors spawn, that's right. And they're supposed to kind of push you up through here, and you grab this, and now the horrors are no longer a threat. And if you go through here... Oh wait, I guess I put those up here. Or up there, never mind. And you can just go nuts with the shotgun and destroy everything.
Yeah. With
So
the
good.
stacking, it's great.
This is the one. This is the one that's just supposed to be the worst bathroom in the world. See, it
What
almost
did you
looks...
say about every bathroom?
No. This is the real one. Look at this. Look at this, though. This is the worst.
bathroom.
It's the worst one.
This is the worst town we have ever been.
Whoop.
This is
There we
tricky.
go. Yeah. Now you're crawling through that stuff. Got this. It's like, yeah, like I said, you know, it's just reality cracking into. Yeah. I had a lot of fun with this level, honestly.
Yeah,
this is
it's
one of the most fun
real
ones
neat.
to make. Oh, I guess there's more showers than I remembered, because there's 3 in here. So in theory, we
Look
could...
at all the water physics.
Yeah, in theory, it's just there's nowhere in the game where you would ever notice this.
Yeah, right.
So, but it's there. There, leave them off. Okay, did I get the key? Yes, I did. You come over here.
And this.
This.
Oh no! It's a little further on. Well, no. Yeah, it's right
No,
here.
this is the one. This, if you're talking about what I think you are, which is that this whole part. This is just stolen from Condemned. This
Yeah.
right here.
It even says this place condemned.
Yep.
This
Here.
place is condemned.
Place needs condemned.
Right there. This place condemned. So this place condemned. That is also a placard that there's like this little wooden placard that my dad always had in his garage. I don't know where it's from. It just says this place condemned on it. It doesn't look like it's decorative or anything. It looks like it could have honestly been on somewhere that was condemned. But so that always stuck with me, so I wrote it there. Yeah, anyway, we got the key. Go down here. And now this is where reality completely breaks down.
Yeah.
And you are now fighting Episode 1 enemies again. Because Dusk is turning into a giant circle.
Dusk is a flat.
Yeah. Oh, and this music story, I don't know if Andrew even remembers this, but this, what's playing right here now, was part of the original tracks that were written for this level, that then I don't think you felt good about them.
No,
And
I
changed
didn't,
them, but then I liked them and was like, those will be really good for this like sudden change that occurs here, you know.
Yeah.
see,
'Cause
welcome back.
I was veering a little bit more towards like the just getting, I don't know, it's just lower tuning disgustingness.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I liked where things were heading, and
Yeah.
it was tuned up a little bit more, and I wasn't so keen on it, but it was still a good track. I mean, it made it.
I like it. I think it's really cool to have that ambience you hear in there then turning into another action track, because usually what's happened is
that's
like
neat.
because usually what's
holy
happened in
shit,
Dusk levels
yeah.
is there are like, you know, you have the ambient track and you have the action track, and now this is one that has 2, because now it's changed. Now we're back in Episode 1.
Which also, like, faking that entire dynamic system in this game.
Oh yeah.
like I had to do so much work, like, with that in mind while creating some of this music.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a very, 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 very limited way of how we can do this.
Yeah.
So it needs to still feel seamless. So I would build music with the way that we have our dynamic music system in mind, and that's how we would do the tracks.
Yeah.
Like, so like literally, whenever you hear something that's like, man, that was like a seamless transition. It's like, no, I thought about all the outcomes.
Yeah.
There,
It was
and
just
then came
very
up with
well
the most-
composed.
Yeah. This was a trippy part.
Yeah. And here we are, and this is a bit of a maze. Probably would do this differently if I did it again. Maybe a little more light in here. Just yeah, this whole end of the level is just to tell you, hey, the rules of level progression no longer apply. You are back at the beginning now, or you're back at basically everything. Everything is folding in on itself.
Yeah.
So got a message from. Oh, okay.
Into the portal, and now we get to Homecoming.
Yeah.
This level did not cooperate.
No, it didn't, and I wanted to do so much more with this level that we weren't able to
the fact
do.
that it was only that we did so little almost kind of helps it because it becomes so minimal. It ends up being pretty short, but it's really effective, and it's it's the most exposition we really give, and and it's still we still made a level where you fly. It's just like we did that.
Yeah.
You literally turned the world upside down on the player.
Yeah.
Like
it works
it's
surprisingly well. People get through it. We were worried. We never thought that about E3M9. We're like, oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
they're hating E3M7, but for the most part,
Oh,
people
that's right.
love
Yeah.
it.
I forgot we did that.
Whoa.
That's actually got me.
And then add an evil F. Oh yeah, the son of the pig. Yeah, that I totally. Yeah, I can't believe you got your.
Yeah, I know. I forgot that the board breaks from under you there. Like, oh.
Maniac says if the SDK allows for better gravity, consider making a director's cut of this level with grounded enemies.
I'm unsure if it will, because I think it might still rely on nav meshes, which is the main problem. But then again, I think newer versions of Unity do support dynamic nav meshes. So possibly.
Yeah, I mean, plus the fact that this level kind of exists in your mind it makes sense that there's only like the bone enemies. Right?
Yeah.
They're undead. That kind of makes sense. There's no like living enemies in this level. I don't.
The music track for this one is actually a direct answer to E1M3. What am I thinking of?
Oh, the church level?
Yeah. It's a flat out it's a darker take on it.
Nice.
And yeah, we worked on this a lot. Just I wanted to make mostly I wanted to make sure the flying was fun. Originally, you couldn't round, and I was like, no, you have to be able to loop and like as many times as you want, and we'll just make it, just add the evil laugh. Works every time.
Yeah.
And it worked, and the gravity switches worked. I think we moved them around a bit to make sure people hit them in the right spots. We changed the way you interact, and we added a lot of environmental storytelling to his house to really nail back down the fact that, like, this is your house, this is your wife, this is pictures of your family, you can hear that there was fire, and people got it for the most part, which I really like.
There we go. We're on the... Now Dusk is a Prey game.
Yeah, you missed
Dusk is Prey too.
You missed the key.
Oh, did I? Oh,
Yeah.
I did the thing that everyone does.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, you gotta loop around.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're bad at this.
Why? Why am I bad at
Learn how to
this?
flight simulator. You keep getting stuck on trees. You gotta go all the way.
I'm trying to. It's so I can reposition myself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the key. Yeah, good job.
I mean, I guess I could avoid the trees. Woo, whoop.
Ooh, it's
Okay.
fun when you avoid the trees. Woo!
I always intended people to jump from like tree to tree, but either way
I
works.
just like going all the way because it looks so
Yeah.
cool. bayou, especially so originally we didn't have any wind noise or effects.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
we really need to like really up the ante and make it really feel like you're falling or flying. So we added a lot of wind noise, and that actually helped a lot of other areas of the game too, because you get that when you're
Yeah.
like falling or bunny hopping really fast. So it's
Yeah.
cool. And then you open the garage to your neighbor's house, who for some reason has a switch that opens your garage.
Yeah.
It's not creepy, bro. Ugh. And bone balls in just the worst places in the world.
Yeah. I'll just take a nap right here. There we go.
Yeah.
Zoop. Yep, here we go. That house.
Weren't we gonna add a thing that says you cannot rest with enemies?
Were we?
I think so. I remember we talked about it.
That would be funny.
Neighboring garage open.
Yeah, and originally
this-
it was just like a switch, and now I'm like, let's put it on his computer, like he's creeping on your house.
Yeah.
Like, David, this is actually that was like your house. You were
This
living
was the house I was living in while making Dusk, and I will give you a tour of it once. So first of all,
in. There was
don't
bone
want to go
balls
down
in
there.
it?
Too many frogs. This is our propane tank. This was our basement, which was basically a crawl space, and when we got the house, it was literally an underground swimming pool filled with frogs. Hence the text. There isn't actually a bone ball in our garage, thankfully, but it's the garage. Now this house isn't completely to scale, but for the most part it is. Oh yeah, there's the fire scream. Here's our soap. That we
Why
kept
is there
in the
blood in the toilet, Dave?
David
So
went to Taco Bell.
lore reason is that you're in Dusk Dude's mind and bad things happen here. The actual reason is that when I changed the water texture of everything, I accidentally changed the water texture of everything. So, this room right here was our closet, but for the last part of Dusk development was also my office. My desk was right here. And for most of Dusk development, my desk was... Go away. My desk was right here, and Rachel would sit here and watch TV with Lavender, and that's how I worked for most of Dusk, actually. Lavender was a little baby. It wasn't very relaxing, because little babies do not keep quiet when you're trying to concentrate. It's a bedroom.
That picture is David and his wife.
That's me and Rachel, yeah.
Yeah, that's Rachel and Lavender.
Yeah, which it's just I couldn't find a good picture of any other family to use, so I just used me and Rachel as Dusk Dude and his
Yeah,
wife.
we kept trying. I was like googling like farm families and stuff. And nothing came out. I was like,
Yeah,
"Ah,
nothing
just
would
use a
work."
picture of you guys.
Yeah,
It works. It hurts to remember
yeah,
because Jacob was boning your wife.
yeah. Sure, why not?
Quagmire.
Oh, we're not gonna pick up that gas can. That bug is still in. Alright, so now we fall down to upside downy world here. And this exists here if you want to go back. So you can backtrack, but we're not going to do that.
God, that was so annoying. Working on this island.
Yeah.
Because we spawned the thing and they wouldn't come out of the thing. We go that way. We need like enough. Feel like a level.
Yeah, this level in general was this was the opposite of Brimstone Ghetto, which was very fun to do. This level was just torture to make.
Vista, like at the very beginning, is awesome. Like with the whole it looks like a pyramid in the sky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean the great, right? Because it's such a departure. It's very much like Escher Labs, where it's like I didn't know.
Speaking of
do
Escher
that.
Labs,
Like, where you fly, and the flying feels really good. And it's not, it's fun.
Oh, Escher Labs.
yeah. Speaking of Escher Labs, this is now foreshadowing what's going to happen in the next level, which is that stuff comes back. And this, I thought I needed to have this room here because now you could actually switch gravity onto these different planes that were in the original. The original
gravity
Escher
switcher
Labs.
are the same as the ones in the Escher Labs. Yes, it's a very cohesive by accident. And then we kept look at all we've done together. Oh, that was a cool. we added very late in development. I
Yeah.
feel like we need more story here because we had all that exposition, and here we're just kind of like kill some stuff in Escher Labs and walk through a door.
Yeah.
So we iterated on this a little bit, added some VO, added like the yellow key, and then I was like, make like a longer hallway. Put 'em over.
Yeah.
We needed like one last thing, right? And
Yeah.
then like I was like, make the hallway longer and cooler and make it cohesive with the next level. And then we did, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah. It's not
not terrible.
perfect, but
Yeah.
it works okay. So.
Yeah, I mean the main mechanic was making the fly thing work, and it
Yeah.
did. And then it mostly serves as a level of exposition and learning about his past and some stuff like that. And it's cool. It's a nice reprieve in between two very actiony levels.
Yeah. And now this one is now stuff repeats basically. That's the gimmick of this level is stuff repeats and is mashed together and is weird and crazy. There you go.
It's still this is your life level. This is your dusk level.
Yeah. No, dusk level is the last one.
Yeah.
There's a door there. Light mapping was
Yeah,
a
that's the one that says trust your eyes because we're flipping the
Yeah.
don't trust your eyes for me too and two.
there's a secret area, and this why is it green? That's weird. Oh, well.
Green.
Yeah, for some the light probe thingies aren't working like they should. Oh well. Who knows? This was toward the end of development. Things were getting left by the wayside. And yeah, this level's just going nuts with geometry that makes no sense and stuff. And Andrew wrote a track that's just sort of like mashing together previous Dusk action tracks.
Yeah, I actually went through the entire level and like saw what it was trying to pull from and took what I thought were some of the strongest pieces of music from each of those sections. And I timed myself on how long it took to get through each portion of this. If I was like running it, like not speed running, but just going all out, like kind of how it's meant to be. And it's timed to a video that I have where it's just me basically playing through the entire thing, and it fits pretty well because most of the time whenever I see people play it, they get at least 2 or 3 of them right, where the transition's right, and it feels kind of magical, if you hit it at the right time.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's interesting. The Jacob VOs that show up. By the way, I think I said this on Twitter too. Whenever Dave and David were like assigning me the task of doing the Jacob VO stuff, they gave me some ideas. They kind of just let me go alone with it, and like just kind of, hey, it just needs to be kind of creepy guy, and he's a cultist, and like the biggest inspiration for him is, or at least the sound of his voice, is Peter Steele from Typo Negative. Just this super deep, creepy ass voice. It seems to work out okay.
Yeah. There have been complaints about Jacob's voice, but I think they're dumb.
Yeah.
Personally, like, he's too cheesy. I'm like, yes, this is a game with
Yes,
Big
yeah.
John and soap that kills things in one hit.
Yeah, right. I mean, and I'm no voice actor, that's for sure, but I try when I can. Came out alright.
Yeah, I think it did. Alright, let's fight some cowgirls. And then, did I hear that one of you guys has to head out soon?
I think that's Dave. He's got to head out in a couple of minutes because I think he's moving a bunch of stuff.
Is that right, Dave?
He might actually be doing that right now.
Oh yeah, no, I was just finishing packing. Yeah, I have time. Not too much time though. It's another 20-30 minutes, but we should be able to get through the rest of the game then.
Well, I was wondering if we wanted to do the skip on E3M9.
There's not a lot to talk about there.
Yeah, I mean,
right, that's
everybody
what I'm
knows
thinking.
3M9, so yeah, we could do the skip because I think the skip, a lot of people haven't seen it. That might actually be more interesting to show.
We can talk a bit about the level, and because there's, I mean, with this one, essentially you're just seeing.
Didn't grow, you didn't change.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to have Stefan record that and put it in the game if you take the coward's way out, because I feel like that meme's pretty evergreen.
Yeah.
You cheated not only the game but yourself. And do it in the Arletta voice.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it for a second, but yeah, like that's a long ass fight.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. Plus, I'd rather talk about Nargle Bargle.
Yes, there's a lot to talk about with the ending, I feel, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, this level, for the most part, it's, other than the gimmick of, you know, mashing together all the themes and stuff that have come before, it's pretty straightforward, honestly. It's just a normal level with, you know, mashed together themes. Trust your eyes. Until you get to here, and it starts, well, not here, but, you know, once stuff starts getting big and small and things like that.
Yeah, I really wanted to do, one of my first concepts that I wanted to do with episode 3, I wanted to do forced perspective stuff. You know, I wanted to do big, like, you know, you feel really small or really big, you know, Alice in Wonderland style stuff.
Yeah, like right here.
And we got a little bit of it. So small, so powerless. I wrote that. And I remember I had you move that skull to the middle there so you would really immediately get the sense that, like, okay, something's going on.
Yeah.
Everything's really big.
Yeah.
And we did that VO for the barrel just falling on him. It's on top of the soldiers. They're carrying it around like.
That's awesome.
I didn't see it.
It was like balancing on the soldiers'
Oh,
head.
that's great. Yeah, oh yeah, the physics gets all funky in here.
Yeah.
but
And
that's
it's
fine,
great.
it's
I mean,
Dusk.
we only did this one level. We actually tried some more forced perspective at the bottom. Remember you tried like the tiny house and stuff like
Yeah.
that, the tiny thing? And it didn't work. It just looked like someone had set up miniatures in their basement.
Yeah, it looked like a train set or something.
But this level worked. This part
Although I'm not
worked
sure
pretty well.
if that's technically what forced perspective is. I think forced perspective is well, like, okay, so this part right here, this secret with Little Neck in it.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's supposed to look like a long hallway that's actually not that long, and it's using
Yeah.
perspective to trick your mind into thinking that. I think that's,
Little Neck.
but I, by little, see,
Bye, Little Neck.
like-
Oh, cute.
like the Willy Wonka hallway, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's forced
Yeah.
perspective right there.
Yeah, and
Like,
that was, this was the only one of that I could really do. I tried some other stuff and it just wasn't working
Yeah.
out. The,
Yeah, we had to have a really big one of those hallways because
Yeah.
Thief did that.
yeah, Constantine's Manor did it.
Yeah, that's
Like
kind of what I was
one of the
thinking.
best levels ever made.
Yeah. And Little Neck is, I didn't know about Little
Yeah, he's just,
and then all of a sudden he was there. I was like, it's amazing. And then, and now we're back.
This
This is from the
taken
pre-alpha.
the demo.
this
yeah.
is from the
From the
pre-alpha.
demo.
So not only are we going back through, you know, stuff that's been in Dusk, but we're also going back through the history of Dusk. It's meta. There we go.
Yeah, E3M9 would be a good endless map. I think
Yeah.
that. Maybe we'll
my
do
God.
it one day. I mean, it basically is.
And this
right?
is-
And then
Yeah.
down here, like, so there's like a tiny house.
Yeah. With the soap
That's
in
from the
it.
dim slough, right?
No, that's from Sawdust.
Oh yeah, and it's like some tiny.
And that's I have a voice clip of when Leon played through episode 3 for the first time,
Oh,
like on
oh, yeah.
chat, and I have a voice.
Tiny barn.
Yeah, I have a voice clip of him going, "Ooh, a tiny barn," which I think I might turn into a ringtone. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, bye, Scarecrow. Just yeet it away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Goes back to
Yeah,
Hellish
we're in the bone
Nightmares
zone. Back in the bone zone,
Yeah.
boys. Hey guys,
any
I listened to
questions
the
that we've
game and I
missed,
shut it
by the way?
down. Go to Twitch and the devs are streaming. Awesome, love the game. Thank you, we love you too. I hope you enjoy the game. Spoilers though. Yeah, and then back here to the
Oh God.
Event Horizon.
yeah.
That you're floating in there. Yeah, and I like that we kind of you did this great. That's the greatest hits level because it's tropey, but it works and it makes
Yeah.
sense. And it was.
Oh, and
There's
then-
no reason not to, and it loops.
yeah.
Then the music.
and
And the
you
music
wanna
cuts
go
off.
off.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, the
Co-op
music
will
gets all
happen,
serious.
after the SDK and stuff, because it's all part of the same thing. We'll update you. Just follow us on social and all that stuff. We're actually at New Blood now. We got our Twitter fixed.
Yeah. This room, I remember, took a bit of iterating because
Is it possible we'll ever release B-side tracks from the OST development? Dave and I are toying around with the idea of the vinyl being an ambient vinyl. we're toying around with it right now. It's mainly on my side that's toying around with it, but I think it would be a cool thing for like sitting around and listening to just like be inside of this game. And there's a lot of stuff that's unreleased with that, so that would be something interesting.
Yeah, it's on our giant list of things to do. Oh, Dave, you didn't do Lavender Secret. It's the best secret.
Oh shoot, you're right. I gotta go do
Can you
that.
get back up there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Which I think this way. I think, right? Yeah. Or wait, no, I could have jumped up there. Oh well. Yeah, it's been a while since I played this level. Ah, that didn't work. Come on. There.
Yeah, inside. Hey,
Guess I could have just done that.
what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm doing weird things.
Oh man, you went
Right.
like totally all the way back around. You could just
Yeah.
you up.
Yeah, you're right. It's not how we do this, though. We don't cheat.
Up, up,
Cheat
up.
cheat up. Oh, I need the soap for it. That's right.
Yeah, you gotta go down to the tiny bar.
Yeah.
Ooh, tiny bar.
A tiny ball.
Destroy these. No.
No, you can't destroy these trees.
Oh, the smallest trees in the game are unbreakable.
Yeah, I believe the reason for that was probably because then it'd need a new particle system.
Hmm.
Possibly, I'm not sure. That seems like it would be the reason for that.
So then, yeah, Lavender Secret.
Get over here.
Open that. For anybody who hasn't seen this, super duper spoilers.
Yeah,
I love how we'll click the wall first and see what it says. It's pretty funny.
it seems
No,
practically.
click on the wall.
I did.
Yeah, it's practically indestructible. Being indestructible. So. And then
Here's Lavender Secret.
doesn't it have her going dude?
No, I couldn't get a I couldn't get a voice clip of it, sadly, but the level
he
does
did.
spell out "do." So, that was when Lavender was much younger. That was her word for food. She called it "do." So if she was hungry, she'd be like "do, do." Babies are adorable, by the way.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. Got
And
this.
you get two of those for no reason.
Well, if I
Oh, yeah, you
got that
yeah,
going
you
through
got
here, then
there.
I could just mash potatoes my way through here.
Mashed potatoes.
Dun, dun.
All right, now on to everybody's favorite level.
It is
3
absolutely
and
100%.
Oh wow, I forgot about that musical. Thank you.
Yeah, trigger.
Yeah. Now we've gone, and
And
this
then
there's
all the way back
we gotta
to-
patch this so that it says
Yeah, it's supposed to say impale yourself.
Yeah, because you.
There was also a part of this that like I had a really dumb idea for with Jacob, if you remember it, Dave.
Think so? Where what he does something?
Well, yeah, where like it's you know how at the very beginning of the game is kill the intruder.
Oh,
I was gonna have some kind of backwards thing where it says let the intruder kill you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I wanted to just play the clip again because it was
Yeah.
Yeah.
hits you right in the rememberies.
Yeah. Yes, I might return to the condemned style melee game. I started working on the horror game instead because I thought that would be just something smaller that I could do. The design has blossomed into something a bit less small than I intended, but hopefully still small. I really didn't want to take on another big project after Dusk, and the melee game was the design was shaping up to be something bigger. So at some point I'll probably go back to it because I have always wanted to make a melee game. So yeah, this is E3M9. This is now we're just beyond all sense of physicality. For anyone who hasn't played Dusk, first of all, why are you watching this stream? And second of all, this level is basically well, you know what? I'll save here and I'll show you a bit of it. We're not going to play the whole thing. This is essentially a Serious Sam arena, is what this level is. It's a giant combat arena that's just supposed to. It takes you through every enemy in the game in collections, and that's what it is. It is a I think the most divisive level in the game. Some people love it. More people hate it. Think it's awful and lazy. And I didn't expect it would be that divisive, but I knew that probably there were going to be some people who wouldn't want to play it. So I did add a secret way that you can skip it. But yeah, this is basically the level. A lot of enemies spawn in, and you fight. I don't even remember how many waves, but you go through all the enemies in the game.
Like 9 or 10 waves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they get progressively harder, and then there's the
And then
female
you-
wave, the
the waifu
all-female
wave.
the waifu wave, where it's all cowgirls and priestesses, and that one's
Yeah.
pretty tough. The trick
Yeah.
to this level is to let them in-fight,
Yeah.
and to jump off the side.
Yeah, because, bye. Just teleports you, but it gives you some moments of reprieve. But yeah, so that's this, and then you fight, the bosses.
Yeah,
Which
all
are
the
just,
bosses
they're
come
just
in.
the experiments and the Guardian again, but they fire faster, basically. And it just turns the level into a hail of bullets. So,
Yeah, there's level on Duskmare now, but the
Screw
trick to this
that.
level is honestly
Let's-
just... Also,
Yeah.
the thing about this level is you should be able to apply everything you've learned
yeah.
playing the game, and be able to complete that level pretty easily. But the secret here is actually it did lead to a pretty good secret ending
Yeah.
exit.
Because that down there, how do I get there? Well... did I get it? Yes. Just walk in a straight line. We should be able to get ourselves to this teleporter here. Bloop. Here's the secret, and there is... Oh, yeah. There is a Crystal of Madness in here, so I think you can actually teleport back and use that in the arena fight, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I
Which
didn't know that.
could be
Yeah.
hilarious.
Which makes it a lot easier. It does last
Yeah.
on the ground for a long time.
Where do I go again? There it is. Boing.
Ooh. Yeah, we don't make it easy for you to use the cow.
Yeah. And then this is supposed to say like, oh no, that says coward's way out. Okay,
It
that's
says
right.
the coward's
The
way
coward's
out,
way
yeah.
out. We're gonna take the coward's way out.
Yeah, we have to fix that too. It needs to say impale yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do that.
Oh no, it's Zen.
Yeah. No.
Okay, and
And
now
then-
it's coming out of there. We have Dusk. So this I feel like this level was kind of like all of us got our moments to do our thing. So like this first part, I basically did this myself, and Dave had a little bit of input, but mostly this was like my concept. Is I wanted it to be, after all the madness that just happened, I wanted this peaceful, beautiful looking, sort of somber area, and I also wanted to put my own musical touch in, just for fun, really, because this is the biggest thing I've accomplished creatively in my life so far. And so I wanted to have that little bit of like personal touch to the music at the end. So I wrote this pretty simple ambient track that's just like, this is the end of a long journey, not just for the player, but also for all of us who worked on it. This was a huge, long journey making this game, and it was kind of mostly sweet, but a little bit bitter to get to the end of it. It'd be like, this is now Dusk. This is this game I've dreamed of making since I was a young teenager is finally done. So that's this first area. That's all of that. And then once we get past all of that, then Andrew and Dave take over for the finale, which is pretty awesome. But first we'll go through all of this.
There's me. And so the idea I had originally was there was a key, right?
Uh-huh.
You had to go around to different parts of the level and put keys in different doors. And I was like, I think we need to do something different than that for the last level. I'm like, could we make it so you had to like place things in an altar and place colored gems in an altar? And David did this, what you see now, and it worked out really well. It's a really simple puzzle, because you see that first one, you go, okay, match the colors.
Yeah, it's just an excuse to get you to walk around the level,
Walk
basically.
around and find the weapons, and obviously, and you added that picture of Jacob's face instead of
Oh,
my
yeah,
face,
here, let's
phone
go.
leader thing in the house.
Yeah. time to this. Yeah, and then lighting wise, I kind of did with like this pink light. And then the areas that aren't illuminated by pink light, I wanted to make them feel kind of like cold and like early morning-y, you know, where you have this like mist stuff. So that's how this level starts out.
Oh, really? Oh, the crystals got changed from Crystal of Offering to Crystal of Madness with the subtitles. It's another thing.
Were they originally Crystal of Offering?
Yeah, it's Crystal of Offering. Yeah.
Oh
God.
shoot. Yeah, that'll.
Somebody write that down. If anybody's put that in the, somebody put that on the Steam forums.
Yeah. All right. Now that all that's out of the way, let's get back to shooting stuff.
At last. You finally arrived. You shall be my final test.
And this was supposed to feel like pretty much.
This is Dusk World, basically.
Oh, boy. Yeah. So the idea always for this world 1v1, right?
Yeah.
We asked David if he can do that, and he's like, "Yeah, I love that."
Well, the interesting thing was I actually, like, we both had the same idea for it independently.
My concern was, like, would you be able to do it?
Yeah.
And then I played it the first time, and it took, we tweaked him a little bit, but it was essentially, this was it on the first pass, and I was like, holy shit, that's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, let's see, what should we use?
And it works really well, and we tweaked his damage and stuff, and some of his range, but for the most part, some people think it's really easy, some people think it's really hard, which means it's fine.
Yeah.
And it's fun, and the music fucking kicks in really well. I always, in my head, I really always want to put my Hot Rod by Ministry to play here, so I'm gonna mod that. And Andrew was like, "No, mom, you."
Yeah, we were in Las Vegas, and he was like, "Yeah, I think that was the year that it released, in the February before it released."
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm thinking about, you know, getting Ministry involved to do, have them do a song for the final boss." And I remember at the time I was like, "No," like, it's like I want to own this thing. I was like, "That's really cool," and most of it, I'd be like, "Yeah, let's do this," but I was so attached to this game. I was like, no.
Yeah, we could, whatever, it's like always modded. And this was cool. Because, like, just killing Jacob wasn't enough, right? It felt kind of anticlimactic, but having him be unworthy and then having all the disciples kill him feels way cooler, right? And then unworthy indeed. And just wait here for a sec. And then Andrew, we asked Andrew to do the VO, and I think it's your best line of the game, like, no, my disciples, because he's just so powerless at that point. It's a really cool moment, and I think, as Civi said, like, yeah, I would have been happy. I was fine. Yeah, I got the ending, killed the bad boss. You know, I would have been happy with that. You know, but it don't go like that.
Nope. And like I said, I really like the fact that, like, he's so, he's just like, you know, Nyarlathotep and I are on the same. We're like the big bad people, and we're letting you come to us. And then it turns out, no, he's Jacob's kind of not that.
And you got the little happy music going on.
Yeah, just for a moment.
Yeah. Hey, you're
end of the game. Whoop. Nope.
Not so much.
He was worthy, you know, and he accomplished so much. But then you came along. You who were stronger. You who were faster.
You, I like butter.
Butter. Who did you expect at the end of all of this? God? The devil, perhaps? No. It's just me.
Hello.
Hentai!
The hentai monster.
Yeah, so that whole thing, that whole soliloquy, I wrote that, oh man, I wrote that back in 2017. I have a dramatic reading of it that I recorded and sent to David. It was a lot longer. It was about a minute long, and we cut it down a bunch.
Yeah.
And I'll put it online at some point, because I did a whole dramatic read, read it, like, as I wanted it to be, you know, said and stuff. And I sent it to Stefan, as a reference. And we went back and forth on this fight a lot. I remember I was like, fight
and like you gotta hit him with light, and the dust comes in, and the light comes in. You gotta make it till dawn. And originally it was gonna be something with like the crystals of madness, right? We wanted to
Yeah.
like throw crystals at him or something, and like that didn't work. And then we went back and forth on design a lot. Obviously, Cthon was a big inspiration for his design. For the most part, it's a pretty simple fight.
Yeah. It's the only real
originally-
boss fight in Dusk that functions like a boss fight rather than a larger enemy fight.
Yeah, and we made it pretty. We wanted Telegraph. Originally, it was a lot more sporadic, and he did a lot more damage, and it was like really hard. And then we made it so it's like he's pretty predictable. And it looks really good. This is one of the times that Bloom actually looks good.
Oh yeah, let me
because
turn that on
it's
real quick.
him.
Yeah. Bloom makes...
You know, one time you should turn Bloom on. It's
See,
done.
it makes those look...
Final boss fight.
look a
Yeah,
lot
that
better.
looks
Oh wow, that does look neat.
that is cool. That's
Yes,
the
I
only time Bloom looks good. No, the light. And that was a thing too, because we get players who couldn't figure it out. So I think I told David that if you don't shoot the light for 30 seconds, there should be like a pop-up like, no, the light.
Alright, one more shot. Here, let's...
Yeah.
Oh, we'll leave
And
it.
then you were so burnt out by
Yeah.
the end of this. I was just like, I just wanted so much. I kept saying, I think I used the word gravitas
Yeah.
like 17 times. I'm like, I really want a lot of screen shake. I want it to be like, the power is yours. I'm
Yeah.
like, make the VO louder and make the screen shake and put the green energy on the screen and then shake the screen. You're like, Dave, I'm so done working on this fucking game. I'm like, I don't care. It's the ending. It's the most important part of the game.
Yeah.
And then we finally, I'm pretty happy with how it turned
Yeah,
out.
this is the ending is Dave's baby, really. It's
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on
and it
the
turned
ending.
out really well.
I
It was
really wanted to...
never
I just
something
wanted-
that the framework for Dusk was supposed to support, but we made it
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, and David had never done anything like that boss
No.
fight before, or
Yeah.
a model like that, or animations like that, and Dylan helped a lot. But it was worth it. Like,
Oh yeah,
I
Dylan
talked
helped
about
with
endings.
boss stuff.
Endings for games. There's the most important parts of your video game are the beginning and the end. Like,
Mm.
the shit in the middle is kind of like whatever. Like we mentioned Planescape Torment a few times. It's one of my favorite games. The beginning rules. The end is awesome. Some of the middle of that game sucks, but everybody forgets it because the beginning and the end are so good in the dialogue.
Mm.
So when you think about Dusk, you think about all the cool levels and stuff, but you think about you think about Kill the Intruder, you think about this thing with Nyarlathotep at the end, and the fact that we were able to stick the beginning and the end and bookend what is a really solid sandwich in the middle is what makes Dusk so memorable, I think. So that's why I really harped on you for the ending, and I love fuck you endings. I wanted a medieval to have a fuck you ending too. I wanted a medieval to be at the end, you fight the gods. They're like, thanks for all your help, and now you have to fight us. And be like, "Brr." And Leon's like, nah, I'm just gonna make a happy ending where you
Yeah.
go to fucking heaven. I was like, fine.
Leon kind of does his own thing.
Yeah, Leon's like, yeah, nah. Someone's like, is Leon gonna do a stream of medieval for the 1 year anniversary? Yeah, nah.
Oh, he's not going to?
Oh, he might. I don't know.
Oh, that'd
we
be
probably
cool.
will.
But but I really love fuck you endings, and obviously this is basically the same ending as Half-Life. You could pretend that you're Gordon Freeman, Nargle is G-Man. It's the same thing. It's like here's
Basically, yeah.
you're now I'm putting you into purgatory until I need you again. So it's obviously basically the same as that, and we will continue that story at some point, I guess. And then
Here's our
David did a
ending.
really awesome, the drawing. The first time you actually see our hero in the
Yeah.
game.
This hacked
and this,
together drawing.
The horrible, isn't it? But wonderful, yes. That's ripped directly from Lovecraft. Another time where I mashed up a bunch of Lovecraft poems together to create the end. And that line I love.
Uh-huh.
Who you were
It's
before
good,
is
yeah.
insignificant. Who you are now is inconceivable. I wrote that in like 2017, and I'm like, I don't care what it is, that line has to be in the ending. And Stefan just nailed it, because I was like, here you shall remain, till I have need of you again.
Yeah, and I wanted Dusk Dude to look like to be a sort of uncomfortable image. Like he looks weird and unholy now. And I remember we had to tweak that a little bit because it started out being a bit too far, where it just
the
looked
original
like
sketch, his teeth looked weird.
yeah.
And I had you redo it a bunch, and you were so. I'm like, I wanted him to be the Sickles, and he's based on Tommaso Ciampa from NXT.
Yeah.
If you ever wonder what Dusk Dude is based off of, that's what all the references came from. And that laugh that Stefan did is totally ad lib.
Yeah.
the evil laugh. That's 100% him. With that little like the snarl he does at the end, like that's 100%
He just ad-libbed
ad-lib
it, yeah.
by Stefan, and it's so awesome. We used it in the trailer too. And I was really happy with it, and I was glad. Like I was glad people reacted to it the way they did. The ending, especially like you guys have all seen Civi's video and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it made us feel that like it was really worth the time we spent on the last few levels, because it was hard. We were really getting to the point where it's like, what the fuck else can we do? David was like, I don't have any more ideas for levels, you know.
Yeah.
And it just but it's like, man, do we really need 10 of these? Do we need 11? Do I really have to make the secret fucking rat level?
Well, the rat level was great because it was actually like, it was like, okay, rat level. We'll just run with that. Doesn't have to be anything complicated. It's just a freaking rat level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was all worth it. But like I tell people making games, like that last bit, it's so important to just. It's always gonna suck. You're always gonna want to be done with it. But it's worth it in the end. And now it's a year later, and we are where we are, and we're doing this stream for you guys. There's been like 300-400 of you watching us for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Like 6 hours. It's been a while. Yeah. It's almost 8 hours. And just, thank you guys so much. All that we ask you to do is, buy some shit, buy our games, leave reviews, spread the good word of New Blood. If you love Dusk or our other games, just tell someone to play it. We've got so much coming up for you in the next year. The SDK, the ports, Medieval RTX, Maximum Action's getting all kinds of dumb shit. Gloomwood, obviously, I think that's the thing that we're the most excited to be working on, and you're the most excited to see, because I think we've had enough fucking boomer shooters for a minute, and we're very interested in working on something slow. Oh no, wait, here's this Easter egg.
Yeah.
Thousand other foes.
Someone asked why Megan Fox is in the credits. That's because that's the actual name of a game dev friend I have. She's actually she's the dev of Skatebird. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Skatebird dev.
That's not Megan Fox, the actress from Transformers.
No.
It's Megan who works on Skatebird.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was, if you wait till the end of the credits, you get the "Pray you never see me in my thousand other forms," which is another thing I ripped from a Lovecraft poem. A lot of the dialogue at the end was me just, like I said, mishmashing together Lovecraft shit and trying to make it sound like we knew what we were talking about and making a story. But that's it. Yeah, Dusk, 1 year later. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you very much, everyone.
I hope you're looking forward to all the stuff we've got coming up. I don't know, man. 4 more years. 4 more years of Dusk development.
Oh gosh.
Please clap.
But yeah, that's it. All right, I gotta go. Always, follow us on Twitter. Join Discord, discord.gg/newblood. We're just at newblood on Twitter now. We got that today, thanks to my friends at Twitter for making that happen. And yeah, that's it. Come hang out, talk to us. We're always here. We love you, and we hate.
I think he cut out there, but he said we hate money, not we hate.
Oh, we love you and we hate.
We hate, yeah.
Do us me.
Yeah, we love you and we hate money.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'll see you guys on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I have a bit longer if anyone has any other questions that
you guys hang out, answer questions.
Yeah,
I'll hang out for a little bit.
For a little bit. Not what time is it? It's like 10:30 here or something. I have to be up early tomorrow. So for a little bit though, if you guys have any questions that I missed or anything, or if questions for Andrew or anything like that.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you guys get to it. I'll talk to you later. Rock and roll.
All right.
All right, later.
See you, Dave. Big box when? I don't know. At some point.
Yeah, that's still being prototyped. We're kind of putting the other stuff.
Oh wait, when's the Switch port coming, you guys? Switch port?
Okay.
Switch port? Okay, bye.
See ya. Okay, character controller. It's the Unity character controller component is what Dusk uses, but it interfaces it with a custom script. If anyone is developing a FPS in Unity, please do not use their first-person controller prefab. It is awful. It's going to result in a game that feels terrible. rolling your own script to interact with the character controller component is not that difficult. I would definitely suggest doing that. Oh boy, bunch coming through.
Pardon if anyone asked earlier, are y'all working on anything new? Yes, we are. We're not ready to announce anything yet. Or New Blood's not ready to announce anything
Yeah,
yet.
except for the things that we've totally leaked and haven't announced, like Gloomwood and Faith. But hold on, I'm gonna have to tab out of here to scroll up through chat. Okay, let's see. Fast fire stacking was intentional. It was one of those things that I knew was gonna happen, and I just left it in because I thought it was fun, and it's fun. SDK.
Can you explain?
What was that?
Ahead, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, can I? It's stacking fast fire power ups, make them go faster. That thing. I would left that in intentionally.
Can you explain this vinyl idea you have a bit more?
Go ahead.
Just too long didn't read version is there's one that's pretty much the OST as it is now, and there's another one that is ambience along with cut content that's cut ambience that I'm leaning a little heavier on to be kind of an art piece. So we'll see. We're kind of trying to decide between the two.
Yeah. How do we get Stephen Wyatt? We emailed him, basically.
Took forever.
Yeah, it took forever because of the Screen Actors Guild, but he himself was very easy to work with and very easy to get, actually.
Nice, sweetheart.
Would you be interested in making a Thief successor? I mean, I'm working on Gloomwood, which is at least half a Thief successor. I don't think I would have an interest in ever working on a game that wasn't on a stealth game that wasn't an immersive sim and didn't allow for, combat in some way. But, let's see. Is there a noticeable bump in sales from videos like Civies, G-Mans, or Mandalores? There's usually a bump, I believe. It's not huge. Videos don't actually result in that.
Translate
yeah,
immediately,
not directly at least. I think I see
trying
it.
to do something, but it's hard to see.
Yeah, I've seen devs who complain about like Let's Plays and stuff like that, but I see it as sort of like a long game. It's like if someone does a Let's Play of your game, okay, maybe people aren't going to be clicking the link in their description and directly going to your Steam page and buying it, but it's getting that game out there in their heads, getting people to know about it, and maybe they'll tell a friend who will go and buy it. So,
yeah.
Let's see. SDK will support custom enemies. SDK when? Hopefully very soon.
Yeah, very, very soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Let's see. What else? How much is Dusk inspired by Chasm the Rift? A lot, actually. At least, maybe not as much visibly now, but Chasm was a big part of the reason Dusk started in the first place.
$69 DLC win at 420, bruh.
Enemy textures were I didn't draw them in Blender. I exported the UV layout and then painted them onto that. That's why you can see a lot of seams. Or didn't paint them onto that. I used the UV layout as a template for making the textures. As development got further on with like later enemies, I tried to do it the way it looked like they'd done with Quake enemies, which is I looked at like the Quake model files and they actually had just sort of like a front and back view of the character drawn as the texture, and then mapped the UV onto that as best they could. And so I tried doing that with some of the later Dusk enemies. With some of them that was a success with, some of them not. And
here's one you touched on earlier, but how do you deal with creative burnout? I'll go first.
Sure.
Drinking. All right, David, next.
Okay. Well,
or at least for Dusk's development, I did.
Yeah, I don't know. I basically by getting out of the situation that's causing the burnout. I burnt out on making horror games, and that's what led to making Dusk. And I burned out on Dusk and solved it by finishing Dusk, essentially. Someone asked about Gloomwood. Will it come to Steam? Or are you considering EGS exclusive? It's very early to say for sure, but I wouldn't be on board with making it EGS exclusive. I would probably fight against that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kart Dog or Dusk Team Kart Racing wins. Someone's actually working on that. Hatsu's working on, or was at least working on a New Blood racing game that had Kart Dog in it. Let's see. Will Duskworld have bots? Probably not. See, the thing with how Jacob works is Jacob functions well because it's a flat arena and there aren't really any decisions he has to make. He doesn't have to decide to go get pickups or anything like that. So he looks like he's a intelligent, relatively intelligent player bot, but he's really not. He's just moving around randomly and doing an animation that looks like a hup. To make a multiplayer bot, they'd have to actually be able to intelligently navigate those levels, probably in ways that would involve going off of nav meshes like rocket jumping and things like that. And honestly, it's just too much work. Like it's not really going to fit in well with how Dusk's AI currently works, and there's so many other things we have to do that are more important. So probably not. Now, whether those could be modded in the future, that could be a possibility. I'm not sure.
Is the SDK something that would allow us to make some crazy shit you made on episode 3 a lot easier? I don't know about a lot easier, but you could probably do the same thing. Everything's got a learning curve.
Yeah.
But you could totally do it yourself. And
I think so. Some of that was incredibly hacky, and I don't know how you would do that outside of literally using the Unity editor, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see, honestly.
Yeah.
Let's see. Out of every level, what was the most fun to make?
That's a good question.
I don't know. I really did enjoy working on Brimstone Ghetto. Maybe that one. There were a bunch of levels in Dusk I did enjoy making, but I mean, level design is always like you're either having tons of fun with it or you want to stab yourself in the eye with a dinner fork. It's just, and there's no real in between. So, where did the gravity flipping? What else we have? Hold on, I'm trying to go between two chats, so I'm sorry if I miss anything.
Soundtrack cuts, edits used in the main game will be available in SDK. I would believe so. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think so.
Are we talking to the wrong person here?
See, the problem is that a lot of the SDK is being developed in a bit of a vacuum because none of us are smart enough to help him with it.
So we'll see when we get there, but I'd assume so, but we'll see.
Yeah, someone said they found out about Dusk through G-Man's videos and didn't buy it until later. See, yeah, I think that there's a long game to play with that stuff.
Like I technically play long game with a lot of games that I see YouTubers make. I remember it later on, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then I go buy it.
Which part of Dusk is what I'm most proud of? I don't know. I'm really happy with how most of E2M2 turned out. I know it's not really a showy level, like compared to a lot of the ones in the game, but that one maybe I had the most fun making. Also, that was just
that's probably right there with me. Like I don't make fucking levels, but like how it turned out was perfect.
Yeah. It was the funniest moment in development. Well, there were a lot of them. Oh man, I don't know. Most of Dusk development was just us running around with our heads cut off. Kind of.
Yeah, pretty much. But we learned while we were going, so we were still remaining teachable. That's a really important thing. Don't get a big head about anything just because you made a good map and I can do the rest of it. No, you'll totally run into brick walls. So part of the
reason that I am so I remain very self-deprecating about things is to try and keep from falling into the trap of thinking that because Dusk has been a huge success, that means that I can do no wrong. Because when that happens, then you start making huge mistakes and become irrelevant. And it's also really not accurate, since I did a lot of stuff that worked in Dusk, but I also did a lot of stuff that didn't work and other people had to tell me didn't work.
That is feeding into your own bullshit. I keep around friends that actually bring me down to earth for shit like that. So if I ever say anything stupid, they just fucking cut me down.
having a significant other that is totally unimpressed by things
That
helps too.
Yeah.
So Rachel is awesome, but she's like, yeah, that's the game you made like in your underwear in our living room. So yeah, nah.
It's the same with Taya. I love her for
Yeah. Well, someone asked about why I used Unity. It was the engine I knew. Like Dusk didn't start out like Dusk just started out as this is a thing I want to make. So I much prefer spending time developing than spending time learning. So the way I learn stuff is basically to develop a game, and if the stuff is relevant to developing that game, I might end up learning it, and if it's not, I probably won't. So I wasn't gonna, like, when I wanted to start making Dusk, I wasn't gonna go out and be like, oh, let's pick the perfect engine for making a retro FPS room or anything like that. I just used the engine I knew, and, because I wanted to start working on the game.
I can't seem to stick to a project to the end game. Have any advice about it? Do you have any advice for that?
Sorry, what was that?
I can't finish any project that he starts.
Those sort of things are very subjective, and it depends a lot on, like, it's so subjective to the person, but one place that might be helpful to start is taking whatever you have and turning it into a finished product, even if that's not really realizing the total vision you have. Like, it is okay to take something and cut it off in the middle and try and turn that into a finished product.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, something that's
just
finished
get
is
out the
always
door.
going to be more valuable than something that's not finished.
It's not. Yeah.
If it's between
Yes.
those two. So
Yeah. Shipping it is the hardest part.
yeah, but ultimately it is, I mean, anything having to do with how you create something is incredibly subjective, and it's really hard to tell someone this is what you have to do in this situation, because it's, everyone is different. What was that? Let's see. Was baking the lighting a performance or an artistic decision? It was an artistic one, because I wanted it to look like Quake and, those sort of games. If I did it over again, I don't know if I'd do that. Or, at the very least, I'd spend more time looking into a better solution for baked lighting than just using Enlighten. I know those exist now, but I haven't done much with them because immediately following After Dusk, I started work on projects that very specifically did not use any baked lighting of any kind. Oh, someone thanking for Linux. Yes, you're welcome. I appreciate that. There aren't that many Linux gamers. It's not really something you do because you're going to make a killing off of doing a Linux port, but I appreciate how many people are like, hey, I'm really happy you ported this to Linux. That makes it, that makes it kind of worth it. Is New Blood looking for interns? I don't think so at the moment. You can always ask, though. Dave would be the one to ask about that. You didn't hear about us until Mason has quite a big following with Faith. Funny, I was actually friends with Mason before either of us were game developers, because we met playing AVP Classic 2000. And then several years later, he's like, hey, I see you've made some horror. Here's this little horror game I made called Faith. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'll play that at some point. And then never did. And then, cut to, a year after that, and suddenly he's, this huge, he's, one of the biggest indie horror developers. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should go play that game. Is it possible to have modded weapons in Dusk with the SDK? Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else we got? We are not porting Dusk to the PS1 or the N64.
Thank God.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do we have? True Heretic and Hexen style game from New Blood. Yeah, a Medieval was, the marketing, the elevator pitch for that is, it's to Heretic and Hexen what Dusk was to Quake and Blood, but I know that wasn't really what they intended when they started making it. They were just making a cool game that just happened to be a lot like Heretic.
It's a little closer to Doom than anything else, really.
Yeah. Oh,
The
okay,
movement
here's the
stuff.
big one. Will there be a sequel to Dusk? There's not going to be one anytime soon. Like I said, it was a long development cycle, and the last thing I want to do right now is to jump into doing that again
Yeah.
immediately.
Everybody
But-
needs a break. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly in the future. I have had ideas for it. Like, I've started getting some ideas for what I'd want to do with a Dusk sequel. So maybe in the
think-
future.
I think all of us have a couple things we'd like to bring to the table. on it.
Yeah, what's going to be really interesting is, so like when I brought Dusk to Dave, I'd already started making it into a game. There was, a framework there. Dusk 2, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work with, like, all of us probably having different visions for what Dusk 2 should be. That will be interesting whenever that's...
We'll probably lean on whatever you think the pipeline that'll work will be.
yeah, we'll see.
Anyways, we should probably stop talking about that right now.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Does Dusk Windows 95 edition win?
Are you still thinking of making Dusk VR?
It's
That's-
definitely not top of the list.
Yeah, it's closer to. It's down there. We
Yeah.
we need to get some stuff done first.
Top
Need
of
to
the
get-
list right now is SDK and Switch port. So
SDK Switch, and then we'll look at other things like we'll revisit co-op and some other stuff, and like the whole free online
yeah.
Dusk World, and
Yeah.
we'll see how that stuff goes. I'm not Dave. I'm not here to make promises,
Yeah.
but just telling you what's on the table. That's all.
Let's see. When there are enough cool fan-made maps out in the future, will you pick some of them and turn them into some kind of expansion pack like the dudes from Overload did? Possibly. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Oh boy, how do you feel your life changed after Dusk's success? Immensely. Well, I'm not stressing about paying bills every month. For one thing, which was a big change because before doing game development, I was working part-time at Dollar General on a cash register, which wasn't great. And before, like, Dusk came out, I was starting to not do that well at selling games either. So there's that. I was able to move my family into a new house, which is good because we had outgrown our old one, and that was a big energy zapping quality of life thing. And now I'm doing a really weird thing, which is that I'm working on other people's games too, which I never thought I would be doing. So I'm doing, like, work on Maximum Action and Gloomwood and stuff, and yeah, that's very different than just developing my own stuff in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been a confidence booster, like, to a certain extent, where it's like, I mean, Dusk has done quite well, and that does help me to feel a little bit more like, okay, well, I'm not completely useless at things. I can make a good game.
Yeah. Dusk did a lot for me as well. So,
Yeah.
like, I mean, financially it did all right for me, like, for sure. I'm not complaining. But the other stuff with just like the fan engagement and the fact that it got id to turn an eye over to me for Quake Champions was a big thing for
Yeah.
me as well.
You've become
So,
the butt rock guy.
Oh God, no, I don't want to just stay on that. Thank
No,
God.
I know, and you're
People-
capable of
people are-
much more as a medieval
Yeah,
shows.
yeah. I'm totally getting hired for weird stuff now, which I did,
Good.
and I'm actually steering the Proteus guys a little bit in different directions while they're saying,
interesting.
yeah, let's go weird too, and I'm like, yeah.
That's interesting. I want to hear what that music is now.
I'll let you listen to some of it after I okay it with Jason Mojica.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Let's see. Do you have experience with Hammer Editor? No. No. The Dusk was the first genuine, like, first-person shooter level design I'd ever done. Before that point, I had dabbled a tiny bit in making maps for Doom and Chasm when I was younger, but they weren't really. They were like just like one room or something with an enemy in it, basically. And I did a few, like, I did some 2D games, I did some Wolfenstein sort of engine, grid-based games, which are not the same thing. And then I did those horror walking simulators, which also was not the same thing. So yeah, working with Pro Builder and Dusk was the first time I'd worked with like an actual sort of like level design tool.
Where did you guys acquire your skill set? A hobby, college, mentor, or what? I pirated. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it. I pirated. What was it? It wasn't Pro Tools. It was Cakewalk Sonar, the very first version, in like right around the time that the internet and the RIAA was freaking out about Napster. That was probably 2000, 2001, and I just taught myself how to use a digital audio workstation because I wanted to create my own records at home, and it just kind of spiraled from there. I just happened to land in games. That's about it. Any advice for someone? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No.
I mean, it was a hobby that turned into a profession, basically, for me. I just self-taught. Let's see. Console ports when, not including... I don't know. Are we looking forward to Doom Eternal? Of course.
Yeah. We've got lots of friends over to...
Yeah. RTX for Dusk? I don't think so.
No.
Does this mean you will skip the Dusk expansion / New Game Plus in favor of a sequel 5 to 10 years down the line? Not necessarily. I mean, really, anything that far down the road is really up in the air. Like, there's no...
Yeah, there's nothing in stone.
Yeah. SDK is not out yet, no. Civi... Someone keeps asking about Civi Easter eggs. I don't know, maybe? Maybe we'll put Civi Easter eggs in a future thing.
Any advice for someone wanting to make maps for Dusk, Doom, or any other game? There's going to be a learning curve, and just if you really want to do it, stick with it.
Yeah. David is living in the sanctum of the worthy, aka his garage now. Dusk will not be on sale for the anniversary. I think that's mostly due to poor planning on our part. But it will be on sale for the upcoming Steam sale. So
yeah, we wanted to do something cool. We couldn't do it on the 10th, so we had to do it this weekend.
What's a level you want made in the SDK?
Nuts.wad.
Yeah, nuts. I mean, it's gonna make my day when I see Doom remade in Dusk. Honestly.
Oh yeah, I'll totally be playing that.
Yeah. Take on the Dead Rising 1 OST? What? Okay, what's your take on the Dead Rising 1 OST, Andrew?
Huh? Oh, Dead Rising 1 OST?
Yeah.
I've actually never played Dead Rising.
It's really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
The mall music will drill itself into your brain and won't leave.
Okay.
Someone has to do it. Remaster Chasm, please. Well, we don't have the rights, and the guy who does have the rights won't give them up, as far as I know. So
here we go. Where is the save data stored? It's in the balls. Yeah. Even Reddit knows that one.
I get motion sickness from going fast in Dusk, but not Dusk World. Do you know if there's a reason why? No, I don't. Have you messed with all the camera bob settings, maybe? Let's see. Why is the GOG Connect thing temporary? I don't know. That's a thing GOG does. They didn't even ask us when they did it. They just did it. So we have no control over that.
Yeah.
Where did you draw? Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
No, I was just about to say I'm about to pass out.
Okay.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, I'm going to also.
Yeah.
Inspiration for the atmosphere was in the early levels almost entirely from like Stalker. Basically Stalker, but transplanted into Northwest PA was essentially where that. And then later on, it became more of a mix of things. But yeah. Let's see. SDK allowed new maps for Duskworld. Not initially, I don't think, but hopefully in the future. And let's see. One more. New Game Plus. Probably, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Stalker, the game, movie, or both? Well, the movie is one of my favorite movies, and the game is one of my favorite games, so... but specifically the game. Yeah, okay, one more question, and then I think I'm gonna head out.
Yeah. Oof, this has
Duty
been a
or freedom?
stream.
Duty all the way. Freedom is a bunch of slobs, anarchist slobs. I want nothing to do with them. Incidentally, that's an argument we have in New Blood Internal also, because everyone has a... Was it Hank? Hank is Monolith. Hank's faction of choice is Monolith. Just like, okay, fine. Yes, that does explain the Straylock color mode.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're gonna wrap the stream up. That was quite fun. Thank you to everyone who came to watch. Hopefully we'll have, for everyone who was not able to see the whole thing, hopefully we will have the VOD up at some point here. It's gonna be very long, but
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna do that. But yeah. Okay, so
appreciate y'all hanging out
happy
with us the entire
Duskiversary,
time.
guys. Thank you for everything you've done over the past year, and here's to a next year filled with us actually getting things done.
No shit, right?
All right, have a good night,
Yeah.
everyone.
Take it easy, everybody. Thank